steps but never follow. If you want to live tomorrow, steal a soul for a second chance. You will not
I see dead people. Now, chat. I actually got to fix my mic setting a little real quick because for some reason it has me very, very loud. Now, chat, there's one more song I want to play. There's one more song I want to play. I'm going to let everybody in here. Chat, if you know what's been going on the internet today, there's just one more thing to play. And, you know, let me find it. Oh my God. Let me see if I can find it. You know, sometimes I gotta go to my
You didn't have it ready off rip?
I don't have it ready off rip. Holy shit.
Oh my God.
That's really sad.
The joke is ruined.
No, the bit is not ruined. Give me a second. Oh my God. It's on Twitter.
Time to find it?
No, it's in my history. Hold up. I gotta find it. Chat, I'm sorry. My bit is not ruined. I've just been listening to this song all day.
You listen to it all day, but you can't remember it?
Yeah, sometimes that happens. Wait for it. Okay. Okay, so this is the channel. And I'm gonna pause that. So chat.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
This goes out to my friend Cameron F305 for crashing out today on Aiden Project stream. Buddy, this is for you. Yes, chat. Live and alive from Resi itself, that was Cameron F305, and welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the Op Block, your one-stop shop for everything commentary, news, and the related. I am your host, Valgy EXE. Hey, Poison Days, thank you so much for subscribing. Listen, chat, it's going to be a very eventful day. It's going to be a fun one. We're going to have a good stream. I am trying to fix my audio because I think I accidentally made myself peak a little bit too much. I was having fun, and I may have fucked with my audio levels. But, chat, more importantly, I'm joined by the most fabulous people on the internet. I want to make them a little bit smaller. You know them.
Wow, you're just
Yeah, you're too big.
making us tiny.
Yeah, you're not the important one. You know him.
Wow.
You love him. It's Ash. What's going on, Ash?
Apparently, I'm not that important, so I guess not much.
You know, as long as you know your place in this world, that's perfectly fine. No. How you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Yo, you're the best. But more importantly, hey, Yen with the 2 months. Thank you, dude.
Yen became a member. Yen celebrates 2 months of membership,
Thank you, cool
2
nanny
months
girls.
of opping blocks. But how many ops can an op block if an op block could op blocks?
That's very, very many. That's very many oppy blockies and blocky blockies and oppity opt-ops.
Yeah, when I saw you say that, Kairos, I was like, wait, what? And then like, oh.
Ash is important. Ash is the one getting the Twitter screenshots. Yes, Ash did get Twitter screenshots. We got a lot of them. We got a lot of Twitter screenshots. We're going to talk about that today. But you know him. You love him. He's always bringing up my rear. It's Uncool Greg. What's going on, Greg?
I literally came from a burger spot where I saw a disgraced musician, and who I will not name.
What do you mean? What musician did you see? No, you have to.
Oh, I
say
don't want
it
to name
now.
them. I'm not gonna name them. No.
Why?
But they were a TikTok trend this year, not long ago, and it was very funny.
So you're saying that you saw like a disgraced, like a musician, like a person that's been on the internet, and why are they disgraced?
They scammed their fans, among other things.
Oh, you got to tell us who it is now. Who?
No, I'm not gonna say it.
Why?
I knew it was them because they were in a in a Mercedes.
Ooh, that's not good. What's the okay? What's the first letter of their name?
No.
Wow, you're gonna cuck the chat like that? The chat is asking.
Yes.
Oh, Talk Tua? Is it the Hawk Tua girl?
Yes.
Did you see Hawk Tua?
To these notes.
Yes.
Hawk
Wait,
Tua.
hold on. Do you have things on? Will people hear this if I?
Hello there. But anywho, I'm gonna go to bed, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yes, they can hear that. They would have been able to hear that because it goes through the Discord. So I have the soundboard on. I like the soundboard. It's very
Awesome.
funny to me. But yes, chat. Yes, they can hear it. But chat, more importantly, we have some public service announcements to go on. And wait, say Hawk Tua? Hawk Tua. Why? What'd I do? Do I say it weirdly? Was that a child? No, that was Hawk Tua girl. Very
That was
famously.
Hawk Tua girl.
Very famously, cause she gonna spit on that thing, and then she scammed her fans out of like thousands of dollars. Oh my god, what did I do? Was my Hawk Tua funny? What did I?
Yeah, you had the accent. You had the accent Tua. You
I
had the
have
I'm
the
walking here
accent
Tua.
Cameron F305.
Cameron F305 tipped $4.20. PLEASSSEE I need THISSSPLEASSSE let me GOOOPLEASSSE I'm begging YOUUU.
Thank you. Yo, it is a joke. I know exactly who that was.
How dare you start before the scheduled time? Most streamers I watch make chat wait for at least 5 minutes lol. Anyway, here's $1 for the doggy.
Thank you. No, we are.
Thank you all.
I wanted
Thank
to
you for
start a
the-
little bit early.
Yeah.
I wanted to start a little bit early today. Thank you. The reason being, like straight up, there's a lot of public service announcements before we start the stream. So I kind of wanted to get those out of the way before we get on with it. Because there is a lot. We're going to get to it. We're going to get to all the research that we've done. Thank you to everybody else regarding... okay. We'll get to that because I do think that there's a lot of stuff that I need to preface and cover before having any of those public service announcements. But in the ongoing coverage of Cameron F305, you know who Aiden Underground is. Oh, he crashed out live on that fucking stream. A W Dickers, by the way. It's hilarious. It's probably one of the funniest things I've ever seen. That kid is searching for an audio clip live, and everyone's like, huh, it sounds like you're editing the audio clip live. And he's like, no, I'm not. And everyone's just like, just show your screen. Show the file name and show the screen. Well, why do I have to do that? Why do I have to do that? Why would I ever have to do that? And listen, I'm not saying that he's editing his calls with Jelly. I'm not saying that, but you can watch the stream yourself on Aiden's channel, and you yourself can decide if you think that he's trying to hide some shit from your chat. Because the whole chat was like, huh, really interesting that he keeps saying he has the information, and he's not showing it. And then, after fucking arguing, spurging out, crying his fucking little eyes out in chat and on the stream, he then later messages Aiden after everything's said and done, being like, so I'm not gonna message you the audio clips that would exonerate me because they're lame and I don't think that I should engage in this conversation anymore. So again, Cameron F305 has once again run from debates. Cameron, thank you so
Cameron
much.
F305 tipped $4.20. Don't listen to this man. I would never edit audio live. This is fake information.
Mm-hmm. Also, Cameron is like, oh, blah, 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 blah. This guy said F slur. They're smaller than me. Brother, who cares? I'm sitting there being like, is he really doing the big dog number thing?
Why did he show up on the stream?
Well, because he thought Aiden wouldn't know enough about it, which, to be fair, Aiden didn't do his research when meeting with him. They allegedly had a previous conversation that I said this on Dicker's stream, and I'll say it again. Aiden, if you hear this, you should leak that call, because Cameron says that you're lying live on your show There's like, no, you didn't say that. You didn't tell me this before we started. You didn't. And he's just outline saying that that you're lying on his show. I say leak it. I'm not usually one to say leak certain things. We're gonna get into things I'm not gonna reveal to you guys, obviously, because there are things that are off the record.
So we're not gonna get into it
What do you mean?
because you said I'm gonna get into things I'm not gonna talk about.
Oh
So that
no,
means
I'm
we're
gonna
not
lay I'm gonna lay the groundwork of what I will and will not cover today.
But by saying what you're not gonna cover, are you?
It's all
inherently
public. It's
covering
all
it?
public information. We will get there. We will get there. But you know, I'm just gonna say it now, Cameron. You're looking guiltier and guiltier every day. I'm waiting for your video, buddy. Where is it at? I've been waiting. Is it gonna be as shit as the last one? I don't know. Hi, Fudge. Thank you so much for subscribing. Oh my God, Dickers raid! Hello, Dick Riders! Dick Riders, hello!
Hi, Dickers. I hope
Thank you for the raid.
9-hour stream went well. 8-hour stream.
9 hours?
Yeah, the
It was like about
Dickers
7
raid!
hours when I had to go do homework. Jeez, had to do housework.
Well, all the Europeans have all the stamina.
Yeah. They do got the stamina. How long have you been waiting, Falgi? I've been waiting a while. Been waiting a while for this. Dickers, if you're still in chat, I was talking you up, saying that your conversation with Cameron was hilarious. Truly one of those funnier fucking moments. I love it. Listen, if people are gonna talk shit and then run out of a call to then go into another call bitching and moaning about the person who presses them, I don't know what to tell you. It's insane. Again, Cameron, maybe you shouldn't be like literally looking for stuff live, and it clearly sounds like you're cutting things live. Like, it literally like, oh, I found the clip. The clip is constantly changing minute times. Really weird.
Wait, the thing is...
Hope you all have a great stream.
Thank you,
I'll
thank
catch
you,
the VOD
Robin.
after work.
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Is my bed made? Yeah.
Is your bed made? We can't have
No.
another Akito. V.
No, my bed is made. The big thing is like my dog. She's right there. You can't see her right now. If this is your first time on the stream. That's my dog Leia. When we reach tip goals, she does get a treat. But she won't mess it up. I made it, and then immediately she went from side to side on the bed, and it was very, very weird, very, very interesting. Yeah, but
I was also gonna say real quick, like, didn't also Cameron do that with Diesel, where he was, like, just trying to stall for time, like trying to find a call and never
Yes.
did?
yes, he openly, unironically did a 20-minute pregnant pause on Aiden's stream, looking for an audio clip, and Aiden's telling him how to use
Crazy.
audio editing software. Like this kid has never done it before. It's an intentional act.
I meant to send this to Dickers. You can
Oh,
have
thank
it.
Hey, Droid, thank you,
We'll,
thank you.
we'll
thank
pass
you.
it along.
Yes,
Dickers,
he completely does
we
it
have
to
$2 of your
frustrate.
dollars.
Yeah, thank you. He completely does it to frustrate the conversation. The problem is it just makes him look worse. I've never seen someone so bad at debating that it makes him look like an idiot. It's really weird. He then tries to big dog Aiden, talk about his numbers, and it's weird.
I need 10 minutes to review this 40-second call.
I know, it's so bizarre. Little Booty, thank you.
I skibbity the hawk to you, no cap, I'm a goon.
Falgi's AC is working overtime. No, it's just really cold in Jersey right now. It's been like 80
Oh,
degrees.
it's nice and warm
no,
out
it's
here.
not 80, sorry. It's been like 50 to 60 degrees for the past couple days because it's been raining constantly. So I'm like, I'm not wearing a t-shirt today. Yeah, it's extremely wet over here, so it's definitely not worth it. It's hot in LA. Oh, this is a fun fact for people who actually give a shit. I'll be at VidCon. I don't know what to do with that information. So come see me. I'm not famous. Cloudy and I will be at VidCon this year, seeing some YouTuber friends. If for some reason you're magically there, you could come say hi. I don't know what to do. at a VidCon thing. They still have VidCon, yeah. It'll be June 19th through the 21st. So kind of excited for that. I get to see some YouTuber friends that is gonna be really cool. Which is nice. I don't get to do that very often. Visit Bo Black's. Doesn't he live out of his like car? Like you can visit Bo Black's like picking up like crack on the side of a road. I don't know what to tell you.
Wow.
Oh, Lord help me. Yes, Major Windy, yes.
Italian brothers unite, natural born drama tubers.
Yeah, that's really weird. Like a lot of us Italians do drama. That's like fucking insane. What? Yeah.
Falgi, no. The VidCon curse.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Jar may start running from you IRL.
I mean, he
Listen,
keeps
I don't think he has enough money to make the trip.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. Again, he keeps running from me. I'm waiting for the jarism to like pop. Like he keeps saying that he doesn't know me, but then asks people in the background about me. I don't understand what he's doing anymore. But it is what it is. Yes, but chat, more importantly, let's talk about the excellent video from Cope and Seethe, aka Beckett. Yes, chat, you knew it, I knew it. We were working behind the scenes on that video. Big shout out to Jenny and Beckett.
Jenny from the block.
No, don't say Jenny from the block. Jenny's
Why
very
not?
nice. Jenny
That's
very
why I
nice.
said it. That's why I call her that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a term of endearment.
The ginger himself does have a soul. Oh yeah, if this is your first time here, Just the Robot is afraid of me. That's a fun fact for you. But yes. It's so interesting. So we worked on it. We did a lot of the research behind it. Big ups to Jenny and Beckett for giving us the opportunity to work on it. It was a really fun collaboration. There was a lot of stuff that went into it. It's gonna be very interesting. Oh God, no.
Do you know about Dicker's pony Sona? Very cloppable.
Okay, so Dickers live said that he clops. That was really crazy. I can't believe that he
Amazing.
said that.
Amazing words. Clip
I'm
it.
really happy that he admitted it. Chat, we've reached our
Wow.
goal
Already.
Give that dog a treat.
Already.
Dog emoji.
All right, chat, you know what time it is. If this is your first time on the Op Block, we have a song here. We feed that dog. It's time to feed the puppers. It's time to give her treats. It's time to feed the dog now. On the Op Block stream tonight. Yes, chat. That's, oh God, she's like right behind me. She was right there. Chat, here's the dog.
My
Go
cat's
get
sleeping
it.
behind me.
Greg, you're hiding the
He's a
dog.
little
Greg,
furball.
stop hiding the dog.
No.
Good girl. And that, chat, you have won another goal. And here on the Op Block, if we reach another super chat goal, that dog will get more treats.
Mason, her name is Leia, like
yes,
Princess
that is my
Leia.
dog, Leia. Yes, like Princess Leia, unintentionally, I do like Star Wars, but that was her name. So it's very cool. Feed that dog ×2. But yes, chat, more importantly, we're going to go over Beckett's video today. We're going to be going over some of the research that we did, some of the things that weren't included in the video. Here are some of the
I helped
things
do
that
editor's notes
yes,
for the
well-
video.
Well, yeah, not necessarily. Well, we didn't edit the video, so
Well, I know. I just gave like some notes.
it was really cool. That video
Beckett
came
did all
out
the
really,
work.
really well. Really happy about it. Obviously, I didn't do anything to edit the thing. Is the redheaded British man joining us? I think he's asleep.
Yeah, let him sleep. He deserves his rest.
Yeah, Beckett, I didn't know that Max didn't help with that video.
With Ryan
No.
Drummond, one
Alright.
of the Sonic.
Alright, here we go. I'm just gonna put it in the background. I didn't know Max didn't help with that video, so I was very confused and disoriented when I heard that. I was like, oh shit, Beckett really did do this by himself. That's insane.
VidCon? Time to take the parasociality offline.
That's what we're hoping for.
That's
and
what
you
I'm
can
hoping
give,
for, yeah.
You can give Valji money in person.
You can literally give me cash like an ATM live and alive. Holy shit, IUB, Night Angel, thank you guys so much for subscribing.
And thank you for the tips also.
And thank you guys for the tips. It's very, very cool. For what I know, Max didn't edit this one, which I found.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that either.
Yeah, apparently he didn't.
I mean, like, when we were, like, chatting, or you were chatting back with, like, fucking Beckett, he was in the trenches, so I assume he just wanted to, like...
Yeah, we were burning,
hands-on
like,
as much
oil.
as possible.
Yeah, I literally was, like, dying at certain points, because it's like, while I'm not editing, I would get, like, a text at, like, 2 a.m. my time. Hey, I need this random screenshot. I'm like,
dang, sorry.
Shit, I already gave this to him. I don't know where it is. Searches through all of my notes. Searches through, like, hundreds of notes of, like, where's the screenshot? And I'm like, okay, found this screenshot, link. Oh, I need a scroll of this, link. And I'm just laughing because it's really, really funny. They banned you from the YouTube drama subreddit about talking about Claire and Black Griffin. We'll talk about that a little bit. This video is very hard to address without talking about them because they are a part of the video. But I do want to make something a little bit clear. First and foremost, things that I will not cover are interviews and topics that are off the record. Yes, you will see it if it's not your first time watching the video. I did get in contact with Saber Spark. That is an off the record conversation. Very cool for letting us talk with him. And I did have the opportunity to reach out to Claire as well. And that kind of snowballed into the interviews that you will see in the video on that side. So anything.
Nuts? Is that just fucking nuts?
Yeah, it was very interesting. I'm not releasing those DMs or emails because that's an off the record conversation that literally everything, especially from, I'll say this, stuff from Claire was already public on her profile, which is something that's really, really crazy that people don't realize that on Claire's profile, she pinned her interaction with Brony Fan and how psychotic he was with her. And for some reason, barely nobody looks at that in the conversation of the story. Now, again, it goes without saying, I'm not the definitive or the de facto individual that's going to say that Saberspark did not commit any of the things that are being alleged, as well as Black Griffin. The only thing that I can physically do is look at the body of evidence presented and the lack thereof research and come to the determination if it meets a specific muster for life ruination. That's always been our thing. That's the ethos of this channel. Mason, Brain Droid, thank you guys so much for subscribing. Welcome,
thank you.
welcome. So that's what's going to be the focus of any conversations that we're going to have on this. I don't think it's appropriate to release DMs like that, especially when a lot of that stuff is in the video proper, if not just sourced through them being open, like specifically Claire being open with us about it. But it's one of the things that frustrated me with the story, and it was one of the things that I discussed with Beckett, and I'm very happy that we were able to do it. I was very frustrated personally doing the research and recognizing that the people at the heart of this story were never talked to. It was both mine, because it'll come up in the video, both Beck and I agreed that Gabe, aka Black Griffin, would not be interviewed for this process, mainly because, it wouldn't have been effective for the video. I really think that Claire and Michelle's testimony speaks for itself and stands on itself. And at the end of the day, those are the people that they are constantly claiming are victims in this story who have, A, rallied against that feeling, and B, just generally weren't heard. And that was something that in our talks with the both of them, obviously stuff is in the video, stuff is off record, blah, 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 blah. It was very much the sentiment of, these are two adult women. They're 25 now. Like, they're both 25. These are two adult women who literally just want to be heard and then left alone. Regardless of how you feel, about how Gabe came into their lives, how long Gabe has known about them, or even Gabe's previous interactions on the internet, which again, I've discussed it. The DeviantArt stuff is a kind of creepy and weird. I get it was a different time. He was 20, blah, 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 blah. But again, those are some of the things that, like, I completely understand with you. But saying, hey, Claire, hey, Michelle, shut up and sit down. You're not the victims we want right now, is really weird. It's a very, very disorienting part of this story that I felt like was very untoward. And listen, people can still feel the way they feel about a relationship. I'm not going to tell you not to. I have my own personal feelings. I can tell you right now, those were made known to them. Like, big shout outs to Beckett. I'm sure he'll talk about it a little bit more. That was bar none made known, that we had our own biases and suspicions, and that's what it was. And to their credit, Michelle and Claire were like, okay, we understand. Like, to their credit. And that's, you know, I just like kind of just characterizing a conversation. I'm not going to go into the specifics, but I do want to highlight that because I know that people are going to, because I've seen the comments, oh, you guys are doing a puff piece for Black Griffin and stuff like that. Oh, you're disregarding Destiny Doodles, who randomly showed up in the comments of Beckett's video, started arguing with motherfuckers, and then deleted all of her comments. That's the most mentally ill thing to do. You can have your opinions, just, you do know that, like,
Evidence them.
Yeah, you don't have to
Evidence those opinions.
Yes.
Destiny Doodles worth a police report.
Exactly, like, just do that. Yes, really, I wish I have the singular comment we could grab, because I didn't know she was fighting in comments with people. But I really just wanted to highlight that, because that's, like, one of the things is, there are genuine points in this video that are the terminally-est of online. So to start this video, I do want to highlight something before we get into it, because I feel like it's really, really important in my opinion. It kind of characterizes a lot of things that I've seen. First and foremost, for some reason, Amy knew, you know what, let me go to the thing real quick. Camera watch.
Close the thing.
There we go. I know it's gonna...
Do you know about Dicker's pony Sona?
I do.
Very
I
clothable.
do. It always replays like the last, like, donos. It's really weird when it does that. So, we're gonna go to my Twitter for a second for a variety of reasons, because there are updates that I have via my Twitter that I do kind of want to highlight real quick. Let me just lower the Fugies a little bit. Falgi, why do you look like a fucking bro right now? Because I am a fucking bro.
I seen Courtney Pete at the top right. Oh boy.
Yeah, I know. It's gonna tell me to follow Courtney Pete. Thank you. Yeah, like, subscribe, do all the shit. The hot take, fuck Courtney Pete. I don't really give a shit. Fuck them. I literally don't care. If they want to talk shit, they're currently fighting online. In the midst of all this, they're currently fighting online about allegedly an adult that doesn't like them pretending to be a minor in their Discord and gay-opping them because she's weird around people and does the pseudo-adoption like Leadhead. I'm literally like, what are you talking about? What are you saying? Like why are you... Don't engage in this. Do not engage in this. I looked at the Twitter and I'm like, oh, this person. Oh, this is a mentally ill human being. This is like I'm not, you know me. I mean, but this is like Yes, I did, Pinker.
You used my Becky out in your thumbnail. Look, Mama Becky, I'm famous.
Yes, Pinker, you made some beautiful art. We're really, really, really cool with it. Thank you. I'm gonna put you in the
description.
I'm gonna put you in the description.
I couldn't fucking remember who posted it, so I was gonna wait until later to check.
Yeah, you were gonna look. I know you were looking for it, but let's go to my Twitter because there's a couple updates. If you don't know, this is a side tangent. Metal Gear Solid, Cynthia Harrell came back to do Snake Eater. I have listened to the new version of Snake Eater. This is only for the music nerds who understand. Beckett for the $4.99. Thank you. Oh my gosh.
Lost my job this week.
Oh no.
Sharing the love, so maybe my good karma will come back in spades.
Yes, it will.
Crossed fingers emoji. Also just gave the Benetweens treats, so layer some too.
Thank you. I'm very sorry
Thank
that you
you.
lost your job. And
Good luck to you. It is tough out there, but you will find something soon.
Yeah, you have the skills. You know, you're gonna find it. Jesus Christ, Sazaki can't talk with the $4.99.
Thank you.
You're pretending to be a minor to bait me side eyes. Are you worried about being baited into?
You know, Hazaki, I say that. This is just a side tangent for my music nerds in the chat. I listened to the new version of Snake Eater. Very happy with some of the reorchestration. Also, just happy that it was very clear that Cynthia, as an older woman, knows like her range of voice, and they were able to accommodate some of the changes in her range, as well as like not necessarily the timbre of her voice, but just how much she could do. And so it was really good. I'm really looking forward to the rest of that game. Hopefully, Konami doesn't fuck that up. They probably will. But let's go all the way to yesterday. So, so yesterday, let's start. Amy knew. So this is Phony Bonkers. Phony Bonkers is a fake Brony Fan account. Hey, Kat, what's going on, buddy?
Hawk 2 and spit on that thing. How's everyone tonight?
I'm glad you spit on me. I love it.
Stop.
I was
leave.
gonna make a joke, but it would be inappropriate, and you would not want me to make that joke, Velji.
Listen. We can all make jokes. I am gonna check my Blue Sky Live because I know Brony Fan has been live tweeting every time a video comes out. So Brony Fan good to see you again.
I won't make the joke, Velji. Don't push it. I won't make the joke at your expense. I promise.
Oh,
don't ask me to say it. Don't ask me to say it.
So
it would ruin you.
So fucking Amy News says get a life to a fake Brony Fan account. And I go on like, only if someone would follow their own advice. I guess tonight will shake up to be very interesting. Amy New, I'm shaking in my boots.
She knows you.
Hold up.
How about you shake a job application?
Well, no. You don't understand. She's married to a voice actor. Definitely married to Big Macintosh. Immediate block, so I cannot respond to her. So you are shaking in your boots. That's on you. I don't know what to tell you. And let's be real. Amy's going to be mentioned in the conversation. I have some information on Amy that she probably won't love. But, you know, that's just life and how it works. So that happens. And then as we go back to my Twitter. So, Brony Fan for those who don't know, Brony Fan came back yesterday. He came back literally like about 2 to 3 hours before the video reveal. So, I go on to say, in an unsurprising turn, Brony Fan is back on Blue Sky, feigning responsibility while engaging in cry-bullying and sympathy baiting. Unfortunately, this casts doubts on the authenticity of their claims regarding suicide. I'll be a buck. I'm at the point where I don't give a fuck. It was suicide baiting. That's what he did. We will read the Blue Sky messages, tweets, whatever the fuck he calls them, and you yourself can determine if you feel like it was suicide baiting. I think it was suicide baiting.
Bro, who the fuck uses Blue Sky?
Honestly, all of these fucking weirdos run to Blue Sky because it's a little bit easier to run the Blue Sky because people can't find them. It's very annoying that they think that you cannot be found. So, Brony Fan goes on to say, I've been out of the hospital for a few days now. Anyone I owed an apology to, I gave one. I did mess up. I was under intense pressure and being attacked by people far worse than myself, and it doesn't excuse me for sharing things the victim told me in confidence. I did wrong to them. I still, however, will not pretend to owe the internet an apology. People want to blame me for KP. The victim is not a toddler. When I recommended KP, she considered it before reaching out to her, and KP convinced her she could help too. We were misled, and both of us suffered due to KP. Oh, boo! So sad.
I'm right now. I'm playing
Yes,
the world's smallest violin.
I, the schizophrenic stalker, am the real victim here.
No, he's
Not-
gonna walk to another
not the-
bridge, chat! He's gonna sit at the edge of another bridge!
Not the woman I've been stalking relentlessly and harassing for years. I, the stalker, am the real victim here.
Oh, no.
Because I can't log off Twitter.
Is it strange that during a live video in the love chat, Courtney was crashing out? I don't know a lot about Courtney Orchard. We'll probably do a stream on her soon.
Any fan don't. I nominate you to the Get a Job challenge.
Cat.
Challenge impossible.
You do like, listen, they frequent the zoo very much. It's a very weird thing. I'm not gonna lie. They're always taking pictures of red pandas. It's very suspect.
It's very expensive to visit the zoo that much.
Yeah, they're constantly saying
By
like,
your pet.
like they constantly do like the like Little Mermaid. It's like, I want to be where the pandas are. I want to see. Want to
You practiced
see
this.
them prancing.
You knew this was coming up and you
definitely
practiced for this.
this.
No,
Yeah.
I didn't practice it. My brain just did it immediately.
Nice.
Cap.
No, my brain is like this. But let's continue. No one fights for me, so as unpopular as it is to do, I still will. Most people are upset with me, are worse than me. Some are far worse. That would be me. Hi, Brony Fan, don't. The next time you walk near a bridge, please, please, please send me a picture. There are some who are genuine. There's plenty of fair criticisms. Blaming me for KP and demanding police involvement are not fair criticisms. Let's have a conversation real quick. Brony Fandom did not know what rain was and did not want to even entertain the idea of going to the police. Why? Because of the fact Brony Fandom believes only in internet justice. Does this sound like someone who went on a 72-hour hold that is definitely still in a depressive suicidal state and is regretting their actions and how they acted out and scared people, their loved ones? Weird, right?
No.
Really
Yeah,
weird.
The very first thing I would not expect from somebody who is taken in for their own safety would be to go back to Twitter or Blue Sky.
Mm-hmm.
Here's
I mean, they
my
can't go
hot
back to
take.
Twitter
PPA
right now,
who
so-
want to perish, don't go live to 1,000 plus PPA on Twitter.
Uh-huh.
That's why I said or Ash.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Baiting as if anyone's gonna miss a Falcon Goon.
Thank you, Yen. Thank you, Hinzaki. Yeah, we're gonna get there. So this is my favorite part. This is when you know this motherfucker is so insane, so schizophrenic that you're just like, oh, he's just stupid. Oh, it was all fake. Oh, that's nice to know it was all fake. During my time in the hospital, I made new friends. One of them a woman who was raped by a man in the military. She is currently going through the police to try and get her to face consequences, but the police doubt her, interrogate her, and make her worried about what will happen.
Interrogated her?
Did everybody stand up and clap?
Convenient that during his 72-hour hold or so, he somehow meets the one person who has a rape allegation that could never be helped by the police, further cementing his feelings about ACAB. Like, listen, let's be very honest. There are a lot of issues with allegations of rape and sexual abuse in the United States and the way that it's investigated. If you've ever been the victim of a stalker, you would know that it's very, very difficult with that.
And that woman's name? Albert Einstein.
Thank you, Sai, for the 2. Thank you, thank
Oh my
you.
god.
Like-
also, there's another Lolicon Brony who was also ACAB. What was his name?
Oh, you mean Dansburst? Oh,
Dansburst
God.
was his name.
It's almost
you were
like I
saying-
continue to open a glue factory.
I thought you were gonna say Brian Mullins the Fox. But
Did he?
He's not. He's not
I
a
mean,
horse.
we don't. For,
Did
I'm
he
gonna
give her
keep it a
consent?
buck.
No.
I'm gonna keep
Oh,
it
go
a
ahead.
buck. I know I usually throw the stone. I was already forgetting Dansburst existed.
You made the
You
first
did make the
thumbnail.
thumbnail. You made the original
Yeah, I know.
thumbnail.
I know I also casted the first stone, but
Yes,
hoping
we
I
did.
remember them.
You did. You've constantly casted first stones.
I've
It's
been
really
to a
funny.
mental hospital 3 times. Bullshit.
You know why I usually cast the first stone? Because
you're
I ain't in
without sin.
glass houses.
We'll get there. But again,
I'll never be in a glass house.
very conveniently, that Brony Fandom finds the only person in the psych ward that would perpetuate his claims about everyone being mad at the victim for not, okay, we know it's Emily Jones. I don't need to fucking beat around the bush anymore. Her name is Emily Jones on her YouTube. We have her DMs. I didn't ask Beckett for them before because he's currently sleeping. We'll get to the only DM that matters, the only DM I want from Beckett, but we'll get there. It led to her being where I was, on hold for our safety from ourselves, and she's not better now than out. She still has to keep going through it. I didn't need to know her story to know police isn't always or even usually a solution. Too many of you, I wish, heard it from her directly. We're not going into the
That's not-
psych ward. That's weird.
If this was also, oh my god, if this story's true, this is not your story to tell.
Nope.
You fucking loser.
Yeah, he's a fucking loser. Literally walked to another bridge. I do not care.
I mean, would it be uncouth of me to say it seems like he has delusions of grandeur?
100% he is delusions of
100%.
grandeur. Yeah. He is a grandiose schizophrenic.
Yeah, I was also thinking schizophrenia. I'm glad I'm
Yeah.
not the only one.
Yeah, he's a grandiose schizophrenic. He has delusions of grandeur. Identifying the way his account, specifically when it came to his roleplay account, was a god among men in the Brony community, is very weird and very telling of just his ego, and his ego is so hurt.
A god among men? You mean a god amongst children?
Yes. Yeah, pretty much. Let's see. Brony Fandom goes on to say, I've never accused any innocent person on these accounts. I thought I built enough trust with how I took care of Griffin. You didn't take care of Griffin. You were...
That's why people don't trust you. Because you keep accusing Griffin.
Yeah, fun fact, and I don't know why I have to say this. Brother, you accused Griffin to the point where people found out you're a fucking Fulcon, and you defend it. Now, chat, if you don't remember, Fulcons is the lolicon of the Brony community. And I saw somebody the other in a chat being like, horses don't have the same age. Thank you, Panda Slowpoke. Horses don't have the same age as humans. Foals are still a real thing. They're literally still a real thing. And the show itself delineates the characters' ages. It's why, while they're not aged specifically, there are really tiny horses with young children doing the voices, and then larger horses with adults doing the voices. Weird that an
So not only is this
11-year-old
weirdo-
doesn't...
Not gonna lie, it's not something to argue. It's like the dude, he thinks it's a child, so it doesn't fucking matter what you want to debate, bro, about.
Yeah.
Not only is this weirdo touching himself to horses, he's touching himself to baby horses.
Yeah. Again, he's literally doing all of this live on main, and we'll get to his schizophrenic defense of that when we'll
It's-
get there.
It's just like the fact you have to make another word for it. Like
Mhm.
like the original.
Yeah.
It's bad enough, but we have to make another term.
Yeah, we have to. Like, it's so weird. On main, exactly. Yes, Vosh does have competition. Blood, we'll get to that. We will get there. I didn't plan on covering Saber, but when KP pushed the testimony to me, I still wanted to help the victim, so I covered it anyways. People had less trust than I expected. Now, it's important to highlight that's not true. That is, in the great words of Whitey from 8 Crazy Nights, that's a technical foul.
Please don't.
No.
Let's
Blow
continue.
my fucking brains out.
Brony Fandom goes on to say, let me make this clear, no matter what you believe about me or otherwise, what happened to the victim happened as she said it did. Saber dismissing it should have been enough for you, but it largely was. And I hope one day the victim can prove herself to you. Brony Fandom, I am not a hero. I am not a clout chaser. I'm not a liar or a manipulator. Not a perfect person or the wrong person. I am someone who gave enough of a shit to keep trying, and I only stood out because not enough of you would do the same. I've helped people, and it's easy for you to say otherwise. I don't know if I'll continue. I don't have access to the Twitter anymore, and I'm not the one who locked it. Again, to reiterate, if you guys remember, the Brony Fandom account was shared by 2 people. Sophie Scruggs, who will be featured in the video, as well as Brony Fandom. He has no access to it, but he has access to his blue sky, and that's hilarious. I also know that this motherfucker is watching every video, watching every stream, mama maxing it up. It's very, very interesting. Now, also, for those who don't know, this Helena Hyena account also belongs to Brony Fandom. Let's see what his grippy sock vacation taught him. Republicans living
Chad, I
kills
just found a
everyone.
whole tin of zins in my backpack.
You fuck.
Let's go.
I actually need
gonna be a good
week.
drink. I don't do nicotine. Maybe I'll start.
No,
Why?
stop.
It's crazy.
Says a fucking person who works in the medical field. Oh, let me just go back.
Oh,
to
so
the thing
Cat
that's
can
gonna
do it and I
fucking kill
can't?
me.
Fuck off.
Yeah, he's young. He's young. He'll bounce back. You can't.
Mhm,
You're
mhm.
old news.
You're 30s.
Oh my god. So
Your 30s parentheses derogatory.
yes. Yes, Bonk's persona, their private persona account is trans. So that is an important thing to note. But Helena Hyena goes on to say, Republicans living kills everyone, including themselves. And then, they made another post. I know I've gone on a while already, but final clarification. I never told anyone to not go to the police. Not once. I've just never suggested it and never will. That is saying that's telling them not to go to the police. You're a fucking moron. You also contradict previous statements where you say victims shouldn't go to the police. There's only internet justice. I do not care. This doesn't make sense. You are lying on main. It is hilarious. But let's continue. You're the problem.
What's the goal? Like, what's the ultimate goal of internet justice, internet vigilantism? Like, how does that solve anything for you, for
The
anyone?
goal is he's mentally ill.
Yeah.
That's the goal. There is no.
I don't know why
end
I'm trying to dig deeper.
Well, no,
deeper into
That
it.
he is like deeply mentally ill, and like no one is like
Yeah.
just taking the internet away from him because he is not doing well.
Well, let's be real. It is clout driven. It is a perceived feeling of he is like the superior human being. It's very, very delusional. This person is very mentally ill. And I'll be very honest. I can get to laugh at the mentally ill when they're this stupid. When
I
they're
thought you could
there,
say when they're this funny.
yeah, when they're this funny and this malicious, it's actually insane. Cal, I understand when victims don't, but if you want to create an expose on someone for a crime, you need to report it first, knowing it won't go anywhere. Cal, exactly. As much as it sucks, and again, I understand for a lot of men and women. I've been in and around nurses who do sane evaluations, which are sexual abuse nursing evals. So if someone does say that they were raped, like these are the people that are doing the medical evaluation for a rape kit and things like that. The reality is that you can look up the statistic. It's very sad, the underreported and underinvestigated and underused rape kits in America. It is very depressing.
100,000.
Yeah, it's a really
100,000.
depressing statistic. But that doesn't mean that you prevent this individual from at least receiving resources like a therapist, like self-help groups, like a fucking like anything, like things that Rain can provide. Rain isn't perfect either. I still personally recommend going to the police, but Rain will, if you choose to go to the police, literally directly link you. It's part of what their funding does. It's part of what they do, is able to link you with your local authorities. It's the same thing with the National Centers for Missing and Exploited Children. I know because I reported Dan's Burst to them. I know what the fuck they do. It's the whole. Go on, Greg.
No, we're literally beating a dead horse here, but it's like there's like a, I don't know why you wouldn't just recommend the police, other than the fact that you don't like them and don't trust them, blah 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 blah. But then you'd at least get everybody on your side by saying we went through the proper authority channels. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's just. Bleh.
Here's Amy New blocking me. And
I do think like another reason that he just like don't go to places because then he just wouldn't be found out that he's just doesn't actually give a shit about people and he's just doing it for his own like self-satisfaction.
So the legitimate problem with not going to the police for Emily's sake. Now, if Emily is truly a victim of Saber Spark, which again, I can't prove anything to support her claims.
It's been 10 fucking years.
Well, it's not just
Even
that.
longer than that. 13 years, right?
It's not that. The issue is that Emmy didn't come forward by herself because of her own issues in the past. And while that is very sad, like the stuff like the Ryan Drummond stuff that'll be gone over in the video or other things like that, it's very sad. It's very depressing. I don't like that. This is like, you can't just bring things up with no evidence as a like no person anonymously, and so when everyone is fighting on your behalf, you can slink in the back. Because let's be real, I said this again, if Brony Fandom actually decided to take his own life, it is Emily's fault, wholesale, no stop. Sorry, I'll be honest, that is my belief. You can fight me on it till kingdom come, but it's not Saber Spark's fault. It's not really Black Griffin's fault. It's not Claire's fault. It's not Michelle's fault. Let it be my fault. I don't give a fuck. It's not, but, you know, I told him he needs to get mental health help. He needed to unplug. I told him to do it live when he was in the chat. Again, it is personally Emily's fault for hiding behind him as a shield, because to this day, because this video is released, but to this day, she has not publicly said anything and tweets like there is nothing wrong. I understand that people are be like, yes, let's blame KP. I'll be very honest, I don't blame KP.
I blame her for other things.
I can blame her for other things.
For a lot of other
I
things.
cannot blame her for what he would do.
No account made past 6 months. Mine is 4. Am I okay?
No.
Come back
No.
in July.
Yeah.
Yes, if you want to join the Discord, please join the Discord. Please note that your Discord account needs to be older than 6 months. It's just a rule for the Discord. It's just a way to keep from brigading and things like that. Yes, it's also an 18 plus Discord. If you are not 18 or above, you and I are going to, we will find you, I will ban you, it'll be a whole thing, and I will shame you publicly.
I hate being reminded of brony terms. Feed pupper.
It's okay, be around the
Alright,
stream long enough. Oh shit, we hit the goal before the video! All right, it's
Oh,
time.
Grab
long
treats.
stream.
Let's feed a different dog this time.
It's time to feed the puppers. Cat's also feeding his dogs. It's time to feed the dog now.
Oh shit! I have to go feed my cat.
Enzo,
I'll be
trae tu
right
culo
back.
para acá, te voy a dar comida.
Every dog and cat is being fed tonight. All right, Leia. Look at her go, chat. Look at her go. Good job, girl. And chat, you win another goal if we reach 15 super chats. We
Hey, cat, speak more Spanish. Sorry, I don't do that for free anymore.
Or any less.
I love how she just fucking leaves every time she gets a treat now. It's really funny. She's like,
She's sick of you.
okay. She like quite legitimately just leaves every time.
See you in
she gets a
15
treat.
super chats. Flips you off. Walks out the door.
She's like, it's in my writer. Peace out, bitches. Yeah, this
Is it my
dog.
contact? I don't have to be on camera unless I'm getting
I
food.
know, it's so fucking funny. I wonder if I could put the dog in my taxes now, since she is an on-camera
No.
talent.
No.
No. The treats. I would fight for the treats, maybe.
I know, I would fight for the treats, what I'm
Charmy and
saying.
Ellie say thanks for extra treats.
Thank you, Bennett.
Smiley face emoji.
Bennett, if you're in the Discord,
I
we have
do, thank you.
a pet
Abiu
chat where
became
you
a
can post
member.
pics of pets.
All right, chat. Let's get into this video. Now, chat, I am going to be speeding it up a little bit. Just because this is probably the 7th time I've heard this video, because I heard it behind the scenes when we were making sure that everything was copacetic with it. So, chat.
To be real, I listened to it at 2 in the morning, then I fell asleep again. Woke up at 4, and video was still going.
Hey, Space Fox, thank you.
Feed the
thank you.
pup attacks. Also new subscriber tax.
Thank you, Space. Thank you,
Wag.
thank you.
It's all new subs. You have to dono. It's I don't make the
Yes.
rules. It's just the
Didn't mean
rule.
like that.
Yes, if every new sub can dono, be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Listen, if you're a lurker, make your lurking heard. You could do it. Let's get into it.
You know, normally, I love it when my autistic obsession with the Brony community breaks into more mainstream commentary.
I'm gonna go grab
but this
water, I'll
particular
be right
drama
back.
is one that I very nearly didn't cover at all. Because when the allegations made by I Love Kim Possible a lot against Saberspark dropped, I was already aware of their connection to the wider Black Griffin drama, which, I'll be honest with you, is a complete bloody headache. Now, while this video won't go into detail about those allegations, understanding that wider drama, which revolves around and indeed hinges upon persuading somebody's wife that their now husband groomed them, is unfortunately the only way to actually explain why any of this happened at all. So while my long-term dodging of this story might make me a bit of a Johnny-come-lately, I've put in work over the last week or so to really unpick what's been happening behind the scenes to give you all a clear view of the insanity that's been occurring. And I do mean insanity, because what I have for you today is a drama that stretches back over a decade, all the way to the animation analysis community. I've heard your house described as the home for wayward bronies, to be fair to her.
Yeah, it was that way for a long time until I got over it.
I'm kind of fascinated just at hearing stories about her at cons. Was she just always this crazy?
So this is Casey. Casey is the wife of Henry, who is Saber Spark's lead editor. Nice lady. I spoke with her briefly prior to this interview, off the record, just giving her a heads up. To characterize that conversation just really briefly, Emily behind the scenes was using old Skype messages that she was attached to, one of which was Casey and her husband's.
Oh,
So
right.
I let them know because I didn't feel like it was right to not. It was weird. It didn't make any sense because, again, this girl wasn't providing any proof, and her information, Emily's information, essentially was, I knew these people. Here's how I know them. Skype log or like chat messages. And then it's like, but you seemingly don't have the ones with Saber Spark? Weird. Why are you showing off these messages but not those messages? Very strange. Very weird.
Rachel? Crazy isn't the right word. Entitled is the right word. Clueless is the right word.
So welcome to the rabbit hole, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to show you what happened to all those people who used to unironically refer to themselves
that's
as
all she
horse
had.
famous. Let's get into it.
Belgium, pause it.
Yep.
Would you consider yourself a horse famous now?
No.
Horse
I
fame
would-
is like horse infamy, right? Isn't it like a negative connotation to it?
No. Horse famous can be that you were famous in the brony
Okay.
community.
Okay, then hold on.
What would
Brony's in chat. Is Felgy now horse famous?
No. I will say
I
this.
said chat.
I will say this. I don't think I'm horse famous. I do have horse infamy. I don't know if it's horse infamy.
Donkey infamous.
Hey, chickity chick, hee-haw, hee-haw. It's Dominic the donkey, chickity chick. It's a Christmas Italian song. It's the Italian Christmas donkey, la 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 la. No, I am lovingly the Italian stallion. It is a thing. It's very funny. I have 2 pony sonas technically. One drawn by Beetle Pins. If you're ever looking for brony art, Beetle Pins is your person.
Sure.
And then Lovingly by Blue Yokai drew me as the Italian stallion. Great. At this point, is there a Grim Reaper for the brony community?
Tusky tipped $1. Guys, let me tell you this. What do you think
Oh
of
my
when
God.
I say, great animated show? A few things might pop up in your mind like Steven Universe or SpongeBob. Well, the greatest animated show of all time, and is probably the greatest show period, is MLP.
No, Tusky. Why are you doing
Is this a copy pasta? Am I getting?
This feels like
am
a
I-
copy pasta, Tusky. Feels like a live copy pasta.
This felt like just Tumblr communities.
Yeah, if there's a Pony Reaper is Child Protective Services.
Our Grim Reaper was outed as a pedo, so not anymore.
Oh, that's
fucking
it.
crazy.
Wait, are you for real? Wait. What? Wait, there was a Grim Reaper of the fucking pony community and he was a pedo? That's hysterical. I'm sorry. Yes, Scarlet Reaper is a creeper.
But sacrificing putting children at risk because you don't want to publicly speak out about this behavior.
Your fans aren't your peers.
Something better could come
What's up,
out of
Ace?
this.
Mommy Elmer, the
Talk to
way I
us.
be taking horses to
Firstly,
the glue
given that
factory.
this is a drama finding its origin points back in 2012, as you can imagine, there are a fair amount of moving parts and various parties who are involved. But my interest lies almost solely, at least at the moment, in the allegations being leveled against Saberspark and frankly, how they were platformed in the first place. So, we're actually going to begin.
More like Groom Reaper.
Thank you. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's,
On May the 1st this year, when I Love Kim Possible a Lot, also known as KP, released a video she'd been working on for the last several months on DA Games. Now, KP has been knocking around YouTube for a significant period of time, with the channel dating back to 2007, though she'd reached the height of her popularity in 2014, having started to gain traction in the brony community in 2013. Now, I have a soft spot for this little community, because it's produced some fantastic dramas over the years. Regular viewers will be aware of my
Okay, we will go over the Toon Critic call one of these days. The Toon Critic thing is funny as fuck.
session with a creator from this community known as Toon Critic, who was caught trying to solicit nudes from a minor through My Little Pony erotic roleplay.
A brony reviewer.
Oh, no, not Dr. Wolf!
Goon, 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 goon.
Thank you, Goat Cato. God damn it. Guys, this is one of my favorite people on the internet. Dr. Wolf.
We're named Toon Critic Y2K, a person with whom I and many others have worked.
Wait a second, I
As
remember
many-
this. This was part of Chris Chan.
Is it really a part of Chris Chan lore, Toon Critic?
No, Wolf Doctor, man.
Oh, that's hilarious!
Yeah, Chris Chan made a therapy session between Chris and Chris, where Dr. Wolfman person from the Brony was imaginary interviewing them.
I fucking love this community! I
Also,
disavow
fun fact,
Yen.
chat,
Groom, groom, groom,
Christian-
groom, groom, groom.
bars. Anyway, Christian is tangentially related to this drama.
Yes.
Given that she commented on Saberspark and knew KP from like way back when.
Yeah.
Engaging in sexually explicit chats with an underage girl. Many of us reacted with shock, confusion, anger, and sadness.
While cartoon analysis is a content bracket,
This fucking soda kills me. This fucking soda kills me. Oh, fuck.
Tusky tipped $1. You are horse famous. Characters are so deep and the stories span out generations for the past 30 years. The writing is the greatest of all time. Never in the past 2,000 years have we had writing as good as this.
Tusky.
Every single episode of this show is great.
Abu, thank you for the 2.
Goon Kato isn't beat the feet Kato in ranch drama.
Yeah.
it has expanded over the years. Its origin, and indeed its popularity, can firmly be attributed to the insane popularity of My Little Pony. Particularly...
This clip is hilarious. We will get there. It's one of the funniest fucking things Beckett's ever shown me.
Ignore Abu, he's evil and special.
Yeah, so are you, Goat. Like, Goat, you got a bad dating track record. I don't want to hear about you calling other people special.
Amongst a certain
what's wrong with having a bad dating track record?
I mean, one of it involves Birdie, so...
Damn, you dated Birdie? Damn, and I thought I dated Crazy.
And Saberspark. And the footage I'm using at the moment is from Saberspark's own documentary on the Brony fandom, which he made to celebrate the community. While this all sounds very pleasant and nice, it probably won't come as a surprise to many of you that the history of the Brony fandom is basically a smorgasbord of allegations. And while this may sound slightly callous, it doesn't surprise me to watch this current drama unfold in the way that it has. Allow me to be blunt for
Also, to my, God damn it, what are you guys donating so much to just shit on
Kato got 178 on the rod test and RCC yike.
Okay.
Guys, we are 7 donos away from feeding that dog.
Is this the same mint heart from the Lio stuff? Like, am I crazy? Is this the same mint heart from the Lio stuff where it was, like Joshua Vita? Is this the same person?
I can
fix her.
Oh my god, I can't. All of you fuckers are fucking interconnected. Why? Why are you all interconnected in all the same dramas? Why? It's so weird.
For a second. The allegations against Saberspark, and indeed DA Games, do not exist within a vacuum. They form part of a long-running pattern for this particular fandom. Firstly, there is an inherent problem of the Brony demographic. We are talking about adult men who are obsessed...
So from what I understand, okay, remind me, is this is a joke video, right? This is a guy like saying to his fake father on the other line that he clops. And Dad, I became a Brony dad. Like, this is like a fake video about becoming a Brony. It's super funny. If we get to it, we'll do it. This is like a really funny video. I've seen it. Dad, it's called Clopping Dad. Oh,
you hated all those.
I hate it all. Chat, there's 263 of you, and I don't even know the likes, but it's definitely not 263. Let's get those likes up. Like and subscribe, chat. You're very, very cool.
Ask Groom Kato about Leo Convoy or Ace Space Calls.
Oh, God.
With a child.
Yeah, why you guys keep donating?
Because it's payday.
Fauci, why are you shocked? Before Maniac it was Brony drama. That's where Leo and others came from.
I know it's where Lio comes from. Op, can you sponsor me? Gamma, can you sponsor me? You're bigger than me, aren't you?
You really think it's fake?
You want green tea? Oh boy. Tusky,
thank you.
Thank you.
Chad, I'll give my dogs carrots.
There are no bad episodes.
will be
Every
carrot
episode is
vaccine.
exceptional. You might think there are other good shows like Breaking Bad, and if you think that any shows are better than MLP, your opinion is wrong. I think that every single human being should be
I'm gonna have to
turned.
start pausing the donos. Yes,
No, don't do
Pegasus.
that.
The Pegasisters? Yes, I get it. We're just gonna play through it.
The Pegasus erasure will not be tolerated more
and
than.
that particular overlap attracted an awful lot of nonsense into the community. But there is a secondary element which many of you will not be aware of, And it's the reason that we're even talking about this in 2025, considering it concerns events all the way back in 2012. The Brony fandom actively encouraged people who'd gone through abusive situations to forgive their abusers and shut
Gamma
the fuck
gets
up about
15
it.
viewers
If we
and I am one
withhold
of them.
forgiveness,
Gam gam.
It does not harm the wrongdoer in any way.
Did you add me, Gamma?
I realize that forgiveness is not, and never
Gamma,
was,
just add
for the
me. I
benefit
can't
of
see
the
these
wrongdoer.
things.
It is for
No,
our
you have to add
own
first.
benefit.
What do you expect, Gamma?
It is
I am
what
a
enables us to finally
Gamma, don't add
release
first.
the anger, the resentment, the hurt, the poison.
Guys, it's just Falgy EXE. You get if you go to
Only
the
beggar
Discord, you can find
sisters
it
I
too.
know aren't horse related.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my god. Oh my god, it is.
Okay, no, we're Tusky, we're
Unlike
done.
Cool anime girls.
Oh
Tip
no, it's
$2.
cool anime girls. God
It's
damn
a
it.
small world after all.
Oh no, bro,
It's a
it's
small
gonna do it
world after all.
420.
It's a small world after all. It's a small world. Also remember, Falgi is your therapist, Midgemagic's camboy, financial advisor, and a lawyer. Take all his words as professional advice.
No, why are we doing? Oh shit, we fed the puppers.
Yes, we
It's
did.
time
Brony
to feed
Fandom
the
tipped
puppers. You
$4.20.
guys are tipping way
Did
too
you know in
fucking
terms of
much.
clopping,
But thank you.
rainbow?
It's
Bars.
time to feed
Thank
the
you, thank you.
dog now. On the Oplock stream tonight. Let's go, chat. It's time. Go. And she ate that tree. Good job, everybody. Listen, we've just hit, like, okay, goal's going to increase.
Honestly, thank you guys all so much for the donuts. It's very, very, very kind. I'm sure everybody got paid. I'm sure everybody got paid to the third week of the month.
Yes.
But please make sure your bills are paid.
Yeah, rent's next week.
Oh, just so you, so let's go back a little bit because I love my boy saying what he says.
That forgiveness
Thanks,
is
dog.
not
You're cool, too.
and never was for the benefit of the wrongdoer. It is for our own benefit.
Guys, you need to
It
forgive
is
the
what enables
pedophiles.
us to fight-
Forgive
For
the
you.
pedophiles.
It's for you. It's not for them.
Yeah, it's so he's so stupid.
Finally release
Turn the
the
other
anger,
cheek.
the resentment, the hurt, the poison that slowly turns our hearts black.
And that really wouldn't change until 2018 when Lio Convoy came onto the scene. Have I never mentioned that
fucking
before?
mask.
The cartoon analysis
You got
video
the
is
best.
Lio Convoy's
Chris has that
origin
mask.
story.
I wonder where it is.
We'll come back to
What?
this in a bit because
Yeah,
it's
he
another
has
piece
it.
in the puzzle which is going to become relevant later. But the relevance
I
of
hope he
that
never puts it
culture of
on.
silence that existed explains why
I
we're
hope he
now
does.
litigating these dramas years later, because any discussion of them at
Green
the
tea,
time
monster
would have
energy
been
drink, go
quickly
for it.
shut down. And it also became a bit of a trend for people with pre-existing grudges to happily run allegation stories on people they didn't like with fairly flimsy evidence. And yes, KP's video fits firmly within this trend. In fact, within KP's Discord, there exists an archived thread of safety reports. These safety reports are basically
All right,
Google
okay.
documents
Side
on people
note.
who are
Here's a
problematic.
side note because I know it happened. KP's Discord did not like me. I've seen the Snapchat. I've seen the comments. They did not like me. I wonder if they
Leo
like me
showed
now.
up to a pony con in a Batman costume
'cause
to
you're
confront
Italian.
the
It's
tard in
okay.
the center of the Rosa called kerfuffle, misanthropy.
Yes.
That none of those words are in the Bible.
No, those words.
Ash, look up Queen Seraphina Lyotases. I need that video for later.
Okay.
Problematic within the community, be they child groomers or just slightly annoying.
Lord.
The idea being to spread awareness to the wider community or anyone.
Yeah, I'm really curious how KP's Discord's gonna feel that I'm like kind of talking to them. To KP's Discord, again, you guys didn't know what satire meant. That was funny to me. How are you guys feeling now? I'm very curious. Can you call and confront Mama Akko? So she stops defending Cameron F305.
A space tipped $4.20. Yen is way cooler
I'll call
than
in
me.
after stream. I don't give a
Sub
shit.
to Yen and not me. This is the real Ace Space.
You want me to look for Lyotases Queen Seraphina?
No. It's on Queen Seraphina's channel. It's Lyotases. Or
someone who may come across these individuals.
Okay.
Or
the video
something.
KP was
Look up
doing on video
Lio or
games
something.
was a safety report.
It's on there. I know
But
it's
it's
there.
probably helpful to
Dicker's
you,
found
because
it.
I don't want to pick through a 2-hour video breaking it down, to just hear.
I'm being fictitious, but if you actually do that, let me know. Yeah, I would do it. They would not survive.
I mean,
a
if
day
Mama
without-
Akko lets people like anyone on.
Yeah.
That's all.
They would not
Oh,
survive
okay.
a
Got
day.
it.
from KP herself regarding the timeline and motivations behind the video.
Yeah,
let's start giving just a brief background on how you ended up in
also,
the kind of
WX in chat if you're here. WX for this wonderful fucking art. The insanity of this. Oh, you mean facetious? Oh, that works too.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
I know you've got a fairly long history with these kind of communities anyway, but why were you making a video about the DA group story in the first place?
Oh wow, you really don't know anything.
Money.
So the original video was supposed to be about Chris. Chris was an ex-employee of mine that I found out made up a story about.
Thinks we don't know.
To be blunt, jerking off to my clothes in a con and bragging about it.
Again, I disavow Chris for doing this.
Ugly story, awful.
Ugly
Disgusting.
story. But maybe that's the closest she's ever gotten to getting some action.
Oh, she is pretty unpleasant from what everything we've been told.
I disavow my joke. I disavow my joke.
myself from 5 seconds
hey,
ago.
Cartoonishi, how you doing? Cartoonishi? Cool. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, God, I'm sorry. I'm so fucking mean. I have worse things to say today. It's not gonna get any better.
Was never told that story. So a whistleblower told me it. Confronted Chris, recorded that call. Chris admitted to it. Contacted DA Games and Saber to see if they were going to do anything. I contacted Saber through his employees because I don't really like Saber, but I felt like it was fair to give him a heads up.
Oh, because I don't. Are you fucking toking up in this fucking call? Spoilers, maybe.
I was trying to say, like, be meaner to her. She didn't take it serious. She doesn't give a fuck.
She's fucking toking up in the call. Oh, I've heard this call like 4 times now. This is insane. What KP fails to mention was this was what happened when Chris was a minor. She held on to this for years, only waiting to ruin his life as an adult and never confronted the other. Wait.
Chris was a minor when he made that joke?
No, they were all adults. Chris was not a minor.
I was like,
unless you could provide me aficionado Chris's age, he was not a minor. You may be thinking of Bogsy.
He had another minor.
Bogsy is a different person. Yeah. Completely different people. Yes. Bogsy was a 16-year-old that KP had in her employ. It's like a whole thing.
But the short of that was minor. She didn't know. She found out. She kept him on staff for a while longer.
No, she always knew he was a minor.
No, she said that she's in her video. She claimed she didn't know. When she found out, she still kept him on afterwards.
That's not
because he was a good one.
No, she always knew. She always.
In the video that she posted, that's what she said.
Well,
but
in the docs that we've seen, she
knew.
knew.
Yeah.
Same with DA.
Another time.
DA was. I think all those emails are in the video if you want to like find a mirror and get them there. But the DA emails were essentially, "Hey, seems like this is handled. Like, go away."
She told me she used to hire at minimum 16-year-olds. She does know that she has to file. If you're hiring minors, you have to fill out paperwork, and it's not just a volunteer gig.
Yeah, there's child labor laws for a reason. Like I can't.
She's like, I want to be the oil baron.
I can't get into.
Make me the orphan.
Well,
I can't get into how fucked up that is.
Okay. Fuck it. I'll say this. I don't give a fuck. I've been told by like a reliable source that KP don't make money on her channel, allegedly, and takes the non-profit part very seriously. Very weird. And yes, as a correction, she found out that they were a minor but kept them on staff until they couldn't meet deadlines. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I remember from her.
We're gonna release this publicly as a safety report. So, like, do you have any comment? And then they started getting really frazzled, and they tried to use British law.
The company is in Britain. They have to use British law. They can't just fire the motherfucker. They have to do an internal investigation and determine if their employment hinges on something they did prior to being employed.
That's the one thing that Beckett's video doesn't touch on is in the email exchanges between Saberspark and KP, or either with Saberspark or with PR or whoever. They do say that they did go through with that, and he was on a leave for a time, and then he came back.
Well, because she never believed it, and Saber's and
and it wasn't good enough for her.
Her video and Saber's response, I think, really succinctly kind of wraps that up. That we can't control what DA Games does. Now, there is stuff regarding Chris and DA Games from what I've seen in the DA Games document that we're currently doing a little bit of research into now. I don't know if it's going to be a stream. I don't know if another content creator is going to reach us out for evidence and stuff and like fact finding. If they do, totally fine. I don't know what we're going to do yet with it.
But get your video writing skills out, Falgi. We're going to make a...
No, I don't think
thing.
I don't know. I don't know if I would do a legit video. But I think it's very obvious that she was always looking for a reason to put Chris on the cross, and it's just like them. Yeah, it's just literally just always them. It's so weird.
To convince me not to release it, even though the laws didn't make any sense.
Now, I'd like to pause here for a moment because
your British laws make no sense. I am an American woman. Brit laws make no sense.
Elements involving Chris deserve further examination. I've now heard that full call, and what was initially presented was an edited version.
And we've covered
of a
this
much
full
longer
call. You can see it on our streams.
Within this longer conversation, Chris takes full accountability of his actions. He apologizes repeatedly and makes clear notes of actions he has taken over the years to correct these behaviors. These communities talk an awful lot about people taking accountability, and that if people do take accountability and apologize for their actions, mostly they can just get on with their lives afterwards. So it confused me quite a lot to hear Chris do all the things you are meant to do and still be expected to face serious repercussions. We are talking about a single instance over a decade ago with seemingly no repeat behaviors. The idea someone should be fired over this is frankly absurd. And so I went back to KP to ask her about it. Because I went looking through some of the Chris stuff, KP. And I mean, I'll be honest with you, it's very difficult with the Chris stuff, because what I've got your section of the video, which is a 2-minute cut, and that's a condensed version of the full call.
To note, she cuts... she doesn't even cut. She splices parts of the call together. It's not even a clean cut. She splices 2 separate timestamps together. Remember that. I do want to make that clear. That's what she did in that video.
Which isn't noted as a condensed version in your video. And then I've listened to the full call, and Chris is highly apologetic, takes full accountability for his actions, explains to you that, where he was at the time and the fact that he has sought therapy and to modify that behavior. He's not making excuses for it. He's literally just actually taking account. So I'm trying to understand why you felt it was necessary to make a video on him, or why he should be fired for something that happened a decade ago and he has apologized for.
She wants life nation.
Yeah, well, that's true.
I guess I just wanted a sense of accountability, if that makes sense. Like, I get your point, though.
It does. It's very difficult, because what does accountability look like? I mean, again, he didn't actually assault anybody. He made up a weird story, which is very fucking weird. I agree with you.
Yeah.
But he's, if accountability is you should lose your job, your livelihood, and everything else, I mean, would you agree that's fairly extreme?
Yeah. Incredibly extreme.
I think, maybe,
No, she's saying...
some sort of statement from him, too, might have helped.
He did make a statement.
That this was a thing that happened, and this probably damaged some relationships that I was working on.
He made a statement. He chose not to use your name so that you wouldn't get blasted on the internet. You made it public.
He made a statement, and he cannot determine if it damaged business relationships. Because, fun fact, for those who don't know, KP has a history of fucking that up for herself. which is very weird and very, very bizarre. She is looking for a reason to sue him. When she is saying he should state that it cost me business relationships, what she's saying is that he slandered me behind the scenes so I can sue him. That is my purest belief. Now, that's not something that Beckett and I may not agree on wholeheartedly. That's how it interprets to me.
It's
Beckett
true
is a
though,
lot more
like,
fair
like
than me.
You're kind of angling it like she would go after Saber Spark for employing him consistently.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? But like,
Yeah.
I feel like if that was the angle, she could still only sue Chris. So she could never really go after Saber Spark for any of this. Even though in the call she's actively asking if Saber Spark knew or if Chris ever told Saber Spark.
She's doing guilt by association.
Yeah. And again, this is the caveat of saying this because I agree with Beckett. For as much as you don't like KP, and I'm not her biggest fan, Saberspark can choose however he wants to deal with it, and I know I know that he's going to do whatever he wants to do. He made his public statement about it. KP is the only one that has given us all of the information that was ever requested of her. For what it's worth, she tried to make amends. Regardless of how you feel about it, she did try to make amends. If you think it's self-preservation, if you think it's actually genuine, is completely up to you.
At the time, and that kind of sucks, but I see what you mean.
Because I will say, like, from talking to a few other people who've been going over this, I mean, the Chris stuff is a point that's kind of come up again and again. It's like, you know, I see a lot of stories about people who are like abusers, who've like had sexual conversations around and with kids. I think there's a current drama going on over again, some stuff that happened like 5 years ago. And one of the particular people involved in that, you know, he's in trouble now because he's sort of pushing back after sort of acknowledging what he's done to this person. But the kind of prevailing thing is like, well, if you just said, yeah, that was a fuck up and I was a bit weird and I'm sorry, no one would care. But with Chris, you've got literally the reverse of that situation where he does admit it's a fuck up, says that he's sorry, and it's like that feels like it's not enough 2 years later. So yeah, I kind of want to be clear about that because I think that's something that you are going to catch flack for.
I think it was also no, that's fair. I think it was also I was frustrated with, like, I think I wanted some accountability. I was frustrated with the responses I was getting, and I was frustrated that no one was like offering to help fix it. It was just more like, you know, if that makes sense.
Fix what?
Sure.
I'm accountable.
What does fixing it look like to you?
What do you want? Like, what do you want to be fixed? You don't want to say that what you want to be fixed is this guy to never work in this town again. It is what it is.
Maybe some kind of public acknowledgement or something, because it had
That's all it is.
Reputational damage, but also maybe like actually proving he went to have some sensitivity training or something, and not just saying that.
Why would he have to prove that to you?
Because when I watched through the video,
yeah, you're not a part of the company. Yeah, okay, so here's the reality. The sexual harassment claim happened outside of his workplace prior to his employment. Unfortunately, and this is the reality, his job does not have to answer to you. That's part of the problem. I don't know how it works in Britain. Those who work in the Britonians can tell me. From what I understand, getting fired, if you have like a decent enough job, takes a lot of time already, because they have to do a full investigation. They have to go through like a bunch of like labor protection laws. That's what I've been told. I don't know the Britonians. The Brightons.
Also, like, fuck. I just
Diet
had
Welsh.
a thought in my head.
What was that, Ash?
Go ahead. Sorry, I had a thought, and then you talked, and I lost.
Oh no,
it.
I called them the Diet Welsh. Because I know it's the other way around.
video.
Oh, no, remember. She wants to be the center of attention. Sorry. She
Mhm,
wants to be the
mhm.
center of attention. Everyone needs to cater to her.
Yeah,
And that's
of course.
very evident about stuff that gets mentioned later.
Yeah, you can't just be fired in the UK. Yeah.
He seems to say in his public statement, yes, this is a thing that happened and I needed to work on and I'm sorry for. I mean, it was, you know, it's a very corporate statement in some regards. I think that's fair. But it's like, publicly, this was acknowledged as a thing that did happen with Chris, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I think there is a spiraling element here that...
Oh, I should clarify that it was only acknowledged publicly. I felt he might be a little bit dangerous just because he was kind of lying about those kind of experiences on top of when I looked into...
What was he lying about? He admitted to everything. What did he lie about?
He lied about the story. Is that what she's?
Yeah,
I
don't know what did he lie about specifically. So my personal opinion. Now it may differ from other people's opinion, but this is my personal opinion. It sounds like KP is not convinced that he continued to tell this story years after and to all of his employers afterwards. Because that's the only reason people wouldn't work with KP. Not because she's an insufferable bitch.
It's like that fucking thing where like a person didn't want to be her friend and she thought it was like someone was conspiring against her to make that person not
yeah,
her
she
friend.
has that energy, yes.
Wait, is she the one that's like everybody wants to have sex with me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is this that crazy person?
Yep.
Yep.
Ocelot.
Okay.
Ocelot, I do know about the Jenny Nicholson thing.
Yeah.
What I have to say to that is, like, I know Jenny Nicholson was horse famous and then kind of expanded out of that. I understand that Jenny Nicholson apparently, from what I can tell, doesn't like Saber and his crew of human beings. I don't particularly know why.
It's kind of crazy.
I wonder if it's like
is
another
it crazy
who's
like it's
black-pilled against
actually
Black
known, or
Griffin.
is it crazy like
Jenny is not like a private person, but she doesn't get into this at all, and we didn't really know that she was in like the Brony community until she announced it, like with her video that she used to be in it when she was younger.
Yeah,
and now she's kind of like tweeting out like all these things that are just kind of. They look bad to us because we're the ones that are actually like in the shit looking through all this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Thank you, Shiny Charizard. Fun fact, I did have a shiny Charizard growing up.
Drama averse is the best way of putting it, and it's weird that she's kind of getting into it with her Twitter account being as big as it is. Yeah.
I know it is another instance of a person who says, "Oh, I'm against drama," but then will do drama in the most horrible way possible with no information.
Yeah,
it's very much like a not to bring up EHD or DHE or whatever, but it's like a Hassanism where like, isn't he the guy that blank? You know, she's just kind of tweeting out, isn't that the person who blank?
Yeah, exactly. It's very interesting. And yes, chat, like, subscribe, do the whole rigmarole, blah blah blue. Yeah, I know that Jenny is very anti Black Griffin. Again, I sympathize with that feeling. I don't think that Jenny is a bad person.
No,
I just like it. Just happens. It's okay.
To the DA game stuff too. I don't know if you've gotten there, but there's a lot of like gross behavior there. So it just seemed like these people weren't accountable for
not Falgy Bonk Diesel. It's Falgy Bonk
themselves as well. So I guess it became a bigger scope to me once Games was not really willing to work with me, and then once some of the game's victims found me and they were like, "Oh, this is a pattern," because they do this kind of stuff all the time.
With that out of the way, I suppose we should get to the Saber Spark allegations themselves. Now, the way I want to break this down is I'm going to explain to you what the allegations were and how they were presented, and then I'm going to tell you what happened behind the scenes. And I can do that with...
Hold up, I want to see if it catches.
What?
She's dreaming. I can hear her yipping behind me. Claudia's heard it. She yips when she sleeps. It's very funny. I like heard it out of my ear.
Receipts. Because I have everyone's DMs. And yes, That includes Brony Fandom's
Okay, chat, let's talk about this. Oh, it was so hard to hide this. Not really, because confidentiality is the tool of the trade here. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Beckett had everything. Was fucking, again, to her credit, KP gave it. This is where it gets a little sticky. I understand people's feelings about KP. I understand people's feelings about Lio. He'll come up in this video. I can reveal this because I think it's actually apt to say. Lio came to me and Beckett, I think kind of separately, about this, being like, I don't like how this was handled. I didn't know that it was being handled this way. Had I known that, I would have been like more pushback. You could feel however you want to feel about Lio. I understand. And believe me, I've said it to him in public and in private. But he owned up to it. He was one of the first people that was like, this isn't right. What needs to be done? It is what it is.
With KP, which make for fairly fascinating reading. So, the allegations against Saberspark were first released on Twitter through Brony Fandom's account. And believe it or not, that fact's going to become quite relevant later on.
Yes.
These allegations would come from an anonymous source, claiming that in 2012 and 2013, though it is worth noting that there would be a later correction that this all occurred in 2012, this individual met up with Saberspark twice.
So as a reminder, this took place at 2 cons, one in Anaheim, one in Ohio, the other one in Anaheim. It was July of 2012 and November of 2012. Those are some very, very important times and dates to remember. Because again, part of Emmy's story was the first encounter was non-consensual. And then went to another place with him. It's also very important to note, in one of the throwaway account statements, she would go on to say that she didn't want Saber to know who she was because Saber could find out exactly where she lived because of the con locations. However, she would later identify the con locations because it's the only 2 places she's ever lived. She's lived in Ohio and she's lived in LA. That's not doxing. It's very public. There's a GoFundMe that we'll go over that explains that a little bit more into detail.
And on both occasions, they engaged in non-consensual sexual activity with
Yes,
her.
the victim is Emu Emmy. Full disclosure, I knew about it. I'm going to tell you guys a little bit of lore.
KP would then present these allegations in her video and follow it up with a conversation between herself and Courtney Pete regarding the nature of consent. As a quick note for those of you unaware of who Courtney Pete is, that's a fucking ghoul. That is a Fallout ghoul on my screen right now.
No, she looks like a Malkavian from Vampire Bloodlines.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, that is not a flattering picture, honey. Why would you come onto stream looking like this? Like, ooh, Courtney,
It's the sister of Lily Orchard, and most people will be aware of her through her ongoing campaign against Lily Orchard, who is alleged to have abused Courtney.
Again, want to highlight this because Courtney will always, if Courtney comes out and says this, Lily's abuse of Courtney, not okay. It's fucking horrific. That being said, fuck her. And I will get into why.
During her childhood. Regarding the allegations themselves, and we'll come to who the accuser actually is, I was immediately pretty skeptical of these when I saw them. I put out a Twitter thread outlining my issues with the allegations the day after they dropped, but I'd like to take a moment to be crystal clear at this point. I don't think anybody will ever be able to say with 100% certainty that these events did or did not occur. While Saberspark has denied the accusations, this occurred so long ago that the evidence to condemn or vindicate him just doesn't exist. Which is exactly why accusations like this should never be platformed by a creator. Putting anyone in the position where they have to deal with life-ruining allegations when you have no evidence to support them beyond a single victim testimony is an...
Okay, this is just funny. I like seeing people's tweets, and I know that I sent them screenshots. And I'm just like, oh, there's our screenshot. Oh, there's our screenshot. It's funny. I love when Beckett makes his tweets things. It's really good, actually.
Incredibly callous and fucked up thing to do to somebody. And as we dive into the deeper drama surrounding this story, particularly when looking at people like Brony Fan, that's a theme. Because when it comes to the Black Griffin allegations, vast amounts of the evidence supplied against him is incredibly shaky.
Oh, buddy.
And when challenged on this, the defense is the quantity of allegations, regardless of their quality. And to be candid, it astonishes me that this has gone on for as long as it has. That being said, let's get to the behind the scenes. One thing I was made immediately aware of is apparently Lolcow Convoy was involved in.
Yes, chat. You know him, you love him. It is the lion himself, Lolcow Convoy.
This, which didn't come as much of a surprise given his history with this particular community. Lolcow again has pre-existing relationships with KP and many of...
So I asked Ash to pull this video up for me. I'm gonna fucking...
Which one's Lolcow?
In the Batman outfit.
In the Batman outfit.
That's...
Recording?
Yep.
It's insane.
Here you go, chat. In the jungle, the mighty jungle.
Why are you singing? That's not the Batman theme.
Sleeps tonight.
He's awake in this image.
I'm Batman, and this is creepy reading. He's a dirty, filthy criminal. He's going down.
This is the worst audio I've ever heard.
I love my wind simulator. You know, this is great.
It's not legal.
Of justice saw you taken care of.
Why is Lolcow?
Why? It's not real.
It is real. It is real. It's so. This is from 2019. This was uploaded last year for posterity.
Man, this is a pre-COVID YouTube video.
Yo!
Oh man.
Oh. Top of the barrel meetup. That day when homies became homies.
You know what? Maybe he can do pedo hunting. Yeah, I believe in Lolcow.
Oh god, this is peak cinema.
Can we run it back?
You want to run it back one more time? Sure. Sure. Here. Just for you, Greg.
Unrelated, but Fauji's voice is fire.
Thank you.
Don't do that. Don't do that to him. His head is big enough as it is.
don't.
He's riding a 3-week high. Nobody's paying him any mind.
I have.
We're all gonna die.
He has been
when he does
insufferable.
to
That my twit longer is getting twit longer.
My twit longer is getting twit longer. Wait, where's the... Oh, yeah, this is the video. I'm like, what the fuck?
Of the other people involved in this particular fandom. Actually, a little bit of fun lore for you. But a lot of the people involved in the Senate server actually originate in the Brony
So
community,
insane.
with individuals
fucking
such
lore
as
of
Queen
this fucking
Seraphina
community.
even voice acting in popular Brony cartoons, like this one from Pymations. Though, to my surprise, Lolcow's involvement in this is incredibly minimal. He would, though, share what DMs he had, and it seems he was added to a couple of different group chats, the first involving the individuals leveling accusations towards DA Games, as well as the individual making allegations against Saberspark. In the interest of transparency, and because the DA Games group chat is less of interest right now, though is referenced in later conversations, I think it's useful to hear this first recording just in full so you can get a general scale of Lolcow's level of involvement.
Oh, is everybody here like...
Yes, yes.
I love this scrungly
Chat.
Lolcow meme.
Chat. I do know that Twitch banned Hassan Piker for 24 hours for reading the shooter's manifesto. It wasn't a permanent ban. I've seen it. I think that that's a really stupid thing to do on both sides. He was just suspended.
Yeah, I knew like right after happening, someone fucking messaged me. I'm like, oh, well, okay, cool.
Somebody
thanks.
messaged you?
Yeah.
Somebody reached out. Hey, by the way.
Yeah.
It's okay. They do call it a suspension, not a ban. Exactly. You can't necessarily do that on Twitch. Probably
You
shouldn't have
could
done
read it.
that.
You can read it on Reddit, but you can't read it on Twitch.
General scale of Lyo's level of involvement.
So, is everybody here like previous employees of DA Games? Is that what I'm getting reading the chat here? Okay, so is everybody here an adult, or we got any minors here? I haven't-
We got any minors here? Such a fucking
that
curse
clip is
statement.
so funny. Like out of context, that is amazing.
So I will say this, since Lyo shared it. Yes, I got this scroll. Lyo shared with me. I give Lyo credit. He probably also shared it with Beckett. I give Lyo credit where credit is due. The moment he was like, I don't like this and I'm really upset, he was like, what do I need to do to fix this? He wasn't really involved either. He didn't need to do this much.
I haven't heard the interview myself.
Could have been worse.
But I'm
He could have
curious.
done worse.
When
in
you say
this,
I'm
sure.
serious, is that because humor is a coping mechanism for you? Because that's pretty common.
Is humor a coping measurement?
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
I think maybe putting in a section, perhaps with a notation on studies, showing that sometimes people cope with things via humor, and that's how they figure out discussing it, would probably help to that. Not just in the sense that would recontextualize your interview, and obviously make it to where it doesn't need to be redone, but also it further points out.
I don't think KP should be the one that puts in scientific studies into her fucking cartoon expose, fucking pedophile lolicon shit. I don't think I Love Kim Possible a lot should have ever touched that.
Out that you're a victim of these things, and that's how you're internalizing it, and it puts more credibility to your claim.
I understand what Lyo is saying, but it is like something that like I can't imagine the cartoony YouTuber doing.
I miss the days when that design was just singing Knuckles.
It was a long time ago. Yeah. Many deep fried memes removed.
Be doing it and trying to do it in a sterile as possible fashion.
Do you know the
Of note here, Lyo's
You
advice
can't do that,
is
Ash.
to allow
You can't do
original
that.
victim testimonies to stand as they are. This is very, very solid advice for reasons that will become clear in a little bit. As for his conversation with the Saber Spark accuser, well, that requires a little bit of dissection. To begin with, when KP came to Lyo to ask his opinion on this, Lyo is incredibly clear that the correct course of action is to go to the police and file a report.
Yes.
Then that needs to be handled by the cops, like period. Like 100% period. That needs a police report filed today.
Amazingly, he also points out the complete
he's
bloody
right.
obvious.
He's fucking
that the
right.
accuser trying to remain anonymous to protect themselves from Saberspark finding out it's them makes no sense, because if this is true, Saberspark will immediately know who is making the accusation.
Here's the problem, though, with that inherently. If that did happen, and Saber did do that, he will by nature know who it is.
I want to just read what KP says. All right, I will communicate that with her, but this happened like 10 years ago, so I don't know if she's going to do anything. She's afraid of her identity getting out. Why are you speaking out now if it's 10 years ago? And also, KP, why are you also equally weirded out and suspicious of that fact too? It's a fucking oversight that I remember when reading these messages, I was like, that's weird. Also, KP, why are you putting fucking memes here? Why are there memes? Why is there a Stewie Griffin meme when he's literally interview master with questions with a fucking gif when Lyo is telling you she needs to go to the police or at least go to somebody?
Because he's like internet brain, millennial poisoned.
Fucking Quirk Chungus.
So if it gets out in any way, shape, or form, and a police report hasn't been filed, she's going to be at risk. Like, that's just the truth of the matter in this. And it's unpleasant, it's ugly, but that's the truth.
These sentiments from Lyo would broadly be reiterated.
So, Lyo would get added to a Discord log chat with what we could presume to be Emmy.
Rated to the accuser when he got in a conversation with her. Because whatever else you want to say about Lyo Convoy.
So I love this, by the way. She goes to him and say, I think if we are transparent that a report was filed, he would do everything in his power to find it. It likely wouldn't be terribly hard to find either, because my city is public information. Lio goes on to say the only way he'd be able to do that is via actual hacking. And let's be honest, he doesn't have that skill. The police just don't hand over that information. And it's like, and she goes, do they not? My stalker got a hold of police reports I made about them.
Because those are public.
Those are public reports. You're making public reports of nuisance reports, which he should have access to. It is a whole thing. Tusky with the 5. Love ya.
As an apology
I
for
would
the
expect
copycaster,
that I would have
a
access
produce
to
fact. You have more in
reports
common with a
made against
mushroom than
me,
the
you know?
mushroom has in common with vegetables. Enjoy. Upside down face emoji.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I know. Like you should have. And again, like in the UK, Clare's Law thing, I don't know how it necessarily would work in the US if we have one of those. I'm not entirely sure. But you could still make an anonymous report. It happens. Layla Bug with the 2. Thank you.
Unrelated, but I'm sick and this is a nice distraction.
Well, I'm glad that you're feeling better.
Yeah.
With us.
Please stay hydrated. Take medicine.
Yeah.
Sleep as much as you can.
What will also make you feel better is tipping, liking, and subscribing. If you want your ills taken away, tip, like, subscribe, become a member today. We also have a Ko-Fi. If you want to do the Ko-Fi membership thing, we get direct things. I've talked about it. Maybe we'll do a Patreon.
I have thoughts. If we do decide on it, I have thoughts for stuff.
We have some ideas for Patreon content necessarily. It's also like a direct way for people to know potential prices for like hiring us for research stuff that might help. If you're a YouTube creator and you want like in-depth research stuff, literally just reach out. We will help you. It's kind of what we do. Televangelist arc? Oh, I
literally thinking the same thing. I was thinking of like
Give me some gospel music.
I don't have any off the top of my head. But that was like the thought of it. The bit from Always Sunny when Charlie was doing the same thing.
And the Lord's Spirit come upon you because he said amen. Chat, can I get an amen? Can I get an amen?
This is
chat?
crazy. I feel like this is blasphemous. I think we're all going to hell.
Chat, we can make a Turkey
okay,
Tom
he's
type
Catholic.
video
He
essay
will,
channel thoughts.
Beg for forgiveness from God.
We'll figure it out, Gamma.
And believe me, I understand. Even he sees the inherent risks of running a story like this.
I have watched a little bit
noting
of
that it may open KP up to a defamation suit. They'd continue to go back and forth on this topic for a while, with the accuser pushing back that filing a report may allow Saber to find out who she is.
What a start
But the accuser does accept by the end that releasing this story at all means that Saber will be able to identify her, which makes this entire interaction, again, very, very bizarre. I'd also like to point out that this account, Sunspecs, was created specifically to have this conversation with Lio, as the accuser further obfuscates their actual identity. And when Lio refuses to budge that a police report is required, the accuser would essentially ghost him and refuse to communicate any further.
I wanna highlight something. Beckett obfuscates one little bit of information. And I don't know if he knows this. According to Lio, I believe he knows this, but let's just like, according to Lio Convoy, because the account that created the Google Doc had a Ninja Turtle on it when exposing Emu Emmy or like putting things together.
Oh, that fuck.
Because it had a Ninja Turtle on it, Emmy didn't want to talk to Lio anymore because he also has a Ninja Turtle PFP.
Amazing.
So she thought Lio Convoy, the most boomeriest of boomer motherfuckers, put together a fucking Google Doc and fucking slid it. I know. No.
The man with two Discords.
I don't know if I can't remember if I told Beckett that. So, I thought I did, but maybe I didn't. But yes, I'm only leaking this because I think it's hilarious. By the way, she literally freaked the fuck out because he had a Ninja Turtle PFP. That is what was told to me. Again, I don't have the messages because, fun fact, Emily doesn't want to release her shit. I'm sure Beckett has it in the logs. I'm sure he'll go over that on stream one day. And if not, whatever. But it's hilarious. She got scared of a fucking Ninja Turtle.
Princess Chicken Noodle Soup FTWBTW.
Princess.
Thank you.
Princess chicken noodle soup.
You are a princess.
You know, chicken noodle soup for the soul books are gonzo. Like they
Yeah, they're insane.
Had a file for they filed bankruptcy and they're all gone.
Oh, really? I never knew. My parents still have some.
Yeah, they were huge for like 20 years, something like that.
Yep. Let's get back to the video.
So who is this mysterious accuser? Well, that would be a woman by the name of Emmy.
Look who it is!
Well, there were a few reasons. There was a large amount of circumstantial evidence that was...
So this is the account that she thought was Lyle. She was fucking scared because she thought it was Lyle.
That's not even the same Ninja Turtle.
Yeah.
No!
You can't tell... you can't tell Leonardo from Donatello. That's crazy. That's kind of racist.
Oh my god,
No,
it's so
because they have
fucking
different
funny.
The eye bands that tell them apart.
Mitch Maddock, Emmy heard Cowabunga dude and shit herself.
That's a different Ninja Turtle entirely.
It is. Donnie mentioned, but at what cost? Yes. Hey, Baron von Entricht.
Good news, Falgi. We can finally be bees.
We can.
This isn't your world, but you can be a bee. You'll live like a bee. A pet. You'll live for 30 years.
Thank you. Thank you. We can be bees.
Falgi's already 30, so I think
I'm
time's
31.
up. Time's over. Time's way up.
I know.
I was gonna say like a fun movie night would be to watch all the live action Ninja Turtle
Oh
movies.
god, those things are fucking
I love
terrible.
those.
Yes.
All the live action
I love
ones?
my
The
favorite
five
one.
of them?
My favorite one is
but
the
they're
third one, the Isekai. I love that one.
Yeah,
My favorite.
the Isekai one is great.
You're talking about the only exclusively the 90s ones, or are you talking about the Michael Bay ones too? Because that's
No, the
that's
90
also
ones.
live action.
No. It would
Michael Bay
specifically
doesn't
be the
exist.
suits.
Yes, he does.
Rob Zombie doesn't exist, and Michael Bay doesn't exist.
Rob Zombie. What did Rob Zombie ever do to you?
Halloween. His Halloween
but-
series was terrible.
All right,
The second
I'll
one's
give
not
him
good, but the first
Munsters.
one's
I
whatever.
like the Munsters movie. It was very. I love Leather.
Okay,
It was but
we have a difference of
his
opinions on the
Halloween
We're
movies
gonna
were
continue.
shit.
Piled in Google.
Where can I
I'm a
find the
huge
Oplock
Halloween
server,
fan.
or is it members
so
only?
I've never heard you talk. I've never
One of
heard
the
you talk
mods will put it in the chat, please. Your account must be 6 months or older. Thank you.
Document a week
And
or
you have
so
to be an
ago.
adult.
This spread like wildfire and led to her
We'll
name
have
being
like a
shared in
Halloween
multiple
discussion another
chats.
time.
We also have these vague posts from Casey, the partner of Saberspark's editor.
Yes.
But I have to admit I was slightly ahead of the curve here, because before any of this was public, Emmy had provided a Dropbox link to a
Yeah, that's how we found out, guys. Oh, I'm sorry.
video as
I knew
evidence
before
that
the
she
drop.
had attended the cons in question. But Emmy is not some random unknown individual. She is a public figure. Her name is public. And if you click on more information on this Dropbox video, it has her name on it.
Yeah, but she didn't know how to change the metadata.
Yeah. Secure your links, folks. Actually, please stop securing your links so our research is easy. Here's the other thing that needs to be highlighted. Emily Jones is far more popular than I Love Kim Possible is. By
didn't know
every metric,
I
she is
didn't know
active
that.
in the Sonic community. Her channel is a very popular like Sonic fan channel that does music. She has allegedly done official PSO2 music for Sega. She works in conjunction with Sega. She has worked in conjunction with multiple Sonic VAs. She does some voice work on the side. She is literally more famous than KP is currently and was at the height of her Brony fandom. That is what makes this story more incredibly insane.
It is also worth me noting that at this point, now that Saberspark's response is out, Emmy has been on the record with other content creators, talking at length about these accusations and herself. And yes, I was offered this recording. And the fact that such a large content creator, somebody who has literally been on Dr. Phil, would try to plant...
Yes! She has been on Dr. Phil. We discussed this before. Also, fuck the name of that channel.
Unrelated to the video man thing, but favorite
Queen of White
Warhammer,
Supremacy.
fantasy, not 40k, faction, and why is it the Scarven? Yes, yes.
I actually don't
Skaven
know
are great.
much about
I don't know much
Sigmar.
about Age of Sigmar. I think Skaven are great. I really like Chaos Undivided. I think Acheron's amazing. If you win the old world, you got to win the new world. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, I don't know enough about old world to really put any other statements.
I will say this. We will not be going over this video, obviously, because I don't want Dr. Phil to sue us, but it is public on the Dr. Phil YouTube channel. All I will say. Yes, the name of the channel is Emu Emmy, Queen of White Supremacy. We are moving on.
We could cover it in a Patreon thing if that's something people are interested in.
We could
I
look at it
guess.
in a Patreon thing if people would be interested.
Form these accusations anonymously is an element that deserves discussion and analysis. Lio would also get me in contact with KP, which is why he is in the first call, and KP would provide confirmation that it was Emmy. I expect you're also wondering when this information became available to KP herself. And I'll be honest with you,
Put on a kick. I have thought about doing some kick stuff. I'm actually not even lying.
that was also something I was quite curious to know.
So whatever.
When,
and then,
when did you know?
when did I know it was Emmy?
Yes.
At the beginning.
Right. Okay.
She's known the entire time. That means she didn't look up a single thing about her history. Just want to highlight that. KP has known the entire time. I need like a soundboard.
Oh, okay.
I am literally gay.
So,
thank you.
From sort of an outside perspective, one of the big difficulties, I guess, with this story is you have a reasonably sized creator for this space coming out anonymously, with a very long history with this group. I mean, they certainly interacted with Saber and everyone else in this, around the DA group for a long period of time. I am surprised you didn't look into anything about them or question the fact that they were coming out with this anonymously.
Well, the anonymous part seemed clear. She was afraid that she was going to get harassed, and with my interactions with Saber, and like other people's interactions with Saber, he'll try to kind of use his platform to...
Looking into Saber, could not find evidence of that. Now, I know Saber has had previous history with potentially going against another creator or another creative, from what I understand. But to my personal knowledge, and from what I could see, this statement is not evidenced by facts.
I guess kind of shake people a little bit. That's what he tried to do with me, at least.
No one
seemingly
tried to shake you.
I guess I didn't question that. So like, I guess suffice to say I was fucking stupid, and this is gonna be another long week. I don't really know what to tell you besides that.
Before we move forward, we should probably talk about who exactly Emmy is, as that may shed a little light on why they may wish to remain anonymous. Emmy Jones is best known, at least from a drama perspective, for engaging in an affair with Ryan Drummond, one of the Sonic voice actors.
Yep.
And she is generally deeply disliked by the Sonic fandom, despite the fact that, like any...
So, this was allegedly an alt she had. I'm going to read this for you. Soup Shoe goes on to say, I miss him so much, guys. Guys, I just got fucked by Sonic. The voice was used. Got my massage. It was amazing as hell. Gonna see his show in a few hours. Gotta come fast. Okay. This is a... Well,
And yes,
Beckett
the
will
voice
get
did
into
stay on in the bed.
Yes, Beckett will get into this. We'll have a conversation about it. There are a lot of Soap Baby, not Super Baby. I said Soap Baby. Did I not?
Good fan would, she did apparently get him to do the voice. But if this was her only controversy, I don't think it would be relevant. However, Emmy has a long history of being an unreliable narrator, or at least being seen as such. I said earlier that she's been on Dr. Phil, and while this was just a rumor for a while, Emmy would come out in the...
So, you can find this on the official Dr. Phil video. Emily does talk about it. Emily was 16 and pregnant. She has a 13-year-old child now. For a long time, Emily would deny these allegations, and actually, from what I can tell, now the video is biased, so take that as what you will with a grain of salt. What I could tell, she did not like when people brought it up and would attack them a little bit on it and antagonize them a little bit. Granted, I agree that Dr. Phil is hyper exploitative. I've talked about it before. I will say it again. I do not like Dr. Phil. I have my own issues with Dr. K, for instance, on YouTube. I really don't like those kinds of things. I feel like it is publicly exploitative, but it does kind of weirdly fit with who she is as a person, so take that as what you will. I'm not going to read this whole thing, but I will say that, listen, she has every right to want to have privacy for a child, as well as the fact that she has every right to not want to feel shame for this. Mad Fox, no, because it was Sonic's VA up until Sonic Heroes, before the Werehog.
In the comment section of that video, confirming it was her at 16 on an episode talking about how she wanted to become a teen mother.
Yeah.
Now, it is not unusual for a content creator who's been around this long to have their fair share of dramas, but Emmys have a particular flavour, and they come in two parts. Firstly, Ryan Drummond is not Emmy's only sex scandal. Now, obviously, there's a Dr. Phil episode, but she's also been accused of using her, shall we say, assets, to force other voice actors out of roles that she wants.
If she wants to get onto a project, she has to brute force her way in, and normally she does this by sleeping with whoever she can get her hands on. This is what ended up happening with Wrath of Nazo. Originally, the project starred Spirit of the Blue as Sonic, and his best friend Blue-Eyed Fox was voicing Tails. Emmy wanted in on this project because she had a thing for Spirit of the Blue, and she wasn't exactly happy that somebody else was voicing Tails, no less this person's best friend. So Emmy slept with Spirit of the Blue so she could replace Blue-Eyed Fox.
It is worth noting here
Okay,
that all of this does in some way come from biased sources, as we see the theme of much of this being based on testimony continue. But the second flavour of controversy Emmy is known for is sympathy baiting. While there is the standard "I'm being harassed" comment that you'll see from any run-of-the-mill creator, perhaps most damning here is accusations that Emmy on multiple occasions has scammed her audience through GoFundMe.
So we'll talk about these GoFundMes. So there are two GoFundMes. This is how I found out easily that Emmy lived in the two places that she's talked about. We'll know why that's public. It was not doxable information. Excuse me, she's given that willingly. So, let's see if I have those on hand right now, because I actually didn't pull those up, and I probably should have.
It's okay. I can banter. Okay, so getting into like my autistic Halloween obsession, I will give it to Rob Zombie. He did not make the worst Halloween movie. It was Halloween Kills. That was the worst Halloween movie, because literally there is a scene where someone tries to shoot fucking Michael Myers, and he kicks the door, and the person shoots themselves in the face.
Listen, evil dies tonight.
What? Evil dies tonight? Yes, it does. Let me see if I can find
Fucking kill me, Greg. It was so bad.
Let me see if I can find the other one.
It's just like all of them trying to kill Michael Myers and all get murked. It's just like it was the most hilariously bad thing I've ever seen. And I watched the originals, and it turned it into like he's actually a part of a cult. Weird thing.
I really like the lore of all of this. I just don't like the movies. I think they're pretty fucking shit. Like Halloween or like.
I feel that way about certain things. Like I think lore is better than depiction.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I haven't watched a lot of the Halloween movies. They just weren't my thing, personally. Yeah. I'm totally fine with horror movies. I just don't personally care about them that much, I guess.
Yeah, I have for a long time. I feel like though nowadays, and I guess back then too, they're like where you get a lot of interesting filmmaking. So like
Chris, I love Jason in New York. It is so cheesy funny. Okay, he punches a guy's head off like a rock'em sock'em. It is hilarious.
I can't. Okay, can I find this one?
Slashers are just, I don't know. I just don't like horror in general. I find the art style mid.
I used to, but there's a lot of interesting stuff that's been happening, at least lately. So like, I have to think back. If you throw it back. So if you take it back to like the 70s and 80s, people were doing also interesting, weird shit as well, in their horror filming escapades.
Yes, Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say like when it comes to like slashers horror, when it's like sleazy, like more like unpleasant, like Terrifier. I can't watch something like Terrifier.
The Terrifier is
like,
an okay thing, but
like I don't like that. But if it's like Halloween, it's mostly like not. It's someone's dying. It's not gonna show it like as graphically as you would expect in other films. Like I'm watching Giallo right now, and the like most graphic thing I'd seen in Giallo recently of all the ones I watch is a woman being beaten to death with like chains, which was that was a
cool.
special moment.
Cool.
What?
It was an innocent woman as well.
Beaten with chains. So, just to highlight for a second, so this was Emmy's first GoFundMe. Now, this was about 6 years ago, so it would be about 2019. So 2019, this page was to move Emmy, a content creator from currently living from Ohio with her family to California, which would be her daughter. So, starting off, Emmy has a very interesting series of moments. To start off, Emmy has been diagnosed with severe PTSD and chronic disassociation. Along with this, she also suffers from being diagnosed with panic disorder, illness anxiety disorder, hypochondria, OCD,
and
major depression, ligma, generalized anxiety disorder. Currently lives in the same place that her trauma took place. She has severe nightmares, DP, daily anxiety attacks.
Damn, she has DP?
Yeah, well, she dreams of DP.
Some people only dream about getting DP.
What's DP? I feel like I'm missing a joke.
Double penetration.
Double penetration.
I don't think that's a medical thing, though.
It's not.
It's not.
What's
the
the
joke I
medical
made?
thing?
No. Oh.
So why California? She had major support systems and hoped to work on her recovery in California and advance her career. You are a content creator. Get a fucking normal job. I'm sorry. Your PTSD did not prevent you from getting a normal job 6 years ago.
Wait, I want to be unemployed.
So she did raise $5,000, and then she found a roommate and she was able to move. I do want to highlight that for a second, because there is a lot of allegations of sympathy scamming.
What's with the kerning between the 5 and the 0?
I don't know why it did that. I don't know why it did that.
Some of that.
So moving on.
There it is again.
Emmy continues at this point to raise money for her medical conditions. It's still an active fundraiser. Her target being $17,000. Currently, $9,000 has been been brought up. Help Emmy find MCAS and eating disorder. Now she has new disorders, chat.
New disorders.
MCAS is mast cell activation syndrome, and she also has long COVID. Chat, you could feel however you want to feel about the fact that she has all of these things that sometimes are used to garner sympathy and are very hard to prove. I am not here saying that she does not have these conditions, but very interesting that she does have the Jake Doolittle disease.
Mesothelioma?
She also has MCAS. It gives her skin irritation, gastrointestinal tract, heart, respiratory issues, all of these things. Acid reflux, stomach numbness. But again, she's also a hypochondriac. She has avoidant and food restrictive disorder. She still has OCD. Here are some of the things that she has every day. Dermatitis, skin flare, skin.
Hold on.
How is this person alive?
Give me a second.
I'm doing too.
Is this person a millennial?
She is 20. I want to say she's in her 20s or 30s now. She's in her late 20s, early 30s now.
Well, millennial.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Damn.
Oh, yeah.
Always a millennial. Always a millennial.
Oh, yeah, going back to horror movies real quick. I recommend if you get a chance.
Cameron
check
is
out
live crashing out
Retribution
again? There's no way he's crashing out again!
on Mama Oko.
Yeah, is he crashing out again? Oh, oh, he's having a bad day. We'll cover that.
That's a pretty bad day if you go on 2 streams.
Yeah.
If you go on 2 streams and crash out.
Oh, Cameron. The cows are calling. No detour. No detour. Let's look at that now. Gamma, we'll look at that later. This is a long video. I have a lot of research I want to look at. We can cover that tomorrow. He is in Mama Akko's stream. Staying on topic. But again, she has all of these conditions. And I'm not shitting on her, but this is wild. Again, I understand the American health system is fucky-wucky, but you can't also expect everybody to pay for your health concerns. Listen, I can barely pay for mine.
Fund me schemes, asking for money for a variety of ailments before mysteriously appearing at conventions or on holiday. In the interest of balance, I would like to challenge at least part of this, because when it comes to the claim that she used this money to attend conventions, that doesn't seem to be true, as when it comes to this period, she appears to have had a good working relationship with Saga, who would have covered her attendance.
Yeah, this is a fair statement. She would have had a working relationship with Saga, so it's very possible that they would have assisted her in some fashion.
Yeah, I wouldn't have said would have. I would have said could have.
Innocent of any of these accusations.
Minor.
But she does have an undeniable pattern when it comes to drama, which is damaging in this case because regardless of the validity of these claims against Saberspark, they do fit within this motif. There are, of course, no perfect victims, and none of us should have those expectations. But in a case like this, where there is no evidence for the accusations being made, the credibility of the accuser is based.
Okay. Side tangent. Apparently, that's what they're fighting about. Is that Cameron didn't know that they liked people liked Lolly, and now he's crashing out over it. From what I've heard, no detouring.
Basically, all I or anyone else has to go on.
Yes, Pinker. That's the thing. She could have also just had a job. Also, just had a job on top of it.
Now, when other people have looked into it, what they've found is a video called "The Queen Falls" by Lanced Jerkov.
Yes.
And I'm gonna lay my cards on the table here. I have a bit of an issue with this video, and it feels a touch like a microcosm of this entire drama.
And that's alongside her reputation as a backstreet girl and a bad mother being so well known in this fandom that apparently people are just talking about it openly, with the final nail in the coffin being her association with Animated James and Toon Critic Y2K, 2 men who, let's just say, had a similar interest in women to Jared Fogle.
She would have known that at the time. People didn't know that. Like, it's the whole Brony community. You can't shit on You can't shit on Emmy for that. Nobody knew about that until they got fucking got.
Because much of what is presented is a fragment of evidence, and then an awful lot of speculation.
Exactly.
And this is true even of the Drummond stuff. Yes, they had an affair, but we have no idea what that actually looked like. And it's used to paint Emmy as a home-wrecking bitch.
It's also important to note that Drummond apparently, like, from all intents and purposes, Ryan Drummond has never said that she was a homewrecker. When you see their divorce records, they did allegedly separate and then get divorced 2 years later. Divorces take time. It just happens. Drummond is not without agency. He was a able-bodied adult. Who the fuck cares?
Who actively tried to destroy Drummond's marriage. The fandom then does exactly what you'd expect. They treat Drummond as though he has no agency, and he is a victim of some insane ethos. Later on in the video, Lance would also present testimony from Steven Sayers, a now police officer but former employee of Sierra Games. But Emmy denies even knowing this person, and if it is true, the implications are incredibly fucked up. Because the dates that Sayers originally gives would mean that Emmy was a minor at the time. When Sayers is confronted on this fact, he quickly shifts position.
This guy! Let's talk about Steven Sayers for a second, because finding shit on him was interesting. It led to nothing.
Mm-hmm.
This guy says, "Oh yeah, I knew that home-wrecking bitch Emmy. She wanted to suck my cock when I worked at Sierra Games. I'm a cop now, by the way." Yeah, I knew her in like 2009. Oh, that really doesn't make any sense because, I don't know if you understand this, but she would have been 16 at the time. Oh, wait, I must just be getting the dates wrong. Yeah, this motherfucker said, oh yeah, she was a hoe and everybody knew at Sierra Games when she was 16. And then he's like, oh, no, that must be wrong. There's definitely no way that she was 16 when that fucking happened. Again, everybody in her dramas as well is an unreliable narrator. Now, there are also allegations of her being antagonistic against a cancer patient who may also be a schizophrenic. That's another weird thing that's in this Lance Jerkoff video that I think has nothing to do with this drama, but it's a crazy aside that maybe Emily Jones attacked a fucking brain tumor patient, but also that brain tumor patient is also schizophrenic and weird about it. Who knows? Nobody could source it. It's all hearsay and snipes on Twitter. No smoking gun. Yes, Blood, everybody is fucking crazy.
Position to saying
The
it must have
Sonic,
occurred in
the Sonic community, crazy. It's insane.
2013, but that makes little sense with the overall timeline of Emmy's career.
Yes.
Irregardless, I don't know why we're taking the testimony of a guy who, while trying to shit on this chick, managed to make himself look like a nonce. Now, none of this should be treated as though I'm trying to mount some kind of defense of Emmy. I've got my own opinions on the allegations, but she won't talk to me. I have tried reaching out to have a conversation. She's simply...
we tried. Chat, I tried via her throwaway account. Beckett tried through KP, and we tried through Lio. This woman, this is my biggest issue with Emmy. I know that Emmy has spoken with Lazy Bedhead and Mr. Enter. I have no problem about them. I got no issues. My whole fucking thing is, unless you are running the story the way she wants you to run it, she will not speak to you for all intents and purposes. I have an inherent problem with that. Because the only thing I have ever asked of Emmy was just proof that Saberspark did this, or proof that you knew and that Saberspark had spoken to you about this. Because remember, because I leaked my DMs with her, she was saying that he would waffle back and forth about the consent and about them dating and all these things. And she willingly just nodded her head because she was just a cautious observer and she didn't understand what was going on. Literally, it's just like, I think that's one of the things. I tried to follow all the, we as a channel, in collaboration with Beckett and Jenny, followed all of the evidence to its finite conclusion to what we could find publicly available. And even the stuff that was privately available. We couldn't, without Emily speaking, in my personal opinion, there is no way to source the information. I also said this openly, and shout outs to friend of the channel, Quite, if you are somehow watching in chat or you're chilling out, love you, dude. Quite gave me the information about how to retrieve Skype logs. I forwarded that to Emmy, the throwaway account, to which they said, oh, well, all of the stuff that I have, all of I've lost all of that stuff. I've lost everything. I've lost all the evidence of those things. I don't have anything. I don't know. I know Enter is making a video. I know he put it on the backlog a little bit for more information. Am I saying he put it on the backlog to see what this video would do? I don't know. Here's what I will say. I'm very curious about Enter's video. I am more than willing to hear it out. I'm very curious about it. Wasn't she said she had proof on the Anon account, so what's the point of people already knowing it was her? Why not share it at that point? Yeah, she did. I don't know.
Not interested. Rather, what I'm trying to show you is that this community...
Yeah, and again, like I said, I don't know Enter, so I got no bad blood with him. I'm actually genuinely curious what is happening, because Enter and Bedhead did speak with her. Genuinely curious. Regarding just speaking with the private account, the throwaway account, I did. White was graciously enough to show us the ability to grab Skype logs. I forwarded it to Emmy. She said she couldn't do it. I still tried to reach out for comment saying, hey, if this is you, if this is not you, you should at least speak to it. Didn't want to do it.
Regularly works of half-truths and rumors. And that's pretty problematic when we're talking about very serious allegations. Even this video from Lance, great example. Because I was asking the question as to why somebody would drop a video like this when they've got a fairly consistent upload schedule and then seemingly vanish from their channel and not upload for a year. And when I went looking for that answer, multiple people would tell me that Lance had allegations against him. No one provided any evidence for this, but if anything, that's exactly what I'd expect. This has obviously become so normalized for this community. And so now, as we move into how these allegations were handled, it begins to make a lot more sense why nobody questioned these allegations against Saberspark before platforming them. Somewhat depressingly, and ironically, one of the few examples I can find of anyone doing any due diligence is actually from KP.
So it's very hard to read this, but KP, I believe through Amy New. Now, I don't know. I don't think it was Bonk. I think it was Amy New. Someone who will come up later in this. Amy New had sent over another accuser of, I believe, Black Griffin. But that person was not willing to provide any of the evidence. Now, if Amy New sent this over, I'm going to be point blank when I say this. This is my inference. It sounds like, to me anyways, maybe it's Destiny or somebody of that ilk that could prove that information, but they don't have it. That's all I'm saying. I can't prove that. It's only my conjecture, and I'm not saying that for certain. Furthermore, what's up?
I asked you a question, DMs. Are we going to talk about that, or is that not going to be mentioned?
What? Mm-mm.
Okay. Just want to know.
Here's what I will say. Chat! There's 266 of you, and there's not enough likes here! What's going on? Remember to like and subscribe to the video. Let's get those likes up. Chat, I need to see 100 likes on this video. I'm like, let's hit those likes, chat.
Back in March, when they were talking to Brony Fandom about another victim who'd been handed off to them.
What's up?
And had turned.
I also DM'd you. You have to look at this.
What do I gotta look at, Greg? Do you know the way?
Turn tail and run the minute they were asked difficult questions.
So this is, hey, here it is. I'm not sure how to prove it, but I'm not sure what to do to prove it, as I really don't have evidence other than my word. But I'm trying to remain as anonymous as possible. I don't want Black Griffin to go after me.
Valji, I also DM'd you.
Thank you, Kat.
Please go ahead and look at it.
Thank you, Kat. Thank you.
And KP even states, figured I would check, because God forbid
do
we
not
are wrong.
DM me.
A sentiment which would have been useful to keep in mind when the next day rolled around and she was presented with Emmy's victim story. Emmy would be funneled towards KP through Bonk and Amy. For those wondering who Amy is, the most information I could get is that
jokes work best in threes.
They are somebody's wife. That's literally it. But apparently they'd known about this since 2015, allegedly.
I already have that. Amy wanted to see if I could talk to the victim, but she left the fan server and I couldn't message her anymore. So Amy is the one who sent it. Again, Amy is the one that sent it. Yes, Leia, I know. I know, Leia. Thank you, Leia.
KP would then work with Emmy to get the statement prepared for release. Now, as a clarifier here, there was some editing of this statement, but as I can see it being sent by Brony...
So this means Bonk and Amy sent KP a Black Griffin victim in March. This also lines up with the concept that Black Griffin Bonk was working with KP on her video when KP at one time was going to make a combined Black Griffin, all of these videos.
And not just, we got this last second, I'm sending it
Yes.
to KP because I can't handle this right now.
That's what that means. And that's something that really bothers me throughout this whole process is it's very, very clear throughout the entirety of this process that Bonk is hiding, and so is Amy, hiding their level of involvement and throwing KP to the wolves. Again, KP is honest. As much as you can hate KP, this is highlighting that they were far more involved in pushing her stories. Maybe they shouldn't be fucking hiding in glass houses. Hey, Amy, remember when you blocked me on Twitter? You should be afraid. Because I know more than you do.
Fandom, I can confirm that the bulk of Emmy's statement was not guided or influenced by KP. Nevertheless, I was interested to know how much input she had had, and when I set Jenny to work on a little bit of digging, she found the Google Doc that KP had originally put out. Now, because nobody knows how to protect Google documents apparently, Jenny was able to retrieve the edit history, which includes notes from KP intended to guide Emmy in improving the statement. This level of involvement is not apparent in...
So, important to note, things that were edited. So, okay. I was in the room where it happened. People don't hide when they edit documents, and it's kind of funny because it's really weird. Yes. There you go. There were edits that KP gave to the victim impact statement. Fucking insane. I don't understand why this was a thing she had to do. Now, I understand that there were certain things that maybe you could guide Emmy on doing better, like giving specific dates and how they knew each other. That I feel is fine. However, tailoring and giving aspects and telling her how to write a statement is really bad form. And I wonder, chat, if other people in this story might just do that.
To guide Emmy in improving the statement. This level of involvement is not apparent in KP's video. She does not make it clear.
And remember, KP highlights that she got this accusation last minute. No, she really didn't. Not in the way that she's acting.
In working closely with the victim before the release of this statement. Yep. This allows her in the video to look like an impartial observer, just reporting on these allegations, which is not the case. But once again, I think it is best that you just hear this all from KP. So there was a Google Doc that was posted that you did.
I'll be right
put
back,
up
chat.
With her basically her full statement. The one that was also posted on Twitter in screenshots.
Oh, okay.
So
I guess I forgot I did that, but yes.
How much influence did you have on that statement?
Fauji, you turned the
I
wrong thing
discussed
off.
this with
You turned the video
Pinter
off.
and
Amazing.
Lazy. I just gave critique. I gave screenshots. Here, I'll get the screenshots of me giving critique to it.
You know, it's just one of those days, you know.
Did he? Oh, he turned it off for chat. Oh,
look at that face! Look at that shit-eating face.
I was looking at my assignment, so I was just listening.
Guys, tip the stream so I can buy more professional shit to help this stream out.
Yes,
actually, I
chat,
will say this.
You did see his feet.
You did see my grippers. I'm not wearing socks right now.
Yeah, don't call
I
me.
am wearing pants.
Chat,
We
you
got
saw
lucky.
them. You saw them. That's
We
gonna
got
be $20.
I would have died.
It's
if my
$1
ass
per
was
piggy.
if my ass was on stream, I would have fucking died.
Maybe the chat would be dead.
Dogs
No, you
shown.
can show ass on stream. That's perfectly fine.
Yeah, but you'd have to turn around. To turn around.
Oh, that was a
Yeah,
fucking
them
special moment.
Those dogs were barking.
Ay, that is fucking hilarious. I'm sorry. That may be that's one of those special things I do, chat. Oh yeah. Thank you, chat. I will.
You will double check before you walk away from the station.
Well, I get them. That's my answer.
Thank you, Starshine Professional Streamer. Thank you guys. Thank you.
For my professional streamer.
Yes,
oopsie.
every tip you give keeps the stream alive. Oh, I'm not checking my DMs. I've seen the gifts, chat. I've seen it. I have so much to do. Everyone is. I love all your DMs. Thank you, chat. But I want to drink.
Sir, and Courtney gave feedback as well.
Okay. When you say critique, what are we talking about here?
Oh, you heard that right, chat. By the way, chat, you heard that right.
Courtney's more involved than
Courtney
just tacked
P.
on at the end.
Gave some. Oh my God. It's good.
$1 for a piggy.
Thanks for the grippers.
He's gonna show more often. Be careful. Be careful with your donos.
Thank you, Sky Prime. I say this every time. 100. If you tip 100, the shirt comes off. That's how this works.
Stop. Not during the stream.
And
Come on.
How much for
no, maybe not.
Victory lap.
Put on
Let's be real.
another shirt on.
There's fucking a victory lap for us. Let it be. Cloudy.
No.
Cloudy became a member. Cloudy celebrates 5 months of membership. Show hog.
All right, I did it. You guys can't see it. That's sad and that's unfortunately so sad.
Don't say that. That's disgusting.
I
You're
didn't.
disgusting
It's a
human
fucking
being.
joke. It's comedy. It's literal physical comedy. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? 150 for a foot? Sure. I don't fucking know. I don't care.
No, stop.
I'll
Drop
kick up
the
my
money.
leg. Again, let me just at least get. I'm trying to get an adult beverage.
Welcome to the op block where we have a price.
We do.
And it's not that high.
It's not as high as you think it is.
We're going all the way to 5K, chat. You know what to do, chat. Yes, obviously. Yes, if you tip 100, the shirt comes off. I know.
And I will switch my Fugi to a shirtless.
No, Poos. Okay, well, this is just gonna happen.
So when
Jesus.
do we get perineum sunning lessons?
Next week, I guess. Then it
Did
just
you not
keeps
play
saying
it?
next week until you
Yeah.
die.
Oh yeah, since we have like a lull, I watched like another oh god, bug fly in my face. Another movie. I think it was called the Shadow Within. It was a 1970s Japanese thriller.
Thank you,
about
Nim the Goodra tips
uh,
$3.33. Ayo, giving that out for free? Keep it to the
Bars.
Opry fans SMH.
That's what I'm saying.
Hard. Next question.
That's why I said give me 10 bands in one go, and I'll open a feed-only fan. I'll make an only feed.
So the Shadow Within is about like a Japanese businessman who cheats on his wife with like another lady, and he starts to think that this lady that he's cheating on his wife with son wants to murder him,
Right.
and the son's like 6 years old.
There's no, if we're talking like horror. I like suspense.
Yeah, suspense is a type of horror for sure. Yeah, thrillers.
God, it's a book. I know Cloudy has also read it called Piercing.
Yes.
Oh, I heard about that.
God, I'm trying to remember what the author's
Is
name
it by
was.
the guy who did Coin Locker Baby?
Maybe.
300 for Fauci
Maybe,
to sit
baby.
up and stand down with his feet in the camera and his mic on the
No.
floor. Yeah, sure. 300. Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
300.
Drummer. But only from Drummer.
It has to be 300 in one shot.
Flow of
Ryu
with Coin Locker
Murakami.
Babies. Yes, Coin Locker Babies.
That's like basic English stuff. Like nothing really. She wrote most of it herself, and I
can't
was
do
like, let me
that!
put this into paragraphs and
Oh, he wrote
give feedback on
Audition?
like the grammar and the general flow of it. That was
Damn.
really it.
Keep on to focus.
Okay, I'm just having a quick read of this. So, generally
Never watched that
speaking,
movie.
you were
Scared the
in
shit out of me.
conversations with Emmy, and you were
I'm sorry, I
working on
don't
the flow of
respect
this
KP.
statement to present something to the public.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I suppose my core question is, why didn't you provide an interview call with Emmy if you kind of had access to that?
She was afraid. I mean, I even asked her if she wanted to verbally read her own testimony in the video, but she was afraid that people could recognize her because she's a voice actor, her voice. And then I said, well, why don't we pitch? What if we pitch it down? And she says, no, I think people would still be able to recognize it just based on how I speak. And I was like, okay,
yeah.
So,
okay, you understand that kind of where the way this looks.
We're already 7 minutes in and 3 hours into the stream.
A victim statement that looks far more distant from you than is the reality, and then you have a long conversation with Courtney, where you are essentially providing context to how you are seeing this, almost at a distance, which is, I would say, fairly misleading to an audience.
Yeah. It's a whole conversation on consent.
Yeah, the idea with that is...
So for those who don't remember, there is an entire conversation about implied consent, that consent is not implied, and Courtney Pete lovingly, superior rape victim Courtney Pete. She is more important than your rape. She completely says, oh, well, flashing titties is consent, giving a fucking weirdo, like, fucking excuse for rape that I've never fucking seen in my life, to the point where I'm just like, you need to shut up. Shut the fuck up.
There should never be a point where I have to say this. Chat, if a woman shows you a titty, that is not consent to touch them.
Or it is, but you have that conversation.
I don't know. Can I touch the titty? And they say yes, then you can touch the titty.
Yes. There is implied...
The secret is, can I bite it?
Sure.
My
Here's the thing, right? Implied consent is a real thing between previously consenting parties. It is a thing because, fun fact, the nonverbal part of consent is a part of consent if you look it up. Now, that is not an excuse to sexually assault a partner that you already have. Intermarital rape happens. It literally happens. And it's very common. It's why spousal abuse is a real thing. And interpartner violence is a real fucking thing. But to completely disregard the fact that everybody can have directly needs emphatic consent, because there are people who are nonverbal, for instance. There are people that have known each other for a period of time, and when they know they're hanging out, they know what's fucking happening, and it's all consensual and on the level. Literally, it's still a version of communication. Oblak, who the fuck keeps denying that intermarital rape happens? A lot of cultures. But, like, more importantly, it's identifying the fact that intermarital rape would be, well, we have implied consent. Well, we've already set the ground rules for consent. And it's like, no, I mean, that encounter, if somebody says no in that encounter, it still means no. But again, like, the problem is Courtney, again, I've said it before, and I will always say it, I'll stand 100 toes down on it. Courtney Pete believes that she is the superior sexual assault victim, and it's really fucking disgusting. We didn't really go over Courtney's video on Black Griffin. We may do that one of these days. I was thinking, because I know Beckett wanted to look a little bit more into it. Maybe I'll pop on his stream if he ever does it. But, like, it's really, really disgusting. Regardless how you feel about Black Griffin, it's really fucking disgusting. Like, it hurts my heart to listen to, because this person is teaching people so inappropriately. So incredibly inappropriately.
I'm just not familiar with SA in general. I believe...
I'm gonna let that just fucking rock. I'm not familiar with sexual assault. No, you shouldn't have to be. It's a weird statement.
Mm-hmm.
Courtney being sexually assaulted does not make her a fucking expert on being sexually assaulted. It's actually really harmful.
It's like, you're a fucking sexual assault advocate.
Yeah.
Bro.
Yeah. You don't need, like, the prerequisite of being a victim advocate is not being a victim yourself. It's really bad to say that. It's really poor to say that. Me, when I'm in a middle school, I'm not familiar with an essay.
Do you want to be a non-blanc advocate? Subscribe.
Like and subscribe. Become a member today. Give to the Ko-Fi. The Ko-Fi, by the way, you can find the Ko-Fi in the chat, in the description, as well as in the description of the channel. The Ko-Fi is actually better than Patreon, unironically so. We also have a link tree if one of the mods are putting it in there. If you want to support helping the channel, I'm trying to get a big boy PC so I can support the channel a little bit more, but you can also support the other members of the Op Block. Links in the description or wherever the people are going to put it to.
I believe that you are familiar with Courtney's history. She was someone I trusted, so I just felt like it would be helpful in a call to talk about it from someone's an SI's survivor's perspective. So that was kind of the intention.
Okay, so I mean, there is another element to this. In that Google document, you are providing editing notes at points where you're saying that here's where you should mention this was non-consensual in both those instances.
Yeah, that was I just wanted to make a note to make that clear because that's what she said to me. So
that is, it's fair, but it's also confusing.
I mean, I'll be honest. What it looks like is that you had somebody come to you with a victim story, and then you tailored their victim.
This is part of the problem. It is Beckett is touching. It feels like KP and Courtney are interacting with Emmy's statement to make it possible to fit in their video and then talk around it, instead of present the allegations as facts. And that's the problem. It is not the presentation of facts. It is the presentation in a video. It's really unhealthy.
Impact statement, which is quite bad. But I've seen little bits of kind of the conversations through Lio, where, you know, there's a question with one of the other members of the DA group where it's like, well, should we re-record the interview? And Lio says, well, no, let the interview stand as is. You can provide context afterwards, but the interview should stand as your interview. When you've got something like this, the way it looks to me is you've got, okay, well, this is the statement from the victim. I know that I'm going to use this in a video. How do I make this, like, what are the points that I need to hit with an audience? Which is, I mean, not great.
I mean, so was the general critique, I just let them talk and I didn't, like...
It's not critiquing your video. Holy shit. Oh, okay. Sure.
Ask them, like, I'm not really following.
So the general critique is this. You let them talk, and then you took their statement and tailored it to be more impactful for content that you were planning to release. And at the same time, I've got statements from Brony Fan that you also provided statements to the other DA victims, which was sort of a line to take.
Which we do know, because the DA Games victims have kind of confirmed that and showed that to us in our Discord, which you can join. Again, I understand what KP was doing. She was trying to collate and get everybody together. Technically, the fact that she was in and around the creation of the Google Doc is a part of that too. It's not, I actually don't even put that as a knock on her, because by all admittance, you know, you guys also in some way did shape and form. She was involved in that process or helping with the vetting of that process. It just sucks because it seems that for Emmy, it was a lot more involved to draw blood from the stone, which is really, really in poor taste and very detrimental.
I don't remember. Can you put that screen?
Unironically, I'm going to make this faster because I forgot how many pauses Emmy has. I mean, KP has. I don't know who's winning between pregnant pauses, Cameron or KP. I don't know yet.
Shot in there. I don't really remember that.
Yeah, give me 1 second. It would have been this one.
Oh, I mean, I just wrote that to be helpful, so he didn't have to do it. And my intention was essentially like, hey, I wrote a thing, change it however you feel fit. So that was and I guess he thought that I was trying to put words into his mouth. And I just like, so things that I assumed were like he had talked to the victim extensively. He didn't, and I didn't know that. So, you know, I guess I was the only one that talked to her extensively, besides Amy. Yeah, he's one of my people, or one of the people I need to kind of talk to, but I'm also afraid he's gonna screenshot me out of context again, and you know, that's scary as well. So
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, it's partly...
Sure, he's also a fucking weird schizophrenic.
I mean, what I run up against is when I see stuff like this, and you said, you know, putting words in people's mouths. The problem is what I've got to go on is kind of like what I can pick through and see, which
not just tailoring, but basically becoming co-authors on the piece. It sounds like KP is putting her unrequited desires for Saber, and Courtney is using it as a soapbox for her weird trauma agenda. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. KP has her own history with Saber from what we can find. Henry and Casey will talk about it a little bit more, but it's very clear that KP has gone back and forth between hating this group of people and desperately wanting to be their friend. Desperately wanting to be their friend. And it's such a weird, like, dichotomy. It's very obvious that it's unhealthy for her. Regardless of how you feel about KP, it is an unhealthy standard that she is setting for herself. Very bizarre.
Timeline-wise, is there are multiple documents being written, including the large DA document, which had way more victim impact statements, many of which have been pulled entirely. I believe one of them is Jamesy.
Yeah, Jamie also got it.
Okay, so the fun fact, side note, DA Games guys, you left the ability to see the edit log there. So yeah, that was the thing.
Season so that scared him.
Right.
Pull out entirely.
So what I've got in front of me is multiple documents in which there have been many chefs involved in these particular kitchens, and it feels very guided, which is concerning when we're talking about hit pieces, because then, you know, how much is influenced not just by the people who may have gone through these things, but by people who are looking to then utilize them, because Brony Fandom has been going after Black Griffin in this group for years now.
Years, like at least since 2020. Since 2023 that we could find, there is some evidence of him being weird about it in like even like 2020-ish, 2021-ish. It's very hard to source. Like some of them are just like screenshots that have like no source to it, or weird remarks about them. So like we didn't like I didn't include it because I didn't feel like it was pertinent. Because those screenshots are like they're ephemeral to I don't know what they're referencing. It's not like, but it is clear that there's years since Claire and Gabe got together that it was tied like that. And that's part of the problem that I have.
Just to be clear, I had nothing to do with the DA Games document. Those were written way before I got involved, just to clarify.
Okay. Can you just explain some of these edits in this document then? Like what does the highlighted in purple mean?
Turn the light off because
I don't remember.
It's warm in here.
Okay, that's fine.
Chad, I'm starting to get warm. If only someone can donate $100 to the shirt.
Jesus,
that was fucked.
Why,
that was actually.
Why would someone donate
that
100?
was that was e-begging. That was e-begging. Even I couldn't finish the fucking statement. Holy fuck! I couldn't finish that. Oh.
So yeah, it's a placement of things of like bring up the fact that he did not.
Here, Valji, I'll teach you how to e-beg. Hey, chat. Please. Now, just imagine that I'm putting some like desperation in my voice there. You do the rest, chat.
That's funny. Okay, Xanderall, I'm dead.
Well, I just gave screenshots that gave more context to that.
For Doolittle.
I guess it was Courtney's
Give me
note.
money or I'll
Courtney
throw
also
punch you.
gave some feedback of the statement, and
That's funny.
I mean,
not to blame her. No, she
sure. I mean, again, I get this is a collaborative process, and Courtney's not here to sort of give her side of what happened, so I don't want to start just blaming people who aren't around. I suppose at a core level,
blame on Courtney,
and this is why people are focusing on the Saber Spark stuff. What you have is testimony of something that happened over a decade ago, from one person who chose to remain anonymous, who has a long internet history, which is mixed. Again, like I'm sure that there are two sides to the Emmy story. In fact, a few people are quite interested in the other side of that Emmy story. You know,
yeah. Well, I'm gonna attempt to get it because she seems to. I mean, obviously, don't release these screenshots publicly, at least not now without asking, but she seems to trust me right now. So, for lack of a better word, I'm pretty
she didn't. She did not trust her.
fucking pissed, and I feel like a dupe that was put on
She did not trust her, chat. She sent that voice message. She did not trust her.
for a ride. But my implication with everything, so Bonk came to me with this story because he was having mental health problems at the time and he didn't have the energy to deal with it. So my understanding, feel free to ask him, this was going to come out regardless of me. So I was just there already making a video about it. So it just seemed
Right,
like,
but sure, but this stuff had been building for a while on some of the DA stuff. I can see that from the documents. But this stuff with Emmy seems to have come right out of the blue, right where you needed it, and you seem to not have questioned, shall we say, the good fortune of that happening. You seem to have just gone, oh great, cool, well now I've got something to go at Saber with.
well, let me clarify. So I would imagine you can ask Amy about this. I don't how long maybe she said 2023, I think. But she has known about this for a couple of years. Amy is Peter New's wife, who don't tell her I sent you because she doesn't like me right now. But
Bars.
Amazing. Don't worry, we don't like her either.
She was the one I originally talked to get in contact with.
Is that
Emmy.
is that the other Pegasus sister or whatever the hell?
No, I don't think Amy has a presence in the fandom.
Okay, because I'm just like...
She does. Oh, she does!
Even for me, I'm just trying to make sense of who half these people are. Now, it might be slightly hypocritical for me, of all people, to criticize someone else for becoming too involved in a story, but there are lines to this, and getting a victim to edit their impact statement is certainly a line. While KP argues this is to clarify and fill in gaps, these edits read far more as trying to remove any
Oh, wait. Yeah, that's fucking... The edits are crazy.
Doubt and emphasize things like the power imbalance.
Yeah.
Making sure a victim's impact statement fits more easily with the arguments you're going to make in your video is certainly highly unethical. Within the DM logs between KP and Emmy, KP provides feedback from Courtney Pete. One particular line of interest is, and it sort of kills me that she...
So Courtney Pete said a bunch of different things. I want to read these out just so people understand how fucking weird this person is. And you guys can make the determination if this is a person who definitely doesn't need to be in a psych ward. I read the victim's testimony. Poor kid. I know she's over 18. Still a kid to me. She's older than you, maybe? I don't fucking know. She has a child! Only note I really have is that if I were her, I'd probably explain how/when her clothes were taken off during the first assault. Can't edit. As much as it is going to suck to have to relive to type that. And that consent is never implied. Ever. Not with married couples, dating couples, friends with benefits, previous hookups, etc. So frankly, anyone who thinks it's implied is already in the wrong. Because... Oh, now I'm getting my voice in there. Let's do it. Because people secure in their sexual encounters, even those insecure, but not monsters, still check in. And it sort of kills me that she might have been giving any sort of grace to him at the expense of, oh my god, herself? Because she considered it was implied? My BF and I have been together almost 7 years. Also, she weirdly fucking highlights that she's in an age gap relationship, by the way. Fucking bizarre. It's not in this, it's in the Black Griffin video. She's like, oh, I am the fucking be-all end-all of age gap relationships. Bitch, you're crazy.
Or is it because when the sun shine, we shine together? Told you I'll be here forever. Said I'll always be your friend.
I mean,
You
I'm in
took
an
a
age
no,
gap
I'm gonna stick it
relationship.
to
Does
the
that make
end.
me an expert?
No. No, Ash. It does
Well,
not.
compared to them, I am.
Don't listen to
I like MILFs. Does that make me an expert?
Yes, Kat.
Oh, definitely.
You are the
Bars.
MILF expert. And lived together for almost 5 years, but he still asks me if I want to have sex, even when I'm naked in bed next to him, and he doesn't touch me without asking. And that's what consent looks like. And that's what somebody who cares about consent looks like. And yeah, my cringe lord ass will say, touchdown, 10 points, and high five him and say, go team, afterwards, because it's funny. Because because we both enjoyed ourselves. People don't experience fight or flight in a normal, healthy sexual encounter. Only in assault. Who asked? Yeah, I know.
She might be giving any sort of grace to him at the expense of herself, because he considered it implied. And this isn't just a throwaway line, it's intermingled amongst a tirade on how consent works, emphasizing why that line in particular is an issue. It would work, too. Emmy does change her statement because of this.
And here's the crazy part. Emily changed her fucking statement. And you wanna know what's crazy? That's not even the craziest part of this!
Feedback. Hey, sorry, I removed the part giving him grace by saying I understand he may have thought consent was implied. Courtney is definitely right. I just know his retort is going to be him believing consent was there. Courtney is right, though. It was never implied, even if I did like him at the time. This is direct evidence that KP and Courtney worked to tailor the victim's statement to make it more damaging. And the reason this is an issue is because it's not how Emmy necessarily sees the situation. It is KP and Courtney trying to influence Emmy to perceive the situation through their lens. If you care about what victims have to say, and this story is full of people who don't care what victims have to say, you should respect those original statements. But as if to perfectly encapsulate my point of how fucking careless everyone here is, I went to check the release statement, and that section about implied consent is still present. I thought I was losing my mind for a second because I've read these DMs, so I went back to check, and I'm right. I'm showing you the original statement supplied by Emmy to KP, and I've highlighted the word implied. But if we scroll all the way down to her updated statement, and I cannot fucking believe this, it's gone. Emmy did make this edit, but KP is paying so little attention, she didn't even include it in the final document.
So Emily updated the statement to take everything about implied out, but because these people are so fucking moronic, she didn't pay attention and grabbed the wrong version of the statement. The wrong version, which everybody saw because there were multiple implied notes, and it was very weird. Interesting. Very interesting, chat.
For release. No wonder those involved in this didn't care about the fact that Emmy has no evidence for the allegation she's making. They don't even care about her actual testimony.
Yeah.
And don't worry,
Weird.
because this situation somehow becomes more absurd. Because you'll remember, Lio advised KP that this was a matter for the authorities, and they would require at the very least a police statement to be filed if they were planning to run this story. One of the things that got sort of mentioned was Lio's involvement, and I was interested in how far that involvement kind of went. I mean, maybe you can speak to that. It doesn't seem like Lio is, from what I have seen, that involved. He doesn't seem to have seen the video before it came out. I think Lio said to me when asked about this particular statement and this victim, his advice was, don't run this. That seems to have been his involvement. And go to the police about stuff. Is that unfair?
I don't remember the don't run this, but yeah, we did have an extensive conversation where we recommended that she go to the police and get a police report first. And she didn't want to...
The don't run this was when I told you shouldn't put this in a video.
Okay.
Because the police report wasn't filed. That's what he's referring to.
Lio is the voice of reason. Lio's the voice of reason. Let that sink in for some of the Lio haters, which I get. Believe me, I have my own qualms with Lio that I have told him. But he do know the way. He do know the way.
Okay, well that's why we released.
The cosmic sign was Lio knew that this was a bad look, and he asked them to get a police report. Asked them multiple times. Why didn't they do it?
It on Twitter first to kind of have it.
Well, I don't know if that helps, because that, if anything, makes it worse, KP, because it looks like you've gone, oh, we don't have a police report, but if this is gaining traction on Twitter, then I can put it in a video you are already making with a victim you are already speaking to.
I don't really have a response to that.
Okay.
KP,
so what I'm running
come
up
on,
against
KP, be better!
Is there are going to be multiple sort of views on this video, from everything from stupidity to malice. I don't know where I sit with that at the moment, I'll be honest, because, you know, I know you by your own admission do not like this group of people. You have a history with them. You were handed stuff that was, you couldn't substantiate from years ago, and, you know, you use that to make essentially rape by coercion argument against somebody without even speaking to Saber about it. I mean, it's pretty fucking wild, frankly.
No, I get it. No, I was just stupid and I wanted to. She came to me. She like Bonk already knew I was making this video. It just seemed like another victim testimony to add, like the Dia Games one.
Unsurprisingly, when we're dealing with a community that just repeats things they've heard over and over again until they somehow become true, even when it is, once again, life-ruining accusations, KP and others, and we're about to get to them.
KP, you're fucking the bag. KP, what are you doing?
Those people worked on the assumption that once this was out on Twitter, coverage of it was fair game. But to be clear, in the DMs, KP is scheduling this with Brony Fandom, and the statement itself even goes out early and has to be removed. Despite how fucked up all of this is, the level of incompetence is unironically just fucking hilarious. Predictably, once the video had been released and backlash was in, these little rats started fleeing the sinking ship. Fandom's DMs here are pretty interesting, but we'll get to his section in a little bit. However, one thing I want to point out is this tweet from May 5th, where Fandom says, I talked with her in call about the problems. She told me she was surprised by the reactions because her team and the victim viewed it prior and liked it. I did not realize at the time that she was lying.
That's a lie.
Well, I can prove that in this case at least KP wasn't, because Emmy did see the video and
Emmy said, thank you for doing that. I need to hear that. Honestly, it was very helpful. Here's also
lying.
what Emmy said.
Well, I can prove that in this case at least KP wasn't.
Emmy said the video made her cry.
Wasn't, because Emmy did see the video and had a positive reaction to it. Before we move forward though, I do think it is valuable that you hear something that isn't just my opinion. Positive reaction.
I was in LA for a bit, I'm sure, but no rush. I'm in NYC now.
For a gig.
And for a gig. And my titmouse content here is like, girl, it's so bad, yo. I don't think you be working with titmouse no more.
I like titmouse.
Action to it. Before we move forward though, I do think it is valuable that you hear something that
she also does lie about business connections, so I have no fucking clue if that's true.
Isn't just my opinion or KP's own statements. And one person who's known this group of people for a significant period of time is Henry, Saberspark's editor. Let's talk about KP and your experiences with her.
Sure.
How did you first get to meet KP?
Through the convention scene. So going to different conventions, basically she would either be a panelist or a guest. She would show up to these cons, and even back in the early days, it was kind of, everyone was trying to be friends together and establish relationships, but you would find that there were some people that just, you weren't necessarily vibing with, or that they weren't on the same wavelength. So
yeah.
KP was one of those individuals early on to me that I just got a sense of entitlement and a sense of, her demeanor was very off-putting. So a lot of people kind of created this, mindset, like, don't necessarily include KP if she's trying to wedge her way into panels and or, scenes on these convention floors and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, I have firsthand experience of times where I've had to kind of, create that wall for her to just say, like, don't try to, come into our space because, you have the sense that, like, nepotism, or not nepotism, what is it? Narcissism? Yeah, like narcissism is strong with her.
Yes, it is.
So, yeah, go ahead. Can you give me some examples of some experiences you guys have just had with KP over the years? Because I know, Saber mentioned their relationship in the response, and
never soft.
I think it would be helpful for people to get that
Use
picture.
hard colors.
Yeah. So, well, a first-hand experience would be at Equestria LA 2017. We had a bad fanfic reading panel. KP showed up. She was sitting in the front row, kind of heckling us the whole time, saying, "Hey, let me go up on stage." Just trying to kind of wedge her way into this thing where we had to, get prior approval to get this panel approved.
Imagine getting heckled by I Love Kim Possible a lot. Imagine.
But Founder, you don't get it. I love the cartoon horse more.
So fucking, oh my god, that's insane. Imagine.
We had the people who were panelists on that panel. She has done this many times where it's kind of, she thinks she knows best or that she should be included and tries to wedge her way in. Other experiences that, I wasn't necessarily firsthand for. She was at Cider Fest and...
So correction is the Jen Blake situation was trying to use her booth for getting commissions happened at Midwest Brony Fest and was relayed to me at Cider Fest. So I believe it happened at the same convention. So let's just to let it known, what Henry's going to go into the fact that KP tried to steal commissions from a different person.
A artist named Jen Blake had a booth in the vendor hall. KP, trying to talk to Jen, positions herself kind of behind the vendor table, and as Jen is taking on commissions and interacting with guests who are there for her, KP wedges herself in and says, oh, I'd be willing to take some commissions, if you guys want from me, and kind of almost like trying to funnel business away from the actual comic artist that works on IDW's MLP comics. And I could tell that Jen was very uncomfortable about the whole situation and kind of made it clear that KP was not welcome to be there anymore. Because like, yeah, she just didn't have like this concept of what she was doing was wrong. And she has many instances of that. I mean, I can even point.
KP. You know, you said once to Chris aficionado that he sounded a little bit autistic. Sit on that for a moment, KP. I'm sorry. Oh God, for my AUs in chat, please. I'm sorry for my AUs in chat. You know what to do. Love y'all. Very interesting.
To another one where it's more of a private thing, so it's not necessarily something where I'm going to say I had firsthand experience, but I heard the story. So she moved to California, and who was it? Rachel Bloom was having a show within LA, and she's a well-known individual, kind of has a awards and history, and I can see the appeal of wanting to go to say like a Rachel Bloom show. She's a fan. The problem is that KP kept telling people that she had an in or like some sort of connection to talk to Rachel Bloom, and she really wanted to go to the show to kind of hand over her portfolio and see if they could work together on stuff. Well, she lied about that. She never actually had like a connection with Rachel Bloom. She just knew that the show was going to happen, and she was going to kind of more or less spring it on her at the end and just like wait outside the stage door to give her things. But when people asked her, hey, how do you have a connection with this? Like, how did you broker this deal? She's lying the whole time, saying, oh well, I have a way to get to her and talk to her about this stuff, and I just want to see if she wants to work on this project, a video project. And yeah, it's example after example. Casey and I, well, mainly Casey, tried really hard when she first moved to LA to be a mentor for her. I had already had my prior experience with her, so I had written her off kind of as, okay, I'll believe it when I see it, like her attitude change and her demeanor change. But when she moved to LA, she was very much in the mindset of, hey, I want to kind of like, start over. I want to, be better. So Casey offered to be her mentor and pointed out many times where it was like, hey, you can't kind of act this way towards people. You need to also be mindful that, if people don't want to be friends with.
Yeah, so the TLDR of this is the biggest problem with KP is that she was socially inept because she really think that everyone owed her something. And she didn't understand what that meant. And when people kind of approached her with it, she would get very defensive about it. Extremely defensive. To the point where when people didn't want to be her friends anymore, she took it as personal business attacks because she cannot differentiate her own personal problems for her as the persona and business person that she believes that she is.
With you don't have that right to say, you need to be friends with me. The narcissism part, rearing its head. I would just say that KP had many examples of another individual who she had beef with was AC Race Best. He basically said, I don't want to be friends with you, a long time ago. I think Casey, suggested that KP reach out and try to get to the bottom of why they never could be friends. He gave her a detailed response as to why his reasons, and she lashed out. She basically started cursing him out, sending him a long message. I'm sure there is a chat log out there that could actually be presented for that. But it goes to show that she definitely has had both a beef with Steven and other individuals who haven't kind of, in her mind, lifted her up with them. They became successful, and she saw it as, why not me? Her content in the community as a whole was kind of lackluster, or it got views, but as soon as she kind of wanted to shift away from that, she couldn't pivot in a way where her content was thriving.
That's AC Race Best is another person in the Brony community who is friendly with Saberspark, Henry, Casey, and Black Griffin.
So I think she very much internally.
And the story goes as Henry is stating that like they had a falling out, and even though there was some attempts to at least have a polite distance, KP did not want that. KP either wanted blood for the blood god or be the best friends that a girl could buy.
Internalize a lot of this, like, why is it that Steven was able to do that with Saberspark? Why is it that other individuals are able to make their livelihood, work for them? So
yes,
those are just some of the examples.
Firstly, you wanted to add a correction for Henry for the Race Best story.
Oh yeah, I never advised Rachel to contact Jeffrey at all. I talked to her after she had lashed out, and I was not happy with her, and I told her as much. This is all very just disappointing and sad for me personally. So I'm sorry if I sigh quite a bit. I pointed out that they have very little in common other than liking one TV show in the whole world. And what is her deal with wanting to be friends with this one guy? And she didn't have a very good answer for me. She struggled with that. She literally stammered to the point where I don't actually remember what she said. It wasn't very substantial. But no, I did not tell her to reach out to Jeff. He told me that she lashed out, and you could probably tell the story of how frustrated I was with her because I went to bat for Rachel. And I had told people that moving to LA had caused her to grow and mature as a person, It is difficult. The entertainment industry is difficult. Let's be real. And she was trying, and I thought maybe it would have given her some life perspective that she had lacked before. And then she went and made me out to be a liar, and I was super not happy with her about that.
Like I mean, is it fair to say that this is the end of any industry contact she had left? That essentially it's destroyed any remaining friendship she had?
Ooh, that's gonna hurt in the morning.
That's, as far as my sphere, that's pretty accurate.
Ooh.
I know that.
Ooh, 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 ooh.
People that I know know that
down,
if I
yeah.
say something, I mean it. And I did tell everyone. I posted the link to my Twitter and I said, this is my stance. I just want all of you to know. And I already knew that a lot of our mutuals had put her on the information diet. So, like, did this do it? I don't think so. She had already dug the grave. This is just the last pile of dirt. As far as industry contacts, what did she have?
Before we move forward, I want to add a little disclaimer here, because we're going to talk about the other people who were involved in this. And I don't want this to come across as some sort of exoneration of KP and Courtney. It's just that there are other people involved with blood on their hands. Since the video came out, a lot of people have been trying to use them as scapegoats, understandably. But realistically speaking, many of these...
Hey, kick in the sweet. Good morning, buddy.
Good morning from Sweden to every pony. Clip clop.
No. None of that.
No clip clop.
No.
People should not be feeling particularly smug right now. There are obviously levels of blame to go
Up to
around,
the glue
but one particular
factory.
group, and where we're going to start, is people who have also run allegations fed to them by Brony Fandom. Because realistically, they've done exactly the same thing as KP did, they've just been lucky about it. And this little group can be perfectly encapsulated through one particular YouTuber, Lazy Bedhead. The reason we're starting here of all places is because on levels of culpability, just believing a document that's handed to you is something that...
So I've already said my quotes on Lazy Bedhead. I think her video is so fence-sitting, wishy-washy, but also incredibly reckless. Beckett will be kinder than me. I would say much harsher words. He will be harsh, but I would say harsher. But I understand why. In my personal opinion, I agree with him for his own take. It's just my take is different because I don't like her.
I mean, yeah, we don't just look at Google Doc and go, okay, this tracks. I'm not gonna look up anything else about what's going on.
Yeah, y'all could never make me hate Lazy. I mean, that's fine. I don't
you could like
I
whoever
don't. Let me be real. I don't.
We're not going to stop you.
I don't
you can like who you
dislike
like.
her.
I'm just disappointed in that she.
Hey guys, when you cover pony drama, are you the clock block?
Funny that you mentioned that, because we have a piece of art somewhere that Felgy is pulling up right now.
Cloudy has it right now. I don't know. Where
With that, Cloudy is DMing him right now.
Yeah,
What
she
is it, the
talks.
Christmas
She
one?
talks about Beckett having biases, but ignores her own when she gobbles up everything Mr. Enter and Fan don't fed her without question. Yeah, I believe me. Beckett is kinder than me. I'll actually be straight up. Beckett kinder than me.
Generally speaking, a lot of YouTubers do, trusting that the vetting has already been done for them. In fact,
I'm
this
not
is
saying
KP's
that all
defense
you
for why
don't
she
beat
fucked
me.
this
Oh,
up.
that's fine.
She believed that Brony Fandom and Amy had already vetted Emily. Now, is this
When you
incredibly
randomly cuck men, are you the cock block?
It's not random when he does it. It's strategic.
It's not random. It's actually happened.
Of course it is. But my annoyance comes from the fact that it's shockingly common in this story.
Pinky and would ask Pinky if she liked a picture of his penis. Destiny would straight up delete the Twitter account.
Oh, Pinky, no, Pinky!
Associated with this interaction and wouldn't
we don't fucking know. We don't.
Okay.
Yeah, when you cuck a random man or men are you? Streamers can't read Gamma, you know it.
discover Black Griffin until years later, when he voiced Alistair in the Has-Been Hotel pilot. Destiny also addressed the creators of Billy Bust Up, which we can discuss.
Okay, again, I'll say it. Destiny Doodles was fighting in Beckett's comments and then deleted all of her posts. She don't got shit. If she got shit, she would have showed it. I'm being straight. Show it, for the love of God.
Found just being straight.
And weird, cringe.
Please show the evidence.
Later. Now, since this was when Destiny was 13 years old, hindsight is 2020, so none of the chats or this dick pic was ever documented or screenshots taken. So, for now, these are just allegations from memory. Although, I do think this testimony coming forward does sort of confirm the sneaking suspicion that people have had about Gabe for years up until this point.
No, it doesn't, because, fun fact, she don't got the evidence. Fun fact, the other Snapchat doesn't support that. What's up?
It's okay if we don't sing everything.
I had to.
Point. Sourced from Courtney Pete's own video, she interviews 2 individuals who have been a part of the Brony community and convention space.
Oh, look! It's KP and Sophie Scruggs.
For years. Even they have testified that con staff and community members had speculated of Gabriel's grooming relationship with Claire for decades.
Now this requires us to talk a little bit about the Black Griffin allegations. I don't want to go too deep here because it is a hell of a rabbit hole, so we're going to focus on the Destiny allegations
you know
in
it's
particular.
serious.
To give you a
Thank you,
TLDR,
Edgar.
Destiny
True.
claims that in 2012 she interacted with Gabe, and during those interactions, while she was a minor, Gabe would
Yes.
flirt with her and also offered her a dick pic. Much like the allegations against Saberspark, there is no evidence for this.
Nothing.
And even in the document, it is noted that it can't have been in 2012 because Twitter didn't even.
She says it's in 2012. Fun fact, literally couldn't have sent video proof. You couldn't have sent images on Twitter in 2012. You sent images, like, it doesn't even work. It's not correct. It doesn't make sense. He could have, like, if the timeline is the way that she presents it, he couldn't have sent a picture over Twitter because Twitter didn't have that feature. Insane. Actually insane.
Add the function to send pictures in DMs until December of 2013. And yet Lazy Bedhead uses the fact the allegations even exist in the first place to try and label Black Griffin a predator. And I'd like you to keep in mind here that Fando themselves admits that they don't have proof behind the Destiny allegations. In fact, they were using those allegations in an attempt to gay up and...
So, very poignantly, just to let you guys know, just to kind of highlight these messages that are on screen, Fandom openly said that he was going to try to talk to Claire, Black Griffin's wife, gay up her and him, and spring these allegations that he could not source and say, admit that you sent this minor a dick pic. Admit it. I can't prove it, but admit it. Admit it right now. Admit that you sent it. Again, you can't source that. There's no sourcing of that information. He was just going to do it, and then when it didn't happen, he's like, I'm going to publish it anyways, though. Insane. It's an insane line of logic. Like, it's like, oh, here, admit to this thing that you think that you didn't do. Pop. Again, I can't prove if Black Griffin is not a groomer. I got to make that very clear. The evidence is inconclusive at this time. There's some evidence that leans towards it. There's some evidence that doesn't lean toward it. But like Beckett said, it's not the quantity of evidence. It needs to be the quality of it. And right now, the quality is the problem.
Blackmail Black Griffin. When that didn't work, they released them anyway. And yes, I can already hear the scratching in my comment section. But Beckett, Black Griffin is a well-documented groomer. I'm not saying that Black Griffin isn't a groomer. I don't know. Certainly some of his interactions are pretty fucking weird, particularly the DeviantArt posts. But
which we
when
went
we
over.
look through allegations like this, you need to have some kind of smoking gun. I showed you screenshots earlier of Grizzly the medic. In that instance, you have Grizzly, a security guard at BronyCon who tried to get a 12-year-old to come up to their hotel room, in DMs, acknowledging someone's age and continuing to have explicit conversations with them in their DMs. While Gabe is weird, very, very weird, this has apparently been going on for a decade and no one has a smoking gun. And to be clear, this isn't just internet stuff. Projects that Black Griffin and his wife have worked on are targeted. There is a massive public campaign to have.
Yeah, the Grizzly the medic shit is wild. I will say this. But again, part of the problem is that, yes, Claire and Gabe have been targeted for their business connections. Again, it's not fully provable, and that's part of the problem. And Claire has openly said that she's not groomed.
Have this guy removed from any project that associates with him, all of which is based on the schizophrenic ramblings of Fandom. Now originally, this section was much longer and way more pissed off. I actually included Anthony Grimoglia giving a defense of Lazy Bedhead just to provide some kind of balance, but I have since spoken to her at length both about the Saber Spark allegations and the wider story involving Black Griffin, and as much of this section was directed pointedly towards her, that feels a little bit redundant at this point. However, just because I've spoken to Lazy doesn't mean I don't have massive criticisms for this video, so I just want to run over them in a slightly calmer, more chilled out tone. One of my major issues, in fact probably my main issue with this story, is the fact that nobody really vetted or checked anybody before running things. For example, Courtney Pete and by extension Lazy Bedhead used Sophie Scruggs as an expert on this community, but Scruggs is not a passive observer. We'll get to her section later, but all you need to know for the moment is that Brony Fandom is not just one person. Sophie Scruggs has access to that account and has regularly posted from it.
Oh yes, as an aside, yes, Sophie Scruggs has direct access to the Brony Fandom account. She has posted. Typically, she will post with a /S. We did our research on it. We found a bunch of posts with /S on it.
Hyphen S. /S.
Hyphen
means,
S. Yes. Hyphen S. Thank you.
/S means sarcasm.
Yeah. At
Flash
this
serious.
Point, yeah. At this point, outside of certain stories and topics, like currently himself, it's not far-fetched to say that Sophie endorses when Bonk schizos out a little bit. A little bit. Not too much, because she did, to Sophie's credit, she locked the account down, and Bonk currently does not have access to it.
This is all missed is because the information Lazy Bedhead has on Brony Fandom largely comes from the Gabe defense documents. While Lazy Bedhead, to her credit, does condemn this information because Fandom is a complete freak, she does post this updated pinned comment, stating that Fandom has largely moved on from these opinions they held when they were a minor.
That's not true, Lazy!
Lazy would explain to me that she posted and pinned this comment due to the fact she was getting pushback from Fandom defenders, and she largely just wanted them to shut the fuck up. But to be clear, Fandom has continued to defend his consumption of pornography depicting—
Lazy! That's not true! Because in a document that I have... Oh, by the way, this is our show doc. You want research? Here's our show doc. Because Lazy! Here's them as MLP Screwy. That's a technical foul. This is Claire's statement when he tried to gay-op her. This is when Brony Fan says fuck Claire completely. And says she's no longer a victim in his eyes. Saying that it's misinfo. I hid nothing. Claire's already tried to make a hit piece on me, and it didn't do anything. Yes, it did, because we found it. This is Brony Fan saying that Claire kicks her. I mean, no, sorry, that Gabe kicks Claire in some capacity. It's fucking weird. And showing penis. I don't give a, like, again, no proof. This is the gay-opping attempt. This is Brony Fan in 2024 defending the pedophile art. It was not something when they were 13. They only talked about it on March 31st, a part of the Great Schizo I'm a God rant. This is them in I know it's cut off, but this is them in 2024 defending pony furry pedophilic art. Bonk is Claire Stalker is an apt way to say it. Again, Claire is defined to defame me for posting screenshots of things her husband has done. Little ironic how you're adamant about the relationship is gross when you openly defend full con. You literally defend grooming. About full con, I don't defend pedophilia. I've never done that, which he doubles back on because he doesn't want it. But then he will triple down on it in March 31st of this year with a long schizophrenic post that would talk about his RP fame and the fact that he truly loves full con. This is our archive of the tweets. With great power comes great responsibility. He's fucking schizophrenic. Twitter pony summer of 2021. Where is my favorite tweet that he says? I was barely a teen. Small blip. Equestria girls. He ran an NSFW private Twitter on as
this
a minor.
Is more than I tweet in a year.
Yeah, I know. He says that he's been groomed in the past. I don't necessarily doubt that.
It's like Elon Musk levels of tweeting over here.
Yeah. Where is it? Last BronyCon changed his life. He felt like he was a god among men, but he wasn't. COVID killed it. Where is the fucking tweet? This is a whole fucking Twitter thread we are not getting into. This is the NSFW of Noelle, who is stereotypically, that game is of them in high school, so you can consider her anywhere from ages 14 to 17, 18. But it seems like it's the first day of school, so she's possibly a minor. Black Griffin, I don't understand why this character is not hurt by me. I can't believe I have no secret past of pining for children. Or public past of it like Griffin. That's not necessarily true. Oh my god, debating if snouts are too far for furries. Oh my god, he can't hurt Noelle, and he's not attracted to. He needs to constantly say, "I'm not." Listen, I don't like animals and kids. I'm telling you, I would never hurt them. Noelle isn't a person in my mind. I know she's underage, but she's not a person.
The Brony hates furries is crazy.
I don't diddle kids.
Remember, this is a guy who started a fucking role-playing account as a minor, as a 10-year-old. fucking foal with a boyfriend who de-aged itself from 19 to 10 and then ran a Discord account, which is the character in My Little Pony, and then was like, I was a god among men. They worshipped me as I walked through the Brony cons. Everyone knew my name. Nobody knows who he is. He's an insignificant speck on this planet we call Earth, and he is far more insignificant now than he has ever been. Because remember, chat, that's a technical foul.
I'll have to teach you how to do it someday.
I'm gonna pull my brains out.
I haven't heard it in a little bit. Yes, Noelle is 16 and a lesbian, so there is no direct age for Noelle. But, again, it's important to note, because it's here. And I want to highlight this, because Cameron, cameo from Cameron F305, does the same thing. In his mind, in Brony Fandom's mind, he sees Noelle as a minor. That's why he specifies that he knows that it was made, but Noelle is not a person, it's just a character. The age is not in his brain. But he views Noelle as a minor. Maybe it's the same way that Cameron views Ann/Jelly as a minor, but you know, it's just a theory, a game theory.
Underage furry characters. In March of this year, Fandom would post an incredibly long schizo thread about their history with the community, at the end of which he includes these comments. If no one is hurt, then it isn't an issue. I can't hurt Noelle, and it doesn't represent me.
Again,
or
it's
how
how he... You have to understand, it's how he believes it. Listen, I can make fun of Cameron all I want. Again, I'm not going to the age gap discourse. Very, very clearly, I'm not fighting that one. But again, it's how he views it. He knows it's problematic, but still indulges in it because the character isn't real, and he would never hurt real kids. His words. His words.
If anything, it stems from my own situation when I was a minor. Psychology is complicated. I know what's in my brain. I know I have no attraction to children or animals. Noelle is neither to me in my head. An issue here is simply that Lazy doesn't use Twitter, and therefore never caught this. This lack of vetting isn't just me bitching.
Alright, this is a hot take. I think Lazy is, this is really poor. How do I want to say this? If you are a content creator and your videos are based on research and analysis, even of topics like this, and you refuse to use a social media site, which many people use for investigative purposes, you should never be making a video like this. If you're refusing it because it's wokey bullshit, I don't know what to tell you. I'm progressive and I use it because it's part of the hobby. It's really not a smart... To me, that's not an excuse. That is being lazy. And performative at best. That's just me. Again, this is nothing against her personally as a human being, but to me, that screams a lazy content creator.
About standards, it has quite serious implications for these wider stories. Fandom, whether you like it or not, is at the center of these allegations. His documents are the main sources of them, and when it comes to Saberspark, he has been pushing to find something on Saberspark, once again, for years.
Yep.
If the allegations...
You can see it right here, just to highlight it.
Pushing.
So this post is from 2024, but he's been looking at everybody's posts since 2022 because of Woot Master. We will get to who Woot Master is, and chat will get there. It'll be a content warning. Oh, we'll talk
to find
about
something
Woot
on Saberspark, once again, for years. If the allegations against Black Griffin are true, Fandom's involvement is a major disservice to any victims involved.
Warning.
Because now, all that's really required to deflect these allegations is to point to the crazy motherfucker who's been the driving force behind them. Some people might say that this position is dismissive, but you have to keep in mind, in a story like this, where there is no evidence for anything, your currency is credibility. The vast bulk of the evidence, quote-unquote, against these people is bollocks. It simply doesn't hold up to any reasonable level of scrutiny. Yeah. All of this is made worse by the fact that you're not asking me or anybody else to trust the victims. You're asking us to trust people like Courtney Pete, KP, Brony Fandom, and Sophie Scruggs. All of whom exist on a spectrum somewhere between incredibly fucking stupid and deeply malicious. In the conclusion of her video, Lazy Bedhead says that she doesn't actually like making videos like this, part of the reason being that creators are waiting for the next big expose for views and clicks and likes. And despite everything, I do kind of believe her. I don't view Lazy as actually malicious, and part of the reason for that is Anthony. Because as he points out the nuances, I realized what really annoyed me about this video is the fact that she takes the Destiny allegations and the allegations from another unnamed 13-year-old claiming that Gabe also offered to send her a dick pic, again with no evidence for this, and treats them as gospel. She says that this is evidence that Gabe is a groomer. This shows us who he is. I don't think she'd be dumb enough to do that unless she genuinely believed that to be the case. So for all my criticisms of this video, again,
I can agree with
I don't
that.
think
I can
she's
agree
just
with that.
maliciously going after these people.
I don't
However,
think it was malicious.
That question of malice is a very interesting one. And
It's
while many
lazy.
people, I think fairly, believe that KP's primary motivation comes from her petty grudges that she's been clinging onto for over a decade, this feels like a nice segue onto the other group of people, who seem to have realized that KP is so blinded by her own insane biases that she presented the perfect vector to litigate their own petty grievances. Let's talk about this elusive Amy New.
It's Amy New, chat! Wife of Peter New! Who's Peter New? Well, let's find out.
Peter Molyneux?
When I first introduced her to you, I said she was just somebody's wife, and while that sounds flippant, it's actually a very good description, because Amy's claim to fame is being married to Peter New, the voice of Big Macintosh. For those of you who have no idea
I
what
forgot
that is,
about that.
I deeply envy you, but he's basically a main secondary character from MLP. So if you're wondering why Amy scuttled away so quickly, it's probably because being involved in leveling unsubstantiated rape allegations against somebody might not be the best look publicly. But Amy has known and been involved with this group of people for over a decade. And while I'm not quite clear on the mechanics of how this worked, she was certainly one of the people handing over Emily to KP for this expose. Now,
remember, Amy was a part of bringing forward the first allegations for Black Griffin, from what we understand, and then bringing Emily to KP. Why it matters.
Now, I didn't reach out to Amy personally, but Angry Slug did, and I was quite interested in what she had to say, so I asked Slug for a copy of those DMs. Now, there's nothing in here that's particularly interesting, but
It's not too crazy. She just didn't want to be involved. She's just scared because there's some kind of barrier. She's just more scared, asking about the person at the center of it. She doesn't want to be involved. She's pretty pissed at her. Go fuck off and die. I don't care. You literally, like, you platformed and you harassed people. That's on you too.
But it does confirm her involvement, and the fact that she is very much trying to push the blame onto KP. And from the DMs with Fandom, it seems very clear that they were also very much in contact.
Yeah.
You'll also see later that Amy and Sophie Scruggs seem to have a pretty good relationship.
Yeah.
So the idea that she was just a passive bystander concerned for her
Unironically, she's not a passive bystander.
friend.
So we could talk about a little bit about Amy New real quick. Let me pull this out. Do we have stuff on? So stuff on Amy New is pretty much just this is March 22nd on Amy New. There's other stuff that Beckett has in his video, but this is pointing to the fact that she was actively involved constantly in and around the Brony Fandom account, at least as far back as March of this year, if not a little bit sooner, because she has been outspoken against Gabe and declares a relationship according to people. So this is Amy New. He would never send unsolicited sexual pictures to fans. Weird face, because this is about the Destiny Doodle stuff. Damn, it's a bottomless barrel with this creep. Holy shit. I remember seeing this back and thinking it was weird. She even says in the thread, it's not something she would do normally, but since it was Gabe, yeah. Yep.
Is absurd. As a final late addition, right before publication, I was made aware of one other bit of correspondence with Amy, because Mr. Enter would...
Cheers to Mr. Enter for getting to talk to Amy. This is her saying that she's known about the allegations since the 25th, but it's weird because in private, apparently Amy's known about these allegations for years. So which is it, Amy? You lying bitch?
Also reach out to Amy, and she'd give the statement that she found out about this on the 25th of March, which would mean, timeline-wise, Amy was told about this, immediately gave the information to Fandom,
Yes.
who immediately passed it on to KP. Now this is all a little bit weird for a couple of reasons. Firstly, Amy would come out in support of the statement from Emmy on Twitter.
Weird!
Mm-hmm.
You've known this person for 10 plus years, but you told Mr. Enter later that you only knew since the 25th. Ha, you lying bitch! I wonder what the fuck you've been saying. I don't know. Amy, you be lying.
Saying that they've been friends for over a decade, and that she was at Canterlot Gardens, confirming that she had seen Emmy and Saber Spark together.
Weird. She was there. Was she in the room where it happened?
Was she in the room where it happened?
Was she watching the rape?
together. The statement of, I have nothing to gain from this, I just want my friend to be believed,
Listen, I don't like her. I don't care.
is also complete insanity considering Amy's...
It's an insane thing to say because she's lying to people.
It's just like...
Yeah.
Is her whole shtick really that she's married to a B tier voice actor on a
Yes.
on a girls television cartoon show?
Yes.
That's all you are. Fuck off. Get out of
Exactly.
here. Why do I care about what you're saying?
You are laundering people. Chad, I'm gonna go grab food. You're laundering people's allegations. For what reason? To attack somebody, which is okay, sure, but you're laundering allegations without vetting them, without looking into them. That is actually fucked.
wider involvement in this. Once again, to
I'll be
say
right
nothing of the validity of Emily's accusations, Amy presents herself like she's not involved and knew nothing about this before publication. Or, alternatively, this could also be read as though it was a rumor that had been going around for years that was finally being outed. And I'm sure some version of the truth exists within all this obfuscation, but these people are just so fucking manipulative. One thing about this story which I find pretty amusing, though overall quite frustrating, is that the side that's so concerned about transparency have all refused to speak to anyone the minute things got difficult for them. Now this presents a bit of a problem. I don't know people like Amy. All I've got to go on is fragments of information. But to be clear, just because they won't speak to me doesn't mean nobody did.
This part's actually crazy. Fudgy, if you're talking, you're muted. But this part's actually crazy.
I also have to find my pizza now, but that's a different
There
story
it is.
for a different day.
Wait, they lost your pizza?
I think they put it at the wrong door. I gotta look.
Oh,
Hold
okay.
on.
well, you can go.
Here, you could do that. We could talk about Halloween.
Hello. This person just kept sending hello to me. I'm outside. Okay, did you take a picture of where you put it, though? Hold up.
Go outside. Go get your pizza. We're here.
Yeah, go get your pizza. Okay, Greg, wait, what is your opinion on like Jamie Lee Curtis? Like,
I like Jamie Lee Curtis. I think
yeah, I like
she
her.
made me
She
buy.
has-
She made me buy an 18-pack of Nutibia. She can sell it. I want to see her in the One Piece show. I don't know why, but I would see her in Borderlands. I liked her in Everything Everywhere All at Once.
oh, she
Freaky
was
Friday.
so fucking good. Everything Everywhere All at Once.
A
And Knives
Freakier
Out.
Friday.
I think like in the recent Halloween trilogy, I felt like her character got fucking sidelined so fucking harshly.
Yeah.
She's like not even. She's like not even there in the second one, and she gets
Yeah.
like sidelined in like Halloween Ends. I'm just like, this is about her. Why are you guys doing this?
I think there's a good point, or a good maybe not video essay, but like a comparison of like the original Halloween series versus like the Halloween plus H2O series, and then this Neo quadrology with you know what I mean, like just to see what like the comparisons between the different versions, so to speak. Like the this new trilogy has this. They're all done by the same guy, right? Or they're all written by the same guy?
Halloween, Kills, and Ends are all done with the same guy.
I cannot for the life of me remember the titles of any of these. But I feel like that kind of has like some standing power more so than just 6 to 7 like kind of loosely connected movies in a sense. Like and for that,
because like 4, 5, okay, 3, which is a completely different story. So they were gonna
3 is
redo an
good
anthology.
regardless of
Yes,
like in spite of it not
fantastic.
being associated.
But 4, 5, and 6, like her character is not in it. It's about like another character,
Mhm.
like other characters. If I remember correctly, it's been a while since
Mhm.
I've seen 4. But then H2O, she comes back.
And
which,
and they
hot take,
disregard
I like
all
H2O.
the other ones.
I like H2O, but then they kill her off in
Uh-huh.
Resurrection, which I'm just like, at the very beginning, I'm like, oh, this is bullshit.
Mm-hmm. I'm surprised it was easy for people to just like accept the new movies because people just didn't watch the other ones, or they're like, oh, who cares?
Okay,
'Cause,
Flotzilla.
like-
Go ahead, go Greg.
No, go.
Sorry.
No, it's just like continuity is such a big thing with like Marvel shows nowadays that it's so weird to just be like, here's a 40-year-old franchise that we are reinvigorating by getting rid of every other movie in the franchise.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Flotzilla.
mean,
I do like the Next Generation. I find hard to get. I find the first season a bit slow and hard to get into, but like once you get past the first season, I find it a lot more enjoyable.
Yeah,
But
I've started Next Generation a couple times on like Netflix, and it's just slow, and I never picked it up. But I'm sure once I get past that first season, it would like kick off for me. I just haven't gotten around to it. I did start OG Star Trek like that first season. And that's pretty baller. Like because it's like how do you make this in the 60s, in the 50s, or whatever?
Yeah, that's the one thing my dad told me. Like the reason like Star Trek was so popular back then is because a lot of TV was just really fucking terrible and dog shit. And like Star Trek was like one of the good shows
Mhm.
around when he was growing up as a kid.
What do you think?
And what do you say? I'm sorry, Cat.
Oh no, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Oh,
I'm sorry, man. But I was
failed
gonna
you.
say like another element they brought into like the Halloween series was like the cult, which I believe was a big thing in 6 because it was implied the girl from 5 was impregnated by Mike in the 6th one and died. I believe it's been a while since I read and watched it, but I think that's the implication. Or she had a kid and then they cursed the child.
Uh-huh.
I would have to rewatch it because it's been like a long ass time.
Did you watch Hellraiser?
Oh, I haven't watched all of them. I watched the first 3 and then I watched the newest
Yeah.
one. I do like
Yes.
the newest one.
I like the newest one. It's weird. It's kind of unexpected, and like you're kind of aware of the rules, and the rules are pretty much the same as the original ones, and it's kind of a sequel remake, but it doesn't really matter. Like the fucking whatever the Hellraisers are called. What are they called? They're called something. But
Cenobites?
yeah, the Cenobites. It's like they don't. It doesn't matter like continuity wise. They're always gonna like fuck up somebody's whole day and life and world. It's bizarre. They're interesting. They're interesting to watch, and it's interesting to see like all the shit that they like. It's almost like saw traps, but like self-inflicted. You know what I mean? Like where saw it's like
it's
you deserve this. All the Xenophyte stuff is like a curse, a curse, a gift and a curse wrapped up in one. But you know, it's still a choice. You're gonna make your choice.
I think that I can't remember which one it was, but the main female character from Hellraiser 1 does come back in a later Hellraiser,
Mm-hmm.
and there is like that sort of element with like someone, I don't want to spoil it, like someone in her life that has like their comeuppance and like her relationship to that.
Mhm.
This is, I remember this. It's been a while. I remember this like weird sexual tension between Pinhead and her during that movie. I'm like, But I would say I really like Hellraiser 2.
Yeah,
I
I
believe
right.
that's like the girlfriend from 1 comes back, if I remember correctly.
Yes, I saw 1 and 2
Okay.
back to back recently, and Puppet Master, huh? I saw 1 and 2 recently back to back. I probably want to watch them again just to get another feel for them. But 2's very interesting. There's a lot of like they introduce a lot of things in
Puppet Master's
2
good.
that 1 doesn't have. There's like 8 Puppet Masters or something. There's like
I've
6 of them. It's crazy.
I think my friend showed me the first 2. Okay, so it's a small lore thing. When I watched Hellraiser 1, it like traumatized me as a
Yeah,
child.
it's pretty traumatizing.
But
That
as
guy.
an adult, I can see a lot of the effects with them. Like, oh, okay, I don't know why this scared me as a child because I see behind the mirror a little bit because I can see these things. But as a child, I'm like, oh, that guy's hand getting like destroyed by a nail. Oh, this is horrifying.
Clive Barker, if you ever want like really crazy fucking out there horror, anything Clive Barker has ever written or worked on, or he's done a ton of comic books. He's done a ton of like novels, light novels, short novels, whatever you want to call them. Short stories. He's got a ton of shit that like is just fucking bizarre and deals with like abstract and abnormal. It's amazing.
Have you read his sequel to The Hellbound Heart? I believe that got like released like not that long ago.
I have not.
It's really good. It's been like a hot minute since I read it, but I really liked it.
Mhm.
Like I think it's like Clive Barker has like a fantastic writer, but I have not read a lot of his work. It's just one of those things that you accidentally gloss over.
Yeah.
Like what you like pick up. But like his other film, Nightbreed, is really good. I really like that one. It has David Cronenberg is a
Cronenberg,
accident.
another one. Yeah.
Oh, fucking David Cronenberg movies are fantastic.
I'm trying to think of
He acted in Jason X.
trying to think of any good horror series also that I've watched. Maybe not series. I really like Ari Aster films. I haven't seen Beau is Afraid. I really need to. I know it's not a horror film, but that's like the one that's been on my list for years now.
I've heard mixed things about Beau is
I've
Afraid.
heard mixed things, but they gave him a blank check, and I want to see weirdo directors do whatever the fuck they want with a blank check, and that's what I want to see.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of like with the Death Stranding, with like.
That's literally the Death Stranding, the movie, the first Strand type film.
He's supposed for the Madonna for the main guy character becomes a monster. Oh, okay.
Interesting.
What's it?
Nightbreed, yeah. Evil Dead, yeah. It's on my list. I've seen the.
Yeah, were they good parents while I was away?
Did you find your pizza?
Oh no, I think I turned my thing on.
Turn your thing on. What do you mean?
So this person can't find my apartment, and I'm trying to message them and trying to assist them, and I'm pretty sure they just went off with the food.
All right, time to reorder.
I don't even want to reorder. I'm like annoyed at this point, like because
Oh,
the place I ordered from is closed. Yeah, did they steal your food because they stole mine? Yeah, it's Lost Pizza actually. It's actually really
Well,
funny.
just make sure you get you charge back or whatever.
Yeah, I'm about to like be like, hey, like this is
Oh,
ridiculous.
go take care of that. I was gonna ask Greg.
I'm fine.
Greg,
I'm
have
fine.
you watched the A Quiet Place, that series yet?
I saw the first one. I haven't seen the second one. First one's fine. I just like I just missed the second one when it came out, and then I hear the prequel is pretty decent.
No, the shocking thing is the prequel is way better than it should be.
Yeah, that's exactly
Just
what I
I
heard.
watched it. I'm like, oh my god, this is fantastic. Like I didn't expect it.
Mm-hmm. Everything's fresh because you don't have to learn, or the characters have to learn the rules again.
No, I think it's less about that, and it's more like I like the characters that like are in the story.
Mm-hmm.
Like sometimes like for me like a movie can be kind of saved if the characters within it are
Sure.
good.
There's like different tentpoles of storytelling or films that like people get not attracted to, but
And thanks to the excellent work of Oplock.
Oh, it's us.
Just because I don't know
shout out,
people.
shout out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Night's ruined. No pizza.
No pizza is sad. Okay, let's go.
Like Amy, all I've got to go on is fragments of information. But to be clear, just because they won't speak to me doesn't mean nobody did. And thanks to the excellent work of
Hey, it's me, guys.
Shout
I
out
did it.
you.
I got
You.
all
Shout
these
out.
interviews. It was me.
You.
It was me all along, Chad. It was me. Yeah, I just emailed people. It was very simple. It's me.
Yay, me.
We did it, Chad. We found an email.
Shout out half the team doing Cameron stuff and half the team doing.
Well, that is
doing-
true. That we were
doing,
working at half mast.
Saber Spark. We had this is the past 2 weeks have been fucking busy.
Yeah, we were 100% working at like half capacity. Where's my previous orders? Okay. No, it was not complete.
Oh, okay. We can go back to them.
Oplock.
Okay. So,
After his response video, I was put in touch with Saberspark. Now, that conversation I had with Saberspark is unfortunately off the record. He doesn't feel comfortable at the moment coming out and making random public statements, and I'll be honest, I do respect that decision. However, I still need to know about these people, and from the other side, I accept the criticism of it would be nice to hear from people. So please, allow me to solve that problem for you, because I sat down to have a conversation with the voice actress of Sweetie Belle from My Little Pony, the wife of...
Thoughts on the video? You mean this video? Notre Dame, do you mean this video?
Thoughts on the
Sorry.
video? That Beckett guy seems really cool and British.
And British.
Oh, I
Yeah.
can't. Okay, I can't give an impartial thoughts. We helped with the research of this video.
I don't think anybody here can
he
give
shouted
an
you out.
impartial.
Yeah, I can't necessarily. We're friends with Beckett, and like I worked hand in hand in this video, so I can't necessarily be totally impartial. I'll be
You're
real.
in some of these interviews.
Yeah, I'm in the interview, so we're.
I mean,
Black
yeah,
Griffin.
I mean, you're
Plus,
there.
Let's go on
Thoughts on the
at
video?
levels.
Yeah,
It's a
look at right there.
masterpiece. Subscribe.
Yeah.
Uh,
You should subscribe to the Oplock and not to Cope and Seethe.
Wow.
The Civil War starting now.
I mean,
Cope
I
and
can see
Seethe
us
should
talking.
funnel,
What are you
Cope
doing?
and
What are you
Seethe should
doing,
funnel
Fauci?
all of his people to us. That's what he should do. No, I'm kidding. No, Beckett's
Yeah, no,
great.
that Beckett guy seems really nice.
Beckett is great.
That Jenny ma'am, real cool.
IQ.
Can we start with Amy New?
Yeah.
What's up?
IQ.
We were talking about horror movies, and then we have to stop talking about horror movies.
Don't worry. Next time we pause, I'm going to talk about airplanes.
Ooh,
Oh,
the
In the
movie
night
or-
sky, like shooting stars.
We could really use a wish right now.
A wish right now.
Wish right now.
Wish right now. Also deals with a pony.
Yeah.
I love the
Bars.
art they did for her.
Oh, I thought it was good. Subbed. Oh, Saber innocent? Question mark. Listen. It's people have to reveal if Emmy has evidence, she needs to reveal it now. It's
Yeah,
just
she had
it's just
evidence.
it's just point blank. She needs to reveal it.
Yeah. Where's the evidence? Yeah. It's like, where is the dick
Can
pic?
you tell me about Amy New
Where is
and
it?
why she is why the wife of the voice actor for Big Macintosh is somehow involved in attacking your sort of, I guess, circle?
All right. I will tell you all the things that I know about her. I know. I'm like, I don't know. I'm hesitant to say things, but at the same time, I feel like I've been so polite and nice for so long that I think I don't feel like being polite and nice anymore. So there's my grain of salt before I say what I'm gonna say.
Claire is very cool. I'm gonna be like point blank. Be honest, Claire, very cool. Am I biased? Probably, if I'm not being like
Yeah,
kind of.
you could be biased,
real.
but,
I-
like,
I'll
as
be
long as you're-
I'll be biased, but I'll be honest.
I mean,
could
you got
say-
to talk to her, so.
Yeah, I like Claire.
Biased but impartial.
Yeah.
Being biased inherently is not bad. If you are actively saying that you're not biased, like everyone's biased. Like you can't say you are unbiased in a lot of situations. Whoa.
The last time they stole my food, I just about Liam Neeson taken that Bandone head, so take this towards the Feed Soygi Fund. Orange
Thank you,
heart
thank you,
emoji.
thank you.
Wawa's open.
Wawa's open.
Wawa is open. I've currently reported it missing because I have made the multiple attempts. Like it says like they messaged me 19 minutes ago, and I'm like, that's not true. Like they just said hello. They're like, oh, we're at your door. I'm like, no, you're not. And then they're like, because I have please don't answer. And they're like, okay, to report it missing because you have my food. Okay.
I don't know where the switch was with Amy. I don't know if my own father has talked to either of them, but I do know that my dad has reached out to people that I've worked with and warned them about me when I had told my parents that I was in a relationship with Gabe, and this is when I was almost 20. I don't know when the swap or switch was for Amy. I had met her a few times before. I knew she was married to Peter New. I think I can't remember a whole lot about her, but I don't know. I don't know. She's like kind of mixed up in the fan world, and she came first as a fan. To my knowledge, she was a fan first, and then she just kind of started dating Peter, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. And she was kind of like a fan of My Little Pony and a fan of Peter, and then started dating. And I was like, oh, okay. And, I didn't really think much of it at the time. I didn't really care. As an adult looking back on that situation, I also know that I'm pretty sure that Amy has, like, publicly stated before at some point that she was just, like, really concerned for me because she had kind of...
Do you think Mr. Enter will have anything when his video on the topic comes out? I mean, I don't know Enter personally, so I can't really speak to... the quality of his video if it'll be any good, but I'm willing to see it.
He also made a video about the topic. Is that right?
He is in the
haven't followed
process of making one. I don't want to like.
Okay. Oh,
be
he had
presumptive.
never. Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to be presumptive about it.
I was
I didn't know
a
if he
grooming
made
victim,
one
and
ahead
I
of
didn't
time and
know,
was making
and
it
I
out
was
of it.
smart, and I was, in love, and I knew what that was like, and I just feel really bad for her. And I'm like, why do people freaking keep saying this about me? Like I'm some idiot. And this is the thing too. Like, even if I get
So here's the thing. Speaking with Claire, I can't speak to everything that wasn't on record, obviously, or not. I mean, there's some things that featured in this call that are on that may potentially, if it's discussed. But like, I think the interviews stand for themselves, answer the questions very appropriately and honestly. Claire does, in my interpretation, Claire does not like that the internet and the fandom at large has made her feel like an infant since she was 11. Now she is 25, and she is still facing those same problems. The YouTube Reddit is really unhinged about Claire being groomed, even though she's saying she's not. Yeah, I know. Here's the like. The truth of the matter is that they heard it from the horse's mouth, no pun intended, and they literally don't care.
Yeah, Redditor's gonna Redditor.
Yeah. Guys, we're 4 super chats away for feeding the dog one more time.
Frustrated about it. People are like, oh, I understand that you're so angry. Like, you're a very, like, you know, it doesn't mean that you're stupid. You can be a smart person and get in a situation like that. I'm like, yeah, and I freaking know what that's like because that was my family situation. And I hate it when people...
It could still feel weird. I completely agree. And
yeah,
to be frank, we all said, to Beckett in my credit, we did say this to her. That, like, people are going to feel weird. I feel slightly weird about it. But that doesn't mean I want them to, but at the end of the day, it's not like I want them to break up. And if the evidence is not there, the evidence
nor
isn't
can
there.
you force them
Yeah.
to. And nor should anyone expect that out of this.
Yeah, 100%.
say that to me as if I don't know what that's like. And one day I'll figure it out. One day I'll figure out that I've been groomed. And I'm sitting here like, nobody knows that I've basically already been through this. You know, people talk about grooming in this non-sexual way, which is so funny because I'm like, why the frick would I be groomed non-sexually into a marriage? What's the marriage for? Shaking hands? Like, what the hell? It just doesn't make any sense. But
Yeah.
Shaking hands before marriage?
Holy crap, it's like I'm the only one in this chat that loves Leia. I gotta Thanos this up. Fine, I'll do it myself.
Dude, you could have, for that same amount, you could have done two
super
donos.
chats?
And then we would have been even that much closer.
That's
How dare
wild
you.
to say out loud.
I hesitate to use the word groomed just because I hate it so much at this point. But I have had a lot of conditioning for other things in my life that once I became 18 and realized and gave myself some authority in my own life.
So here's what I can say to this. It'll kind of get delved into the video a little bit more proper. Claire is a child actor and from a family of voice actors. Now, I know that feels like it's weird, but it does play a role. Like, it's such a weird thing to say. It does clearly, like, oh God, not the 15.
Fine, Greg. Are you happy now?
Yes, thank you.
I will be happy. I am very happy. You did. Q, I'm proud of you.
You did your job, Q. No, I'm kidding. No, Q, you didn't have to. But like
You
that,
have
like,
primed the well. Chat,
that
only
is-
2 more.
But that is the thing. Like Claire was primed to be a voice actress from a very young age. It is bizarre. Like, I hate to say it, it is bizarre.
Oh, I'm not going to do this just because this person says so. Just because this person is in my family and is telling me blah, 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 doesn't mean that I have to do that anymore. And so,
Leia.
anyway,
For
to make
Leia.
a long story short,
Thank you.
Who's going to be the
there
hero?
are... I think it's really funny that Amy is somebody who is saying this kind of stuff. She wouldn't know. Started off very, I feel bad for her vibes. And then immediately went
Rotting
to, I'm
brain.
blocking you, you're a danger.
Thank
You know, and
We'll
I'm
get there,
paraphrasing
we'll get
here,
there.
but
Thank
that
you,
is the vibe that is being directed towards me now.
Leia,
And I
or
think that's
Layla.
also really
Layla,
funny
sorry.
considering Peter New is somebody who has said
Oh,
inappropriate...
Peter New! Peter New got a
Layla
case.
bug.
Why is he around? Let's hear that again.
Towards me now. And I think that's also really funny considering Peter New is somebody who has said inappropriate things about
Flounder,
girls
shouldn't you be
who are
singing?
underage. And that is just laughable.
He
to me.
lost it
And
when he lost the pizza.
Oh no, Peter New got a case. So I will
Damn,
say
the,
this.
The one time I encouraged
haven't.
him singing.
Thank you. No, I will. Yeah. I will say this. I haven't fully looked into Peter New stuff. I know he's off Twitter. Feed my daughter now.
You heard Cloudy.
It's time.
Get the feeding
to
dog
feed
feeder.
the puppers. It's time to give her treats. It's time to feed that dog now. On the Uplock stream tonight. Yes, chat. One more time, we feed that dog.
Is this the most goals we've had? I think
No,
this is the most goals we've
we've
hit.
almost hit 30 once.
Yeah, wow. All right.
There you go, girl. Yeah, her eyes did fly open. I know. I know.
It's like,
It's time to feed the puppers. Could someone explain the Peter New stuff? It's an allegation. I haven't looked into it fully and vetted, but it's what Claire says. Claire claims that Peter New was inappropriate around minors. I can't say any more than that. And specifically young girls.
yeah.
And I feel like every single person who is the most like loudly outspoken people about this situation are people who've got their own weird freaking skeletons. And I just sit here and I'm like, surely people can't believe this. Surely people have a brain, but apparently not, because now we're in the situation that we're in now. And it boggles my mind, and it just makes me roll my eyes, quite frankly.
Talking with Claire was pretty illuminating. I can almost understand why no one's been interested in hearing her side in all this. Because it must be pretty bloody difficult to run a story about somebody being a groomer when their primary victim, quote unquote, won't go.
And Claire, to her credit, does not see herself as a victim. It's so difficult because this was one of the inherent fears you have when running something like this. Is do you think you're going too far by platforming like people? And with Claire and Michelle, I don't think so. I stand by these. I stand by these interviews wholeheartedly. I worked with Beckett to kind of identify like what I felt, knowing a lot of the lore, like what I felt was the most important things, and we kind of like went from there. And we tag teamed it, and we kind of got to like kind of the meat and potatoes of what was, allowing them to speak, but also, kind of knowing what people probably also wanted to hear. But Claire and Michelle were very, very open and very aware. Like, you just ask them, how did you feel about X person? And they go off. Just went off. Because they've had time to think about this. Because they've been harassed for years about this, far before Brony Fandom ever came into the picture.
Go along with your narrative. But when you start picking apart the eccentricities of these relationships, it becomes a hell of a lot harder to treat the people leveling these accusations as just passive observers concerned for victims. No wonder so many people want to remain anonymous. They're not just random people from the internet, they're people with large public profiles in the community. I was astonished to find that people had either outright ignored Claire's public statements on the situation, or actively attacked her as somehow complicit. This is also the case with Michelle, who played Applebloom on the show, whose long-term friendship with Gabe is the origin point of these rumors. And once again, because I can hear that scratching, I don't know the truth behind the Black Griffin allegations, and neither do you. But when I said earlier that many people do not care about victims in this story, this is what I mean. Because, hypothetically, let's say this mob is correct about Black Griffin. That would mean his two primary victims, quote.
Yeah, Ladybug, I agree.
It's so infantilizing to force victimhood on someone.
Yeah.
Unquote, have been relentlessly attacked alongside him. And the reason for this is obvious. The people leveling these accusations don't care.
Has Gabe said anything about the situation since he's been accused of this? It comes up in this video, full disclosure. It was requested that Gabe would not speak. He offered, both Beckett and I declined. It was something that we were always gonna decline anyways, just because of the nature of said story. But he was willing to speak up. Take that as what you will. As some people will say, oh, he's just finally coming to his defense because somebody will listen. You could say up a whole bunch of different things. I can't speak to it. But again, like, deciding, like Layla Bug's about to say, but deciding...
Even if they were victims, let them decide that.
But, like, that's the thing. It's like deciding these people are victims when Michelle is not in a relationship with Gabe and is fucking Claire's best friend is part of the problem.
Care about victims. Their motivations are entirely self-interested. Which brings us rather nicely to Sophie Scruggs. Because, as I mentioned before, Brony Fandom isn't a one-man band. The other half of this little duo has seemingly been pushing these allegations longer than Bonk has.
She has been going at them since 2020. And she partnered up with somebody who recently was on top of it, at least from 2023, maybe 2022, 2021. It's hard to find it.
In her case, it's almost more bizarre because she's not a random member of...
All right, so this is Sophie Scruggs. I'm about to do something very fucking mean.
I pre-disavow.
You need to let me get it.
Nope, I got it.
I'm using it for you.
Chat. I'm gonna be honest. Let me see. Can I open this image in a new tab? Hold up.
I'm going to pre-disavow.
So this is Sophie. I don't know. It's kind of a 1-to-1 resemblance. I'm not gonna lie. Michigan J
No,
Frog.
I have a better one. Let me give me 2 seconds.
I don't know. Michigan J Bullfrog. I don't know. 1-to-1 resemblance.
No, look at this one.
Endow me, I'm your own. What is yours? Oh God, this is gonna hurt me. Oh yeah, the bullfrog with hair. I don't know, chat. Listen, I'm not so nice when I see like this lady literally fucking just harassing people on the internet and hiding behind a dude that was gonna just off himself fakely. Yeah, the Michigan J Bullfrog. That's literally, it's an insult to bullfrogs. Oh,
of this community.
I'm going to hell. This fucking girl's gonna write me in her fucking manifesto, being like, I can't believe they said this about me. I drew on My Little Pony.
Oh, look, as long as you don't read it on stream, you should be fine.
Yeah, well, I mean, you have the most accurate check. What does that mean, Pi? What does that mean? Listen, I don't care. Like, I'm tired of being nice to people. I'm starting to become evil again.
Don't become evil.
He's
Yes.
pretty evil.
I know. She does kind of look like Frogan a little bit.
No, I'll say it. Frogan looks more attractive than her.
Yeah, I'm about to say.
I'll say it. I will say it.
I don't like Frogan, but Lord,
I don't
do
like
I
Frogan.
not care. Does not look like Frogan in my professional facial reconstruction opinion.
She was an official artist for the My Little Pony comics.
My name is Sophie Scruggs. That's SOPHIEASCRUGGS. If you want to look me up on Twitter, Sophie A. Scruggs.
I do know that she kind of spearheaded a lot of the allegations towards Gabe, and worked with, Brony Fandom, whatever, to kind of, create this wall of saying like we're the ones holding this together, this case, and trying to bring the information to the light. And she's trying to say like we need to do this. It's like a crusade. I mean, it's even in her banner or her title for her Twitter, like I believe Destiny. She's very much involved, even though she likes to have this idea that she's like, I'm not involved.
My opinion,
insane.
me speaking on that, is I think it's pretty messed up of Sophie to let a mentally ill person take the fall for her crusade.
Yeah.
Sophie has been obsessed with the Black Griffin story for so long, it is actually difficult to find an origin point of how this all began. But I have heard a couple of theories. The first is some nondescript.
I'm sorry, I cannot see her as Michigan J Bullfrog. I'm going to hell. Oh boy!
Traumatic event.
They also straight up use Sophie's trauma and mental illness to discredit them. Sophie
Yes,
seems to be suffering a lot from her own
yes.
trauma.
Frogan is just yassified.
Sophie seemed to be suffering from a lot of her
Scruggs.
own trauma, which made it incredibly difficult to deal with, but she often spreads misinformation. Have more PTSD. I don't give a fuck. Have 1,000 PTSD. I hope you get 2,500 more cases of PTSD. That's an
I'll give you my
insane
PTSD
statement.
for free.
What an insane statement. She has PTSD, so she's going to spread misinformation all the time.
Which must be incredibly tough to deal with, but she often spreads misinformation, even if unintentional.
And far from how this is being painted by lazy, this is Sophie's own explanation for her behavior. However, if it helps,
It's her own explanation. So she says, but... Chat! What if I told you there's a different explanation of why Sophie hates Gabe?
What could it possibly be?
I wonder
Falvey?
what it could be.
Don't believe this is true. I think the explanation is far more simple. Sophie was massively jealous of Gabe. And again, that seems to be shockingly common. Black Griffin moved from being a fan of the show to working on it. And this crops up again and again.
A former con chair told me that
So this is Courtney Pete's video on Black Griffin. I have watched this video like 3-4 times now. Very
Why'd you
interesting
do that to
how
yourself?
jealous they are of Gabe.
The reason why Gabe was always at stuff as a special guest is if you wanted to invite for Apple Bloom, Monique would basically require to also invite Gabe. They would quote unquote throw him in for free.
See what I mean? Like,
And-
the mother keeps pushing the two of them together.
So that's Courtney in the corner. Let's make something very clear. Michelle's mother is the person who was the manager for both Gabe and Michelle.
Is it the Monique that?
Monique,
that,
yes.
Okay.
They were a package deal because Gabe was living with them and aiding Michelle in her music career. Interestingly enough, the minor that Gabe would have had direct access to is allegedly the one he did not groom. Just to put that into perspective, the one they think he groomed into being his adult bride is not the one he lived with.
Well, you know what this means, Fauci? That he's like way more devious. He's like, oh, Uno reverse card. I'm not gonna groom the minor you think I'm gonna groom. I'm gonna groom this other minor.
Ash is saying Black Griffin does not shit where he eats. That's what Ash is saying. You're right.
Okay.
Go off, Ash.
Gabe is Black Griffin.
Why?
Ahsoka, just as a correction point, it is not Michelle, it is Claire.
Yeah, and so it basically, like, they would, in order to have her, for example, if you wanted all of the Cutie Mark Crusaders, you have to have Gabe, basically. And that's kind of how he ingratiated himself into the guest of honor spot, even though he didn't really do a whole lot to earn a guest of honor spot. He did some background vocals.
He worked on the show. He was a voice actor on the show. You sound incredibly jealous right now.
On a few episodes, and that's it.
And to clarify too, so how it worked in the pony.
Oh, KP, shut the fuck up, you fucking whore!
So show staff. So
Whoa.
you know, voice
Whoa.
actors. You know,
Disavow.
I don't disavow.
Misogynist?
Don't disavow.
Misogynist?
You gaping hole. Oh God, I'm dying. Oh God, I'm hangry.
That's an insult to gaming.
Chat, I'm hangry. I'm hangry.
You should get a Snickers.
I
Go
disavow
get
my
yourself some
previous
pasta.
statements.
You can take care of chat.
I'm
Take care of
very
chat.
hungry.
Go get make yourself a sandwich.
I
We'll
don't
take care of
have
chat.
I don't have any groceries in the house right now.
You don't. How do you not have? Were
He
you
never
eating
has
ketchup when you're
groceries.
hungry?
He goes from home to work and comes back and then he orders takeout.
You have like any like crackers or like bread or
No,
like
he has dog biscuits.
We have dog biscuits.
eat some dog food.
He has on stream. He'll do it again.
I have done it
Chat, if you don't know,
et cetera.
magenta, he will eat another
Yeah.
dog
No. You have to donate like super magenta.
And then there'd be people like me and Sophie.
Why?
And,
What do you have against whores? I am a whore.
people that were just active in the fandom space that were not being the guest. And Gabe was usually the only exception to that for whatever reason. And that was the reason.
Clips like this are mind-bending. You literally start the conversation by explaining how he moved to doing background vocals on the show, therefore meeting the criteria of guest of honor, and then lament that he didn't really earn it. And these fucking people are still bitching about this in current day. When MomoCon heard about KP making the DA Games video, they removed her from the guest list. KP would then cry about this to Bonk, asking him whether he could get people to vouch for her so she could get back in. And isn't it interesting that all these stories are unattributable to random former conchas? It's all, somebody told me, or I heard this once. But realistically, that's all it ever can be, because people like Sophie and KP weren't really on the inside of any of these groups. KP basically survived off the kindness of Henry's now wife, Casey, and while Sophie was seemingly
So
an
we do
official
have some
comic
of the
artist.
tweets from Sophie Scruggs. So if we go to the Sophie Scruggs part, so this is Sophie Scruggs. Sophie Scruggs is an artist online who had worked on some of the MLP stuff. This is some of her this is her public LinkedIn about it. Her tweets, special tweets she's made over time. Bonk, do not hurt yourself. I wish they did. Again, more stuff about it. No one believes me, my guy. This is in February. So nobody believes that my guy Fandom was doxxed a few months ago. Fandom was not doxxed by Claire and Gabe, which he likes to say he was. Where can I find this doc, dear sir? It's proprietary. This is her discussing the Destiny Doodle stuff in February. Talking about Brony Fan, talking about Believe All Victims. As you can see, it is I Believe Destiny, pass it on. Chat, very like Sophie Scruggs and the streamer Destiny are just like this. Eat the Hassan Destiny. Eat the Hassan Destiny. Oh, I'm a fucking asshole. This is all about Sophie Scruggs stuff. This is comments she's made in the video. I don't need to pull that up. This is some of the screenshots that they've used in the video. This stuff was some of the Billy Bust Up documents. So this is her like talking about like I wish the best for blank and family. This is her like being weird about people. Sophie Scruggs then apologized about Claire and Gabe because she says she was pressured to do so. She would then later delete this. Very important to note. She would say, I'm sorry, I feel like a screw-up is probably what I am. I'm scared to talk about it. Well, with things, I will do my best. I have no ill intent and wish Claire and Black Griffin the best. So she deleted these, as well as other tweets that saying, but then afterwards, she would then fight for them and then say they need hard proof. What changed is that she's crazy. And then this is Sophie's tweets from
I don't understand the jealousy aspect from it. I can understand that being like a theory, so to speak, blah blah blah. But Sophie also worked for the show in a different capacity, but she still worked for it. You know what I mean?
Well, it's because Gabe got all the accolades. So from what I could tell, Sophie worked as a
comic artist, right?
Yes, but she worked as a what's the cover artist.
So that's still a good thing.
She was but in her mind, in the fandom's mind, she was not considered a guest of honor. She was a community guest.
So she was slighted like that.
It was always like that, from what I could tell. She still fights today to get her name into cons.
But there are artists, there are fantastic comic artists.
Like that, yeah.
Well, not only that, but just tons and tons of artists that are beloved. I don't know why this stuck in her crotch, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Well, she's got a fire crotch. I don't know what to tell you.
And I need to know.
I also believe she's a furry. I can't remember off the top of my head. I think she's like a disabled furry. I don't fucking give a shit. Take that.
In such cases.
This right here are some of the tweets that Sophie would make directly from the Brony Fandom account that we could source. You could see it with the what is this called, Greg?
That is called Twitter. Oh, a hyphen.
A hyphen S. So you could say that Bonk here, then Bonk takes over the account saying he doesn't always agree with Sophie. Even though at this time in May 1st, this was them fighting over the video. But saying that he doesn't agree, I'm more disappointed to see how the video came out. This is Sophie in April tweeting as Bonk. Whistleblower, Black Griffin's friends, Bonk and I are investigating. Again, constantly tweeting from this account. And then constantly talking about tweeting from this account. I pressed the wrong button, Giant. But very interesting. Sophie, very interesting how, you're not saying how involved you are.
That's much less impressive than it sounds. Sophie was basically treated like any other vendor at any of these conventions. And that seething resentment for that core circle that actually had some relevance to this community means that Sophie's interest was not just Black Griffin. She was fully aware of the allegations against Saber Spark and what was going on behind the scenes. KP presented me a TSV file for their conversations. This is also the format KP used to provide me her conversations with Casey, and Casey has at least confirmed those logs are accurate. However, I note this here because whenever you're presented with something that could have been edited before it reached you, you should accept that possibility. Before we move on from Sophie, I want to just highlight one section in Lazy's video.
But also claiming that they associate with people who defend drawn child sexual abuse material?
Because that accusation of association is not random, and I want you to keep in mind the name Wootmaster for when we get to Fandom. But before that,
we will talk about Wootmaster, chat. Chat, we will talk about Wootmaster. I will show you a series of images.
Flashbang earlier today by Wootmaster.
I will show you a series of images. There will be trigger warnings for these images. If this video... Okay. Here's what I'm going to tell you guys right now. This video is 100% going to get demonetized because of the images that I'm going to show you, despite how censored they are. If you want to support the channel, consider becoming a member. Continue to tip. Like the stream. There's 236 of you and only 121 likes.
That's a lot.
Also, if you are outside of America, do not go search for these images.
Yes.
You may end up in jail.
Yes. We made these images specifically to...
You edited. You had to edit the images.
Well, I edited the images. Ash edited the images specifically so they could be... Is it sort of trigger warning or is Cryptonart trigger warning? No. This is it's porn. It's legitimately porn. And we'll get
only
there.
on the op block.
Only on the op block.
Only on the op block.
And we'll get to why it's disgusting.
I mean, I think that moves us on to sort of Sophie, Scruggs, and Fandom. But why don't we start with Scruggs, because I'm baffled at their involvement, frankly.
On that note, though,
I don't really understand
I
it.
do work tomorrow, so I'm gonna head out.
So here's all that I know about Sophie and my history with her. I just, these people, I don't understand. It's like this weird parasocial behavior that has rapidly moved. It's like it's dancing on the borderline of obsession, because the moment somebody is like knows a bunch of stuff about you, looks up to you, and I'm not saying that to be arrogant. I'm saying that because I've witnessed this firsthand when people treat you differently because you're a voice actor on a show that literally outside of the hotel the convention is held at, nobody gives a rat's anus about. And it is so weird to me that, and I'm using this as a specific example, and I actually had to go back and research this because I had forgot about it, because it meant nothing.
Yeah, she's funny.
To me.
Like
Sorry, Sophie. I'm not trying to be rude.
I'll be biased. I do like Claire, and I can be biased.
You can be biased. Yeah.
It's fine. I still have like I still have my own suspicions, but no, I like her.
Here, but I don't remember that I complimented your snail once.
It's over a fucking snail! She just complimented her snail, chat. It's just a snail! Fucking crazy. These people are fucking crazy.
Was something that I did in the moment because I was being friendly and nice, and now somehow I'm getting backstabbed because you decided to tweet out to everybody years ago, the last time you got frustrated that I was in a relationship with Gabe, before we were married and we had announced that we were dating. You said you were worried for your dear friend, your close friend, Claire, me. And I'm sitting here going, who the hell are you? Have I even met you before? Like, what the frick? Then I have to go back and I find out, thank God.
The origin
I
point for a
actually
lot
did
of this
meet
is
her.
a
Okay,
goddamn
so she's
snail.
not, totally crazy. But then I keep reading this stuff and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is literally it. I complimented your snail one time, and I think I might have DM'd you about a bag that I saw at a convention, and you were at the convention, and and I walked through the vendor hall, and I was like, wow, you have really pretty bags, because one of them had my character on it, and I was like, that's so cool. I think I might have taken a picture of it. And then I was like, hey, like, how do you sell your bags? I think I DM'd her of like, hey, how do you sell your bags? Like, I might have wanted to retweet that or promote that at some point, right? And I find out that this person is, first of all, has also been kind of a Gabe hater for a while, like prior to me being involved in the situation. Had one person tell her one thing that was complete hearsay, because this went around at conventions a lot. People were really, I think, pissed that Gabe, had found
How
success.
old is Claire at this time?
I think that's
Claire
what it was. And there was this bubbling.
Claire at this time is 25. From what I remember correctly, she stated that she was 25. Both her and Michelle are the same age, in the same age range, if I remember correctly. So they're both in their like 24, 25.
Underlying level of jealousy, basically, that had kind of started surfacing the more popular that Gabe had got within the fandom. And I think now, because, and Saberspark is another one of those people who are ending up finding success further than outside of the pony fandom, which nobody should freaking care about anymore, by the way. It's over. They're finding success. They're moving on in their lives. They're figuring out what they want to do with their careers. How am I going to pivot? How am I going to, create content? What is it going to look like now? And
ovation for
standing ovation. No, I like this is because I think the problem with everybody in this story that has covered this is they are still obsessed with the fandom. And to Claire and Michelle, My Little Pony was a fucking job. And that is the problem that the Brony fandom is hitting up against, is that My Little Pony, the fandom may exist, but the show is done. It's just done. And for Claire and for Michelle, they no longer work on the show and have gone on to other projects. They don't, like, they're not like 100% like resting on their laurels of old glories. They've just moved on. And it's crazy that nobody else realizes that.
We gotta talk about it with like the ACC, how the ACC's like dying gasps are all these weirdo creators and stuff. But then there's like, this is like the death of an internet community, like wholesale. You know what I mean? Like, this is
okay. I'll be honest. I don't want to be too hyperbolic when I say this. This feels like the death knell of the Brony community to me. You have a voice actress who has been embroiled in community controversy for no fault of her own. and she is exclaiming, "The fandom is over. Please move on." This feels like weirdly, this is the definitive end of this fandom, and it's kind of insane. To me, anyways, and I feel very weird being a part of that.
Yeah, you're horse famous, dude.
Yeah, like
You're murder horse famous.
I'm murder horse famous. I'm a glue factory famous. But it does feel like this is the fall of the Brony Empire. Yeah, like this. This really feels like the death knell for the family.
Death rattle
for the death rattle for the fan base, and it's weird. There's still going to be bronies. There's still going to be people that love the show as adults, that or kids who are now grown into adults, but not like this.
You could still enjoy things that you liked as a kid, but like you can't enjoy the things that you liked as a kid as an adult.
Yeah, and like
because you're not a kid anymore.
And like Wolfie says, there's still gonna be artists that enjoy this. I'm not gonna deny that. There are fandoms that the Tumblr still enjoys the pony art. That's fine. I just think as a community, the Brony fandom kind of dies with this video. And in my personal opinion, now I am fair to be wrong. That's just me.
As they do that and they find success, these freaking bronies, and I hate to use that as an umbrella term because I know that there are plenty of bronies who are out there that are very cool and very sweet, very nerdy, nice people who just, want to have a community and want to make friends. But there's also like very clearly, and I don't think this was always there, by the way. I think that it developed over the years, this like weird like sexual part of fandom. But before that, it was just like, it was memes and like, oh, we shouldn't be watching this show because it's like for little girls. Haha, that's kind of funny. And that's how a lot of these people fell into it. That's how Aber fell into it. That's how Gabe fell into it. That's how Jeff fell into it. Like all these people, that's how it started. And then they got a little bit popular because they had, content that they were making that people really liked. And then they moved on. And people are somehow so freaking pissed. And Sophie being one of these people who keeps saying things, by the way, make up your freaking mind, Sophie. Is Gabriel successful outside of the pony fandom, or has he reached his peak already? Because you said both, and you can't just pick and choose when you want to use that as a punching bag for some, I don't know, the end of some point you're trying to make. It doesn't make any sense. He's either successful or he's a has-been.
Yeah.
Which one is it? Come back to me and freaking figure it out. But anyway, I've learned my lesson. I'm not going to compliment people on their snails anymore for fear that 7 years down the road, when I become an adult, that they're going to attack me after I've stood up for myself and said, hey, what you're saying is not true about me. And by the way, I'm not a close friend of yours. I don't know who you are.
About an hour and a half ago, I said to you that I didn't want to originally look at this story because I was aware of its connection to the wider Black Griffin allegations. And over the past week or so of looking at this, I realized that
I'm not gonna really talk over Claire or Michelle, so streamer not reacting meme. I'll do chair meme for you, chat.
I was wrong. This isn't just connected to the Black Griffin allegations. This is the Black Griffin allegations. It's just the next iteration of it. Because the people going after
that was the craziest part of it. Was the further we dug into it, it was very clear that Saber specifically was targeted directly because of the quote success of the Black Griffin allegations. It's really what it was. It's very fucking bizarre. But like that is, the more we dug into it, the more it was very apparent that this was people litigating the Black Griffin stuff by attacking his supporters and his friends. And that was very, very odd. Because from what I understand, from what I could tell, DA Games and like Black Griffin and Saber Spark, like the connection for DA Games is Chris Aficionado, but like there's no connection for Gabe there, from what I can tell. Maybe a music side, but like there's no like immediate connection like that. It's just bizarre.
Saber Spark right now are doing so purely because he is friends with Black Griffin.
Yeah, and their
motivation isn't whether Saber Spark is innocent or guilty. Their motivation is finding anything they can to stab into any member of this group in their endless crusade against them.
If I'm not mistaken, she did come to you, right?
Brony Fan was aware of her because Amy had told her about him, or told him about her.
I'm saying that like that person came to you though. You didn't seek them out. It was the other way around.
Yeah, she used Amy. Yeah.
Okay, so that tells me she was aware enough to know about your biases at Saber Spark and just wanted to utilize that.
Brony fandom is an absolute freak, and I imagine that is painfully obvious to anyone with even a passing knowledge of this drama.
Thank you, friend.
For my fav starving Victorian child.
Thank you. I know I'm your favorite starving Victorian child. Thank you.
And you're actually starving.
I'm actually dying of hunger right now. I'll probably go to the store after this. They did refund me. Just want to make it very
Okay.
apparent.
All
They
right.
did refund me. Just sucks. though.
Easy. Yeah.
But don't worry, the well runs deep.
Because
with
it's definitely somewhere. The guy's like, oh, I dropped it off. I'm like, so where's the picture? Stopped answering. I'm like, you motherfucker.
this one. Their history in this community is pretty bizarre. They actually started off running a roleplay account.
Oh, wait,
deep
wait.
with this one.
There's the Ash. There's the Ash mentioned. Let's go, Ash.
I'm famous.
And you're horse famous.
Their history in this community is pretty bizarre. They actually started off running
Yes, Brony Fan Don't started off as a roleplay account. We went over it on our last stream. You can see that I fucking lit into them. The Saber Spark stream, I lit in the fuck into Brony Fan Don't. I fucking aired their ass out.
a roleplay account of all things. Earlier on, I mentioned their schizophrenic thread from March, and
You
good
ate
lord,
their
does
ass
it
out?
contain
What'd you
some weird
say?
lore about them. Allow me to save you some time reading it and just provide you a simple TLDR. Fandom is a narcissistic lunatic who's
Yes, Fandom is fucking schizophrenic, and I do not believe they tried to take their own life. How sad.
greatest achievement in life is role-playing as the character Discord, something that essentially occurred accidentally through a meme account connected to their main character. Now, Fandom would describe this as accidentally laying
This
the
is
groundwork
why
to
I
be the most
hate things being a community on the internet. It's a fandom, and fandoms are fanatic.
Very true, Lost in the Woods. Thank you.
Very true.
Thank you for the 5, dude. Thank you. Good to see you, brother.
powerful character ever, describing this as a trial by
Bro, this guy was obsessed. He thought he had a god complex again. We went through this thread the other day.
fire, because with great power comes great...
What do you think he did if he isn't in the hospital? So he was in the hospital, according to him, and from what we know from people who did call the police on him. On my public Twitter, you could find me at the Op Block. My name is currently Slop Block, I think, because that was a joke. He is now laundering on Blue Sky in unnamed persons allegations of military rape, and sharing how the police are completely ineffective and useless. And I'm just like, what is, like, no accountability. He takes zero accountability. Zero fucking accountability. Like, absolute zero.
I said it earlier. I think it's weird if you're in the hospital. The first thing you do is get on Blue Sky.
Get on Blue Sky. Yeah. Yep.
great responsibility. After all, guys, they were still barely a team. They keep talking about how they were getting bigger and bigger roles. How shocking it was that they had fans they'd meet at conventions. I'm gonna stop here because this is fantasy.
Yeah, this is an insane thread. We read it. It's fucking wild. They're just schizophrenic. Like, literally, they talked about being groomed, but then weirdly they're like, oh, I wasn't, like, but I'm not. I'm the groomer. It's so bizarre. It's literally a fucking fever dream of a post.
See, I have yet to run into anybody, and yes, I have tried, who was even aware of this person before they started going after Black Griffin.
Also, nobody knows who they are. They're not horse famous. They're literally just stupid.
Brony Fandom existed in a very, very niche part of this community. And sure, I get it. If you're a massive loser and you've got a few hundred people paying attention to your weird meme Twitter account, that might mean something to you. But this was Fandom's life. He had nothing else, and then suddenly, the lockdown started to happen. For it was not apathy that killed the Bronies, it was a global pandemic.
Yes,
Obviously,
it
the vast
was.
majority of the fan base had already moved on from the show, but cons were still happening, and these seem to be the only interactions Fandom had with people in the real world. This is obviously just a theory.
Also, this is not a fake stocks. Brony Fandom willingly shared their face.
For me, but timeline-wise, I really do think that this is the point where Fandom went from a bit weird to completely fucking insane. I sound like I'm being mean, but this is actually the only defense for Fandom. And it also might answer the question of why he was utilized at all. Because right now, we can see Sophie and Amy lying through their fucking teeth about how neither of them thought this was a good idea, and Emily was...
Oh no, look, they're saying how it wasn't a good idea, and the people are missing the point. And oh my god, maybe Bonk went too far. Now, chat, after all the evidence that you've seen, is that accurate? Is this an accurate representation of the facts? Ooh, everyone's a Spencer in this story.
It's crazy.
Ooh. So sad. Bonk was the fall guy. In some ways, yes. In some ways, 100% yes. I would agree to that statement. I do think that he brought it on himself. I have no sympathy for Bonk.
Sure.
Again, I'll say this again. If Bonk really took his own life, now I believe that the blame should be shared between Amy, Sophie, and Emily. Sorry. You guys platformed fucking freak.
It's just a bit too erratic. Ladies, your names are all over this. My advice to you would be to shut the fuck up.
No. Keep talking. Beckett lied. Amy, Sophie, when you see this, yes. I said, Amy, you should be more afraid because you're a dumb fuck. Sophie, you do look like a Michigan J Bullfrog. But don't stop tweeting. Never stop tweeting. If you tweet one more tweet, I will lose. Never stop tweeting.
You just don't know which tweet is the next tweet.
You don't know which tweet
so
will
keep
defeat
tweeting.
me. Keep tweeting. Do it. Please.
Yet, I get it. Fandom in this story is by far the worst actor. So when throwing KP to the wolves wasn't quite enough, I guess he has to go as well. Though, as always, I am just happy to help. So let's start with the friend of all three of these people, Wootmaster. Wootmaster, or...
We made it.
We finally
We did
made
it,
it to
chat.
Wootmaster. Let's talk a little. Let's go through the Wootmaster stuff, and then I will show you content warnings.
So known as
You like
Ezekiel
this
the
guy,
Zebra,
right?
is an artist...
Oh, I want him. Okay, chat. I'm going to reveal something about Wootmaster. In looking at Wootmaster's profile, because I'm trying to figure out who the fuck he is, you will see whole hog on his profile. You will see whole fucking hog on his profile. By the way, this is not identified as an NSFW fucking Blue Sky account. You will see whole hog. And I don't look at this guy's profile at all. It's a content warning. It's a hazard warning. Don't do it. He does still have his Twitter account. The Twitter account has all the bad shit. Again, please do not look up this individual. Especially if you are outside of the US, I am begging you to please not look this person up. It is illegal to what he has put on his platform, retweeted, commissioned, or whatever, is illegal in the UK and other parts of Europe. I will say it again. What this guy has retweeted on his NSFW Twitter, which you can find it, by the way, but please don't do it, is illegal in the UK and in other parts of Europe.
Why is it always a goddamned furry?
We will go over what it actually is and part of the problems with it.
With a long history of controversy. They actually have some history with Senate, but our focus here is their pornographic material, because Wootmaster shares similar interest to Brony fandom.
Alright, so this is Smolder. Smolder is a young character. Smolder is a child. Okay. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to flashbang my friends, and we're going to decide if this is okay to show.
I'm going to say no immediately. I haven't seen it yet.
Window capture off. Wootmaster, op lock findings.
Your window capture still on?
No, it's not.
Okay. Oh, it's not. Okay.
This
I
is
don't
the
like
one.
this. I don't want to see
It's
this.
technically censored in the correct way.
I wouldn't.
We're showing the side poison now.
We can
Sorry,
show
I give
this
Stormy
one.
some treats.
We
Yeah,
can
show
show
that
this
one.
one. So, chat. Let's show you this. So this is an image of Smolder, where they identify the character is 8. It's no, we do not dox here. Please do not. Point of order: if you're new here, we do not dox. Do not dox. If I see you doxing in chat, I will ban you and I will report you straight the fuck up. And I will let every content creator know that you dox in people's chat. Don't do it. So you will see here, this character is 8, but written 18. What if I told you that Wootmaster has pornography of this character with this exact image? With this ID. Let me see if I can. I'm only looking for the ID. The ID is at the bottom. So the ID is right here. I cannot show you what's in this black box. This black box is horrific. It's insane.
Yeah.
What's in this black box, only God and I will know.
And I will know as well.
But in this thing, it is the same image of the ID being written in to be 18. Now, if I remember correctly, and I want to turn the window capture
13.
off for the second, it's changed to 13 even though they're 8. I could actually, I could show this.
I don't want to. I don't.
No,
I can show this.
Yeah. I mean, chat can just figure out what the...
If you do middle mouse wheel and scroll like a little bit, or yeah, do that. If you grab the little
Come on. Fuck. How do I?
It's getting worse.
Fuck. It got
Do you know the
worse.
middle mouse?
not that.
Do you know the middle mouse? Yeah, and then do that. You can do it slow and then yeah.
Okay, that works.
There you go.
So
I
chat,
will. I agree. I don't agree with this, but I will let you do this.
They can't see what it is. You can't see it. It's too obscured. So chat, there is the ID. There's the ID. Let's go on. Again, we will not show you what this shit is. I'm not going to do that.
Be careful with the next image after this.
I
is.
am turning off the window capture for a reason.
Oh.
Again,
Yeah,
it's
we
more
can't.
smolder porn. You
Why-
could just
why-
Showing feet and
feet and hole.
If you
This one is so censored. You can only
You
see
can't like this one. So here's
Yeah,
Woot
this one's
Master's
horrible.
character.
That's his character.
Woot
That's Woot
Master.
Master's character.
Woot Master. Remember, so you see, as a point of order, this character that he believes is 8, I have to hide it again because at this I can't actually show.
Don't describe it.
It is the young dragon getting railed by his zebra character, which he stereotypically has like a literal giant 11-foot cock.
How did you pronounce it?
Zebra?
Zebra.
This is the 6th time I've listened to this video. I think it actually fucking rubbed off. This I'm not going to touch.
Dynasty.
This I don't want to touch.
I don't even know what that is.
This one I will show on stream. This one I will show. I sent this to Dickers. I think this is okay.
Yeah, this one.
It's very hard to show.
Okay, so
I'll
I'm
let
going to
you
describe
do
it. It
this
is
one.
a zebra.
Okay, I'm going to put it on stream because
I will let you do this one.
I've got it. This
I don't
one is
agree with
fine.
this.
Are you crying?
Q,
gonna cry.
10 gifted subs.
Q.
What the fuck, dog?
Thank you.
Chad, if
Get in
you
here.
also
Don't worry.
want to
Time
be
Q.
a fucking member of the op block, 10 gifted subs. Everybody thank Q. I just muted the things for now. All right, chat. Get ready for the flashbang in 3, 2, 1. So this is Apple Bloom doing presumptively sexual acts to the zebra. It's now off. Again, please don't look this up.
That was horrifying to
It's horrifying.
censor.
This is actually
It was
horrifying to
not
censor.
fun.
It is properly censored. You cannot see what's happening. You cannot.
I even censored his butt cheeks.
I hate this one.
I don't. Why is
This is safe. This is safer. You can show this.
This is
This
safe
safer
for
no?
work.
Do not. I don't
This
want to.
is
I don't
safe
like.
for
I don't
work.
like that one.
No, because I do think it's important to highlight this one.
This one is safe for work. And
So
on
this
his
is a
NSFW
safe for
channel.
work page. This is a safe for work art on his NSFW page of FullCon. Safe for work art retweeted on his NSFW FullCon account. This is the people Brony Fan surrounds himself with, and to this day, if you go to his fucking Blue Sky, still supports. How is it safe for work? So there is no sexual imagery at all. Like this is just them standing around, but these are the characters that this person is obsessed with. No, Equestria Sisters, we're not doing that.
We can't show that.
Not showing any of
You
these
don't want to show.
anymore. None of these I will show. Do we have the Noelle image in here? Can't remember if we do.
Oh, I don't
think we redid the Noelle image, which is fine. I don't want to see it anymore.
I have it.
No, it's fine. So, chat, you want to know what it means to have to do a lot of research on the fucking depravity of humankind? Welcome to it.
Obviously, I don't want to flashbang you with this stuff. I'm not a complete fucking amateur. Fortunately, I don't have to, though, because if you want to know what sort of person Woot is, that other major controversy involves their partner, who was a pedophile person.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Woot Master's partner was an open pedophile.
Only banned by Elon Musk. Woot's
an open pedophile.
History is shockingly well known, and fandom is constantly bringing them up, even in the DMs with KP. The reason I raise this is, A, to show you what sort of person fandom is, but secondly...
What's the Woot story, by the way? Woot called him out publicly and shared plenty of evidence and then was silenced by legal threats. Leaving out that he's a fucking he dates a pedophile! Leaving it out!
Because it is no coincidence that fandom is so keen to go after Saber.
And look who they're fighting! And Saber Spark is like, hey, it's really fucking crazy. You Woot Master are defending people in 2022. Or defaming people in 2022.
Because Saber has fought with Woot publicly on Twitter. I'm honestly not sure quite how to square the circle between somebody who spends their entire life at the moment trying to out somebody as a groomer, while also simultaneously defending their friend who either was or is dating a pedophile, all under a backdrop of this bizarre pornography. And it is interesting, right, that Brony Fandom seems to start going after Claire, the voice actress for Sweetie Belle, the minute she gets into a relationship.
Oh, wait. What's that? The moment that Brony Fandom sees that Claire's character is in a relationship with Claire as the human being, not the character. Weird that he starts going after Claire, Sweetie Belle, a character that he's also had weird art of in the past. I can't find that specifically because the account is locked, but good to know.
No, if I remember correctly, he deleted it.
He deleted the art, yeah, I know.
It's almost as if this adult woman publicly dating somebody else ruined Fandom's fantasies. And no, I'm not going to show it to you, but Wootmaster did at one point seemingly either draw or retweet.
This is the art I will not show you. We do have this art. Heavily censored. Ezekiel the Zebra made art of Claire's character doing sexual acts. It's like a pinup thing, if I remember correctly. I'm not sure about the keyhole idea, so I saved it without it.
This is why we can't have nice things. Smiling face with tear emoji.
That's why, chat. Please support the stream. Is that the art you made me see? Dickers. No, it's not. I did show the art I made you see. I have other art. This right here is specifically of Claire's character. Dickers, did Cameron get raped again? I need to know what is happening with Cameron. Is he getting, is he constantly surrounding himself with lolly lovers? I need to know this. We showed other ones that, because of the way they're censored, is pretty safe. But this is crazy.
Pornographic
he got gang raped this time? Oh, Cameron is never releasing that next video! Oh, buddy. Oh, God.
Of Sweetie Belle. Fandom's crusade against Gabe has been long running, but most interestingly about it is how he has treated Claire, because she went from his primary concern to his mortal enemy, even going so far as to deny any abuse she may have suffered from her father. For those not in the know, Claire has been very vocal about having a troubled home life, much of which seems to be dismissed by people
who this is a highlight to be noted. The Ocean dub voice actor for Goku, Ian James
also
Corlett.
Mr. Fantastic and
also
Marvel
Mr. Fantastic in Marvel Rivals. I already don't like him. Is Claire's father. So it's important to note that because she has been alleging for a period of time, and you heard it in the interview, that her father has been manipulative throughout her life, and the further she got away from him, the more she realized how negative it was.
Fan of her father, as he is the Canadian voice actor for Goku. When all this stuff with Fandom started, Claire just thought it was a dad because he has a history of making fake accounts to basically stalk her and her now husband. There's evidence of him admitting this to her in a recording. Now, many people haven't heard this. It's part of one of the Gabe defense documents, and a little...
So I'm going to highlight something. This is what actually pisses me off. If you go to the Billy Bust Up document, you have to... Okay, this is a side note if you ever make a Google Doc. Do not have an exonerating audio clip be requested. I had to request this clip and literally beg someone to be like, hey, can you release this clip to me? Because no one has ever heard it. So literally in Beckett's video, shout outs to Ash. Ash did the subtitling on the video. That's why I love this team. We find information. We have everyone who can do at least like one different thing. It's like really, really interesting. I love it. Nobody's really heard this clip. No one's heard the video, the sound bites in this. Nobody covering the story has ever reported on the sound bites because they're obnoxious to grab. Not impossible, obnoxious. Thank you, Rex.
Take my pocket money, soy man.
Yeah, the Billy Bust Up crew is kind of dumb for that. Yes, thank you.
A little bit difficult to access. So, with permission, I'm just going to play it for you.
One thing I would like to say, if you want to talk about Twitter and lying,
yeah.
Do you have something to say for yourself, Janice?
Absolutely. Yeah, I formed a Twitter handle that because I didn't think it was appropriate for your to go. What a crock of shit that is, Gabe.
I hear the Goku in the voice is actually kind of wild though. I hear the Ocean Dub Goku.
I've never heard Ocean Dub Goku.
So Ocean Dub Goku is really the voice that Team 4 Star is based off of.
I've never watched Team 4 Star.
Okay.
You never watched Dragon Ball Z Brute?
No, I don't like those guys.
Why don't you like them?
They seem kind of annoying.
I mean,
that's actually kind of fair.
Yeah.
I like their health
Twitter account? Oh no, just because it's kind of human. That's all. And I completely.
So again, Ian is admitting to create sock accounts to harass Gabe and his daughter. Fucking bonkers.
So cyberbullying is human.
I completely admit to it.
Really? But you never told me.
Why would I tell you?
You blocked me on Twitter.
Big deal.
So you didn't want to see me, but you'll tell me.
I'm telling you right now. I'm not.
Why did you block me on Twitter?
I'm not. What do you block?
Janice blocked on Twitter.
Fine. You want? I can unblock you. And you know what? Now that it's all in the open, I'll really do it. Because I think.
Did you know about this?
I think that people. No one knows nothing about this. I think that people that need to be called out when they're full of it. And frankly, there's a huge component of his followers that go, "What the hell are you tweeting for at 3 a.m. for?"
That is very common for him. So I don't know why you're
well aware of that. It's not like he's on tour in REO Speedwagon.
REO Speedwagon. Also, I love the way that the subtitle spelled REO Speedwagon.
I didn't know
like
how
it's
to spell.
like it's
why did you ask
Italian.
us?
To be fair, I missed this when I was listening to it.
Somebody get me in there. I am the grammar wizard. I know how to spell REO Speedwagon.
REO Speedwagon.
And they're playing gigs till 2 a.m. He's doing nothing.
Also, I think a lot of REO Speedwagon I think parts of REO Speedwagon are dead. I don't know about that.
You are trying to sabotage.
I think Ian is kind of dating himself. I don't think people. Who is Janice? So Janice is a sock account that Ian made to harass Gabe.
Him and his.
Why am I hearing it in the JoJo style? Because that's how I'm saying it. I said Speedwagon.
Career and everything about him. And that is the way you're going about it.
Yeah, imagining arguing with your dad on Twitter is wild.
And you're swooving your freaking way around every other possibility that could get you.
So just to highlight it, this is the audio as it was received. There is a cut. We did not cut it. I don't know why it was cut specifically. This is how we received it. I do want to make that very clear. This is the direct audio file I got. Maybe it's just because Claire wasn't able to save part of it either, or maybe it's an error with Billy Bust Up.
It could have. It could have been two audios in one. Who knows?
Yeah.
His extra Twitter account said.
What you denied?
I did not deny.
Yeah, Gabe sent you a DM, said quit it. I know what this is about. And you were like, oh, just another hater.
That's not denying anything. I am a hater.
I am a hater. So this is the second audio clip.
In your fucking room. Bye.
I have one more thing.
What do you have now?
Why is it not changed?
Where's all this bullshit? Oh, I'm gonna go into family therapy with this. You said family therapy. Bullshit. You liar. Fucking liar. It's got nothing to do. I know you're gonna try to equate. Fuck off.
Whatever you think.
I don't
Great head.
think Marvel Rivals casted Ian to say "holy fuck off" while he alts in as Mr. Fantastic. But I would request a change. Yeah, he told his daughter to fuck off. Again, Brony Fandom denies that Ian is abusive. Denies it. Outright will deny it. And then we'll backtrack and be like, well, I didn't know about it. But it seems like these are Gabe talking points.
Think about the Black Griffin allegations, people are just denying this happened to her because it doesn't fit with their narrative. And if you're somebody who claims to care about victims, this seems like a pretty callous and uncaring thing to do. And it has served to silence these people, because why would they speak out? In fact, Black Griffin offered to speak to me, and I realized
Yeah, I said this before.
That was a pointless endeavor and a waste of my time and his, because whatever he said, none of his detractors will believe him. A significant portion of the conversations I've had with Michelle and Claire are in reference to these allegations, but on reviewing it, I realized putting it in may be completely pointless. What I will say is both of them have spoken plainly and openly to me about these accusations. That being said, I do think there is one particular use for these conversations, because one thing they serve to highlight is the insane level of A-logging these people have been subjected to over the years. We're talking anything public about these people. It's been trawled through and picked apart by this lunatic to find anything damaging, and I want to show you that through the perspective of Michelle.
With Gabe and Claire, the irony is, we've calculated now that Gabe and Claire met outside of conventions roughly 6 to 7 times. And we've gone through all of our photos, all of our videos, like collectively, to calculate accurately how many times it would have been when she was a minor outside of like conventions, and it still would have used like that's including like video shoots. It just happens to be that literally 5 out of 7 of those times were filmed. To these people it looks like so much. It was like those were literally the only times they interacted, and then maybe the other 2 times were my 2 birthdays. You know what I mean? Like it's just so, the irony is crazy. It's like those were literally the only times they saw each other. Oh, and one other time we saw like Book of Mormon, and I don't think we filmed any videos there, but
They have used this Book of Mormon fucking picture always. It's fucking weird.
like posted a picture. So it's literally all these times they're finding, those are the only examples. Like no more exist essentially.
I don't understand how it's the people who are taking this way too seriously that get so wrapped up in this. And they're like, look at here, they're by themselves. And I'm like, no, we're not. We're with another person. They're right freaking there. And they just take screenshots of, which I think is so funny. The fact that they're like screenshots from videos that I made. And someone's like, please send this to Claire. We can still get her out. There's still time. I'm like, why is your goal that you want me to get divorced? Or is it a step further? Do you want me to freaking marry you? Because that's creepy. You know why? Because unlike Gabriel, you guys have been obsessed with me since I was 13. So maybe think about that the next time you look at yourself in the freaking mirror. Jeez.
So one of the things that people, you know,
there's really nothing to say. Regarding
yeah, it's facts. So just like people have been obsessed with her since she was a child.
Regarding what Claire is saying, we highlighted it when we went over some of the Gabe super 300-page doc. There are clips from videos that it's very clear that there are other people there filming, and they're filming each other. Michelle also had a channel. Claire had a channel. You don't think that their parents who doubled as their agents didn't look at this and say, huh, oh, I approve this. That's all I'm saying. I don't know.
claim is an inaccuracy that counters reality of how many times, you know, Gabe and Claire spent together and how close friends they were. Was Gabe saying we weren't friends? I know Gabe's definition of friends. I know he would not have considered Claire a friend, because he would consider somebody a friend that he had, you know, contact with, phone number. He only had Claire's phone number, I don't know, some point like 2017-ish, because one of her parents gave him, or no, one of her parents gave Claire Gabe's number, and that actually made Gabe really uncomfortable. And I was there when he first received a text from her, and he was like, oh God.
So according to Michelle, Gabe received a text from Claire only after one of her parents, Claire's parents, gave Claire Gabe's number. But Falgi, it ruins the narrative. Again, this is hearsay. I can't source this evidence. But why are they always so increasingly consistent when the opposition is not? That's for you to decide. Again, I'll be frank. I reached out and they spoke. They put us in touch with other people. Emmy hasn't done that. KP kind of did that. Amy New hasn't done that. Sophie Scruggs hasn't done that. I don't really give a fuck about Courtney Pete. I wouldn't want to talk to that bitch with a 10-foot pole. I could probably smell her through the internet connection. But
Bonk.
Well, Bonk I did talk to be fair.
I mean, we did have a combo with him.
Yeah. Quite!
Yeah,
My buddy, how are you doing? I know, this shit
Hi,
is
Quite.
insane, bud. This shit is insane. Again, when I spoke with these people, and even, obviously, the Saber stuff is off the record, but I do want to, like, highlight that for a second. These people were willing to speak because they've been dealing with this for so long with zero restitution. Again, if these people were the ones that were so afraid, like the way Brony Fan and all of them portrayed them to be, they wouldn't be speaking with us now. Straight up, we wouldn't have gotten we wouldn't have gotten access to this. That is what as an audience, that is what I hope the education I bring to you guys and the stories that we break and the evidence that we look at. It's the same thing you should always do with us when we say things, as well as any other stories moving forward. This is why it's important.
Why did they give Claire my number? I don't want her to have my number. There were other people in the room too, so I'm not even the only witness to that. But they, again, we've calculated it specifically. They only spent 6 to 7 times approximately together outside of conventions. And I think, 5 or so of those times were filmed. And there was only one instance during our entire childhood minority period where Gabe and Claire and I, just the 3 of us, were alone. And it's that one video of us going out into the woods. And I deleted it because I felt showing the dead raccoons was inappropriate. I deleted it like 8 years ago because I just thought it was.
And again,
I didn't know about the dead raccoons.
And again, I don't know if it's this video or the other one where it's the weird age of consent conversation that goes on. But if you read a little bit further, as much as Gabe probably should have disengaged with the conversation, and it made me feel uncomfortable, you can see that there are people arguing about the age of consent, and for some reason, Gabe is like, I can solve this dilemma and calm everybody down. I believe that video is still up, and I read all of the comments to it, or maybe it's not. And I'm just reading it, and I'm like, he's trying to, like, bridge the gap, and it's making him come off as a creep because he's talking about it. But there are people that are arguing, well, the age of consent in my state in my home is this, but it's like this. It's really creepy that you said this, blah, 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 blah. And he's just trying to calm the fans down so they don't yell at each other, and it's weird. But again, it's what it portrays to be.
Is kind of a gross video. It's literally the only instance, and these people somehow like went. I don't even know how they found it, and they thought I deleted it because the comments were inappropriate. It was literally like a super popular video. I deleted it because I just thought it was gross, and I deleted I don't know. I unlisted a bunch of videos a long time ago because I was just like, I don't know. We're just kind of like being immature. Like I didn't like showing a pile of 5 dead raccoons on my channel. That just wasn't professional. I was focusing on my music, so I unlisted a bunch of those videos. I just thought weren't really. I wouldn't want people to like go back and see now just for my own sake, not because not because the comments were like inappropriate of Gabe's taking 2 young girls out in the woods. We were there for probably an hour, and it's 5 minutes away from my house. And both of our sets of parents would have approved it. And literally every other time.
I just had like a random thought. This is just me. Imagine being sponsored for a stream like this. Like, I know Chud has got like the Candy Crush sponsorships. Candy Crush, if you want to sponsor us.
Wait.
I think about his Candy Crush sponsorship.
Yeah, he's had like more than one.
And he has his rave reviews.
Yeah. Like, imagine getting a Candy Crush sponsorship while fucking covering rape allegations. And, like, pedophilia. Like, and us, like, showing, like, heavily censored art. I can't. What fucking world do we live in that this is, like, our hobby? This is so funny to me.
Time Claire and Gabe would have ever seen each other when Claire was a minor, parents and many other adults would have been around. Every single time. That's the one video, and they used that one single video that I even deleted, and they somehow found, I don't know how, as proof that they spent time alone. It's completely untrue.
Nothing's ever deleted on the internet.
Now, to some of you, this might feel like new information, or flies in the face of what you've been told previously, but there's 2 things I'd like you to keep in mind. Firstly, that the people who are going after this group are really dumb. One of the questions that I had, actually, generally, is there's so much focus on Claire being married to Gabe, but these sort of, I don't know, rumors or the way people thought about the relationship started with you.
And so that was a big thing in the research, is that every grooming allegation technically started with Michelle.
Yeah.
And then when Gabe came out when Gabe and Claire came out with dating, it then moved to Claire. And Michelle, to her credit,
pivot time to pivot.
yeah, and like to Michelle's credit, she's like, this is bizarre. Speaking with Michelle is very interesting. Very, very sweet person. Very nice. Clearly done with this. I don't think it's in the interview, but she did discuss. I know it's in this one. It's not off the record. It was on the record, but I don't think it's in the video. I do want to highlight it just because I do think it's important, because some people will say it. Michelle put up something that was like, hey, this didn't happen. Gabe's been nice to me. And then took it down because she felt like the story was done. And she doesn't really use social media that much. And then the story didn't finish, and people take her taking it down because she didn't want it pinned on her social media because she's a musician and an actor. And she wanted to use her social media for her performances as an admission of guilt. And it's fucking insane that all she just did was just like unpin it. And they're like, oh,
yeah, it doesn't look like your PFP.
guilt.
You're
It's
yelling
guilt.
at
She took it
Michelle.
off for Twitter. It's guilt. No, she thought the story was done. Like, it's insane. The level of parasociality is wild.
So it's very interesting that they've focused in on Claire. People, they seem to be going, well, we know this person, we care about this person, we want to save this person. And you, who were also involved, kind of get sidelined. And the fact that you don't really know them or have any interactions with them is almost a bit telling that.
Oh, but they're basically, they're strangers. Essentially, they're
Yeah.
strangers. I know nothing about them. They know nothing about us, you know. Maybe Claire's interacted with the specific people a couple more times than me, it sounds. She has more specific memories, but yeah, no, I mean, it is interesting too, like how many examples and stuff that people have sent me, like screenshots where like they mix us up too. Like, it'll be
This happened in the Black Griffin Exposed doc where they mixed up Claire and Michelle. This actually happened in the Exposed doc.
it'll be some
Yeah.
picture like 10 years ago, or like they think it's Gabe.
And I even mentioned that to her. It's cut, but I mentioned that to her. She's like, yeah, that's weird. Yeah.
She like me with my short hair, and Claire like just silly stuff like that. Like they can't even tell us apart. It's hysterical.
And secondly, until we reached out, no one has tried interviewing these two
No,
women. And what makes that
nobody.
particularly insane is not the level of incompetence on display, it's the fact that people like Amy New have direct lines to them and never thought to ask.
Peter's a voice actor. They all worked in the same circle. Why did nobody ask? Amy, I thought you weren't shaking. I thought you weren't scared. Amy's got some explaining to do.
Since these new rumors have kicked up, we'll say in the last few years, or like the campaign against Black Griffin started, have people tried to actually approach you for your opinion on this, or actually cared what you think? Because it appears with Claire's like, no, this isn't happening. That's not the way any of this occurred. You're wrong. And people have gone, well, of course she thinks that. She's a victim and protecting her husband, and now she's evil. Have you sort of experienced similar stuff, or have you just been sort of sidelined?
And no one's ever asked us. You know, if these people actually were concerned that we were taken advantage of as minors, they've never asked us. They claim to know us. They could have. Well, do you think you have our phone number or email? Like, you know, we have peers in common. We have colleagues in common. You're really that concerned about us? Like, it's insulting. We're 25-year-old adults, and frankly, they don't have any idea how young we had to become adults as well. So you want to treat us like fully, you know, professional people at the age of 13, paying taxes and like doing all this stuff, having full careers for already 5+ years, and yet we're too immature to know our own circumstances and our own past and present. It's very. I mean, again, if there weren't all these ramifications for Gabe's career, none of us would care at all. That's why none of us have talked about it for the longest time. Because it's always just garbage. You know why?
I think that's also very telling is that they just didn't want to engage with it because they knew they knew it was just going to perpetuate it, but they had to because it continued over and over and over and over. The longer they stayed away from it, just as much as if they engaged in it.
Value your opinion. I don't know you. So only now, I mean, this is probably honestly the last time I'm going to talk about it is with you guys, because I appreciate that you're the first people I've seen that are actually trying to get to the bottom of this.
She's nice.
But we all just want to move on. I mean, we're digging up our lives from 10+ years ago because these people who have never even met us claim to know what's happened in our lives, but don't take any weight in our perspective.
After all this time and effort spent silencing people who were actually involved and speaking for the potential victims of Black Griffin, Brony Fandom must have been jumping for joy when Courtney Pete was making a video, and then Lazy Bedhead, and then comes KP and allegations against Saber. Man, April must have looked like a very good month for Fandom. But then, everything begins to fall apart. Fandom had wanted the spotlight, he wanted attention, and when he finally got it, well, that monkey paw...
So is this whole thing with Saber Griffin 1.5? Yes. Yes. I can confirm with 100% certainty that Fandom has alleged that the only reason Emmy came to him was because he did such a good job with Black Griffin. I have that DM. I can source that. Yeah.
A very particular way. So let's have a look at the fallout from his side, and his interesting react.
Hey, there's the side mention. Go on. This is what?
The audio is crazy.
Yeah, that audio is crazy.
We've already gone over much of Fandom's reactions to
it's a
KP
hilarious
directly,
audio.
but it bears repeating that the first public statement from Fandom.
Yeah.
The KP audio doesn't need to be played. It's just fucking hilarious.
It's so good. It's kind
so
of
fucking funny.
unnecessary to
It's
like
so
the overall point of the video, but I do love listening to it.
It's so fucking funny. This guy Beckett told me that you need to come forward. It's so fucked. It's such a fucked story.
You little
Account
shit.
came from Sophie, not from Bonk.
Oh, she didn't say
Bonk's
that, but
concern
still.
lay primarily in the fact that he realized
Get
quite
that
quickly
vibe.
that this video might be damaging to the accusations against
Chat,
Saberspark
are
and
you...
DA Games.
Wait. If you are an Op Block member, you're gonna see a special shout out soon.
While he says that he doesn't want to shit on KP and just get people to hate on her, it wouldn't
Quite
take long before the
even.
pressure really started to get to him. Now we're going to skip ahead a bit to when things get interesting around the 12th, because as things had been moving behind the scenes, Bonk wasn't idle. He'd been plotting with Emily to save the sinking ship, becoming increasingly confident that once KP was
And
out
again,
of the way...
he's talking with KP. Listen, I get it. Like, it sucks. I'm unavailable if you try to reach me. They're trying to work on things together.
He'd be able to emerge
Behind
the
the
hero.
scenes.
This would all come to a screeching halt, however, when Saberspark released his response. Saber, again, has denied these accusations, but more importantly, the video isn't addressed to Emily, focusing more towards KP and Fandom and their devious little schemes. Fandom, at this point, predictably, panics, saying the response would be coming within the next few hours. This response would not come. Most hilariously,
It never came! Where's the response, Emmy? Where is it?
said that he was documenting other people's responses, which further made
Yeah,
him...
what are you doing? You're fucking like, I'm gonna record you. I'm gonna report you to your job. Wootmaster6699. I'm gonna report you, Big Dick Dom66.
This is like we have somehow seen this a lot, but
Yeah.
the A-logger will A-log whatever and not really be able to parse the information.
Yeah.
A complete fucking laughingstock. And this would just be the beginning of what turned into a god-tier crash-out.
Oh.
Fandom would blame this lack of response on an unnamed drama channel. At the time, I thought this was probably me. It might also be Oplo.
Oh! Here it is! Wait for it, chat.
It's a word of power.
Emmy! Oh! I'm gonna read this. I need Beckett to give this to me so I can fucking frame this.
So he's whipping out the
Last
knuckle
night,
flaps.
there was a horrific stream. It was like 9 hours. I was so drained watching
Rub your
it, though.
chest, like,
The focus on you has been specifically overwhelming instead of the story itself. What are you gonna do?
It was 9.5 hours.
This bitch is screaming into the phone. Why aren't they listening? In my mind, she's like screaming at the top of her lungs, staring at the stream, being like, "Who is the Op Block? What have they done to you?
Who is Trans Ultron?
Who is Trans Ultron?"
Hi, Emmy. We know you're watching. Chat, make sure to say hi to Emmy.
Yes, chat. You too should say hi, Emmy. And if you haven't already liked the stream and subscribed to become a member of the Op Block, you should. We have made multiple fucking top creators crash the fuck out, and it will continue to happen every fucking time. Oh, that's like, it's another notch on the belt. Like, it's actually really fucking hilarious at this point. When it's Doolittle, it's... I will say the fucking Dan's Burst and Scarlet don't really
Does
count.
like the milk goddess need like a
Soon.
acolyte called the crash out?
I feel
The crash out is hilarious. The acolyte of the crash out.
I feel a disturbance. Like I feel like
Yeah.
there something needs to be added to the
Soon.
Yeah, I feel like something soon. But
We need to show the milk goddess. I think we have new people
Uh,
here.
we haven't
Milk
shown?
goddess.
We do.
Okay, yeah, pull it up. Pull it up.
Someone's just gotta grab it for me because I want to try to get to this video.
Block because I do know from her
You got
DM
it?
she was watching his streams, but I am named in KP's unhinged voicemail. I'd
I'll
said
see
to
if I
KP that
find
we
it.
had very good evidence that it was Emmy, and she should talk to me or at least somebody at this point, given what was unfolding with the situation. Either way, fucking hilarious.
I know
now,
it's
at time of recording, the Brony Fandom
It's
account
pinned
is
somewhere.
locked, which makes me very grateful for channels
What's
like
up,
Internet
Cameron?
Versus, because this lack of a further statement from Emmy seems to have seriously messed with Fandom's plans. He'd begin wildly lashing out at everyone from KP to Lazy Bedhead, saying he didn't want to hand over power
Oh,
to
look! There I am again! Fucking word of power, baby!
like Opblock. When this didn't work, he basically concedes defeat and moves to a Hail Mary play. Now, one thing you should know about Bonk is at the slightest pressure...
Side note, Bonk, you did, fuck you. I don't like when I see my friend's name being used in your fucking insanity, you fucking piece of shit. You should have jumped.
This guy will say that he's going to end himself. So against the current insane tirade against him, this round...
Don't fake that you're gonna commit suicide at this point. If you're gonna fake it and make up random stories, okay, I see it.
...up significantly, as he posted a link to a Twitch stream in which he's walking in the rain.
Now, there's one thing I will say. Slight, not necessarily a mistake, but it was a two Twitch streams that turned into two separate Twitter streams. Just as a point of order.
I got
Right.
them. Well, technically it was
I'm
one
here to
Twitch
instigate and
stream
crash
that,
out.
like, went down
That
and
is my
back up.
reason, det. It's why I'm here. I don't want the smoke. I am the smoke.
This is
Thank
our
you,
milk
Alexis.
goddess for all the people new in chat. Is with all of our Lolcows and Sabersmith. Because Sabersmith is not a Lolcow, he transcends. He is a-
Cybersmith.
Cybersmith. Holy fuck, my brain. He's a word of power.
Now, I want to be a touch sensitive here, not in deference to Fandom, but this is a topic that touches a lot of people's lives, unfortunately, myself included. For that reason,
I
take
am
stuff
the
like this
Italian
pretty
boogeyman. You
seriously,
are
and I get
correct.
really angry when I think people are baiting this shit for sympathy. Rather, I'd like to focus on the actions of others because despite the
Oh, yeah,
shit that
the
Bonk has
milk
pulled,
goddess made by
there was
Jim
almost
Long,
universal concern for his well-being.
For those who don't know, Cybersmith is a fucking ancient Lolcow.
He's
That
the-
like
he's the
crashed our
human bad guy.
stream and like one of our first streams, and we just had fun.
Yeah.
Multiple people would phone wellness checks, giving out landmarks and identifying
Yeah.
information to try and help the police track this guy down and stop him
Yes.
harming himself. Even Sophie would apparently do the right thing, taking access to the account away from Bonk
Yes.
and locking it.
This is
and this
a
wasn't just
W
from
for
his
her.
friends. Angry Slug and Lyo both made serious efforts.
I can say for 100% certain, I know Slug and Lyo did it. I was told, and they told me. Like I know for a fact that Slug and Lyo did everything they could to find this kid.
To try and protect this guy. The actual wellness check that did the trick apparently came from Baja, somebody who was
Now Baja is an interesting case, and we'll get there.
friends
Or
with Bonk, but
Baja?
had fallen out with him
Baja,
over his insane
yes.
takes on pornography.
I don't know.
And that's largely the last we've heard of Bonk.
So Baja, in this video on Twitter, identified that the reason they had falling out is that Bonk cannot tell fact from fiction. And he has
That's-
a weird god complex. Yes.
Yeah.
Greg, how do you feel?
I feel like people with god complexes should stay
Yeah, we
away
should
from
obviously.
children's television shows.
Yes.
Mhm.
Gamer, we know I did it at the top of the stream, but thank you, dog. Listen. I hate to say it, I am Brony Fandone's greatest A-logger.
Listen, there's-
This man cannot tweet without me knowing.
Listen, there's been a lot of low tier god posting lately. I will be the opposite because I would like to be sponsored, and I will not say these things
no.
on Felgy's behalf.
It's fine. I joke. It's all satire. There's satire. It's in the description. There's a satire disclaimer.
For the moment. He's apparently in some kind of medical care, which, let's be honest, he
Which he's now out of. We discussed this.
desperately
Which he's
desperately
not out
needs.
of and
But
posting
before
for
finishing
sure.
up with this free, again, I'd like you to hear Claire's thoughts on the guy who's been harassing her for years. I think it also moves us quite nicely on to
Yeah.
Fandom, actually.
Yeah, I was
Oh,
gonna say.
Lord. Very
Yeah, she was going
interesting
off.
individual. He started off by being, and again, like I have
LTG video when? If we do a low tier god video, I need to bring on friend of the channel Sly. I got fucking
You are his anime rival.
Thank you. I had to sneeze. I have to bring on
Bless you.
Sly. King Sly is a friend of the channel. Cool guy. Like talking with him. Because, a small aside, the low-tier god A-loggers also crashed out recently.
Really?
Oh, really?
Yeah, they also crashed out. It was on Sly's channel. It's fucking hilarious. I don't understand how the fuck that happened, but the A-loggers hated being A-logged. It's yeah, Tales of Dale crashed the fuck out. And it's hilarious. And they tried to like be like fucking weird. I heard IMO got doxxed. Yeah, there's like weird shit that happened, but Sly was not involved with that. It was them being fuckheads. It's them doing the e-begging shit. Like, unfortunately, if you're A-logging people like that, e-begging's hard, dog.
No problem answering people's questions if they're genuinely asking me a question. Or if they start, which he did, by saying, this is a situation I'm bringing to light. Claire has been groomed by Black Griffin, also known as Gabriel Brown, and everybody should know about it. And he proceeded with this whole long thread, and I read it, and I was like, oh, this is hilarious. Like, surely people are not, you know, gonna bite on this. And then I saw that, like, enough people were that it started to kind of annoy me. And I was like, what the heck? So I was like, listen, this guy's like, clearly he's been in the My Little Pony fandom for a long time. He definitely knows who I am, and so I feel like I should, you know, kind of make communication with him, and I did. And I said, hey man, like, basically this is, you know, I appreciate the sentiment. I'm okay. What you think is happening is not happening. It didn't happen, and it certainly didn't happen with Michelle either. So could you just, you know, go ahead and you know, problem solved. You don't have to be a hero. I don't need saving, and Michelle doesn't need saving. We're good. None of this happened. I was not groomed, you know. And
If you do plan to cover the deadbeat Rog, be prepared for him and his cucks to go after you.
Do you mean,
I mean,
do you mean low tier god, or do you mean if you mean LTG, I fucking welcome it.
I mean, I think we're too
I
small
have-
on his
okay.
radar, really.
I have been following low tier god for years. Are you covering the Tales of Dale crash out? Maybe. I think it's better left for Sly's channel, because it was like directly because of his channel and their interaction, because they got weirdly parasocial with the dude. Yeah, no, I know he means low tier god. Here's what I will say. I've been following low tier god for years. I would welcome it. If low tier god appeared in my chat and said you should kill yourself now, I would be fucking honored.
Like a rite of
Fuck it.
passage.
It would be a rite of passage. Like, it would be like christening the channel. Like, we've christened the channel with glue. I need the champagne. The low tier god posting is the champagne. Also, I don't think he like comes on YouTube, right? Because he's still on Twitch. So or maybe I'm wrong.
and he just turned immediately and became extremely defensive.
So these messages, shout out to Claire. Claire gave us these messages, gave me these messages, and I passed them over to Beckett. This is Brony Fandom literally crashing out in Claire's private messages and freaking out and being like, I can't believe he's doing this. I can't believe you're doing this. You're a liar. You're a terrible victim. Like, this is immoral. Like you're allowing, like, you're fucking awful. I can't believe you are a part of Gabe's like grooming. Like, it's insane.
And didn't care what I had to say after that point, because at that point I had spoken up against what
Oh my God, your lawyer, the cease and desist isn't real.
he was saying, and he was not going to have that. This is not somebody who is worried for me, and once I say something on the matter, and this is why it's so annoying when people are like, this person needs to make a statement, this person needs to make a statement. I'm like, why? Because it depends who it's for. If we're talking about people who are my fans know that I'm chilling. My fans follow me on Instagram and Twitter or whatever and see that I'm very happy in my life and my relationship, and I'm fine. And he, I think, got, you know, he was observing this on his other accounts.
Yeah, this is insane. I've had issues with this. This is part of the reason why I was at a certain point. This is probably the reason why I spent like sleepless nights working on this story.
And this, you know, me, by this I mean me and Gabe like dating. When we had come out and announced that we were dating, we were worried about that because we know that there are some people in this fandom who are, you know, a little bit loony, for lack of better terminology. And those people are, you know, will spread stuff about you. And that was something that we were like, you know, let's pick our moment basically. But eventually we were like, you know what, who cares? Like, I am very happy in this relationship, and Gabe was like, I'm very happy in this relationship. We, you know, we had kind of talked about it, and we're like, yeah, I feel like we can kind of let our followings know. And we have a shared following, but we also have separate following. And it's kind of funny because it's like,
Kevin, it's a complicated answer.
There's only like one hard thing that is, which is like the public DeviantArt conversation, but everything else is just
outside of
unevidenced
outside of
claims.
his interactions with Claire, it's just incredibly nuanced because again, so here's the thing that a lot of people keep getting wrong when I see things being sourced. The DeviantArt conversation that is public and it's the weird, and it is the weird, like, oh my honey, oh my ex-husband, blah 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 blah. That conversation is not a victim testimony. It is evidence they found in the past. They did not reach out to this person. This person did not come forward. They found it. Destiny Doodles and the other victim in the other accuser in question both came out, said, oh, he sent me a dick pic and has never proved it. And in the case of the Snapchat accuser only provides a very tailored professional interaction where she as a fan is trying to get more out of him than he is willing to give. And that's part of the problem. Oh, the DA girl was the China one. Yes, the Africa China one. Yeah, and that's the problem. There's no evidence for the other things sourced. Again, Gabe buying Girl Scout cookies is not evidence. Gabe, one of his songs being featured by Shane Dawson and asking for the shout out for his song being featured is not an endorsement of grooming. Like, I don't understand. It's not him being in a fucking secret, like Illuminati YouTube pedophile cabal. Like, it's very weird. Like, do you think Gabe is the Epstein of fucking, like, YouTube? Like, this doesn't make any sense. It legitimately doesn't. But again, it's incredibly nuanced. You can feel, and I've said this, and Claire knows this. I know Gabe and Claire know this because I've been open about it. You can feel icky that as a Gabe has always been an adult in their relationship. You can feel icky about it. But this woman and the people around this woman are claiming that she is not groomed. Until she says otherwise, I am going to be inclined to believe her because there's no evidence that shows that he is abusing her. That is the issue. They're living their life. Let it just go. Let the fandom literally die.
like when you announce that you're like dating someone, seriously.
Gamer, she was always going to go to KP in my opinion. She was laundered to KP. Emily has no leg to stand on. I'm being upfront. Emily had a bigger platform than KP ever did. Emily is hiding behind this because if it ever blew up negatively, she can hide behind it.
Or like getting married, like you lose a bunch of followers. And for me, I had a lot of people who spoke out and I got the vibe that they were kind of sad that I was off the market. And I'm like, okay, no offense, but like, as if you had a shot. Like that's just kind of some of the people in the fan base are like that. But then there are other people who are super happy for us. And they were like, oh my gosh, it's amazing. Like I'm a fan of both of you. That's so fun. Like I love seeing people who are, like-minded get together and like, man, you guys are going to be power couples. So like, it was really nice. But like this, where Brony Fandom is.
How are you still alive? This story kind of matters to me, if I'm being honest.
Axis tipped $13.37. You are a worthless, bum-ass persona user. You're as valuable as FEMC in P3 Reload. I'll Zyonga you and you'll keep coming back. I'll Sukakaja and you'll keep coming back. Why? 'Cause you smell the Marin Karen. Junpei look-in ass persona user.
Thank you. 0 out of 10, you did not say you were going to plow my mom. 0 out of 10, Axis.
Try again with the next tip, Axis.
Yeah. No, but thanks, dude. Thanks.
Lies is one of those loony people. And no matter what I said, I realized talking to him directly was literally met with fire every single time. I'm like, is there a way that you, like, I don't know why you're doing this. I don't know why you feel like you have to. Like, I don't know what else I can say to like alleviate your concerns. And then I started realizing, oh, these aren't concerns. This is now an attack. And then I had speculated actually for a while that this could have been my own dad, because my dad has done stuff like this before. The language was very similar. I had alluded to some, you know, sassy remarks I made with Brony Fan this account. And I was just trying to kind of gauge the waters, and I'm like, yeah, I found out that it wasn't him.
Dad. Just speculation. Some people like misinterpret that sometimes, I've noticed.
Again, these are her
not
own...
her dad.
Yeah, the Brony Fan is not her dad, but like, again, and she discussed this before that she figured out it wasn't him. Again, this is Claire's own mouth about the relationship. Publicly, Ian distanced himself from Claire, expressed disapproval of their marriage and not being invited. Take that as what you will. People fall out, families fall out. I'm not going to sit here and say that I know everything between them. I don't. Only Claire and Ian do. But I respect if this is how Claire feels about her family. I have no evidence to the contrary, nor do I have evidence to support it. You can choose your
friends, you can't choose your family.
Yeah. The thing I can say is that her father admits to creating sock accounts to harass Gabe. And by proxy, Claire, because it continues it, because Claire keeps receiving the harassment when Gabe is not responding, or they feel like they can't reach Gabe.
And I was like kind of relieved, but I also was kind of mad because I was like, well, dang, now I just sound like another crazy person with the same kind of mentality. And they just want Gabe deplatformed. And I actually DM'd them, and I had a whole conversation with him where I was like, all right, like, I'm gonna level with you, dude. Like, I don't know what your goal is here or your game, but I'm fine. And I don't know like why you're so angry about this still. Like, and it seems like you're more angry the fact that I've come out and I've said like, this is not true now. But the whole conversation, I mean, if you even can read it, he posted it like a while ago, but it was basically like, he said like, you shouldn't have a relationship with minors if you're an adult at all. And then I got curious and I started doing some research. And from literally like almost no effort at all of research, I was like, oh, okay, this person had like a role-playing account. They deleted a bunch of their,
Claire did her homework.
Stuff that they used to like communicate with me that is like no longer on X anymore. But they used to communicate with me. So I'm like, so what is it that you feel so guilty or bad about talking to minors? Not even adding the words sexually to this or inappropriate. Literally just, you cannot talk to minors. And so it was very creepy to me, quite honestly, that he started saying stuff like this. And the more that he was saying that, then I started looking into it and I was like, okay, the full con thing, like, I'm sorry, if you're normalizing, I don't care what it is, if you're drawing a freaking cabinet and you're sexually attracted to a cabinet and you say that the cabinet is 4 years old, that's really creepy. I don't care what that thing is. If it is underage and it is being sexualized and you're buying or commissioning that as porn, that is predator behavior.
Correct.
And I think that he's totally projecting because I don't know. I know that I don't like just like throwing things around, especially because I know what it's like to have these words thrown at me and my own husband, but that's pretty pedophilic behavior. And it's normalizing sexualizing young people and children, and it's disgusting. There's no loophole there. You don't get to defend why your thing is slightly different and not okay and not hurting people. Well, guess what, Brony Fan don't? You're hurting me. How about that? You're hurting me. Now you've hurt one person. So is that gonna make you stop getting commissioned freaking underage cartoon porn?
Again, we showed you the highly censored version. And even that is fucking vile.
Probably not, because there's going to be something else that you're going to defend about it the next time. I'm sick of this. So sickening.
This story is one of
the call is coming from inside the house.
The weirdest things I have ever covered. When I began, I expected it to be a fairly simple tale about some girl who had a grudge against another content creator and was prepared to go to any lengths to ruin him. I did not expect to be having conversations with the voice actresses from My Little Pony and dealing with a conspiracy to ruin their lives that seemingly has been running for years now. But as we've got through all the conspirators, I guess it's time for some final thoughts on this entire mess. Firstly, let's return to KP. During my interviews with her, I said I didn't really know where I came down on whether this was malice or stupidity, and I actually don't know really if that's changed. I think it's probably decent quantities of both. One thing I will point out is KP has been very forthcoming with information, and does seem legit.
Again, KP...
You can still be stupid and malicious.
Yeah. For KP's credit, KP is the only person that gave us information. Whether you say it's to save her own skin, completely fine. Saber is the only one who could judge KP. Truthfully. Whether he pursues litigation or not, I have no clue. Not the question I asked. Not one I could divulge, even if I did, but not a question I asked. So, it's up to them.
Ultimately remorseful. Whether these are genuine feelings, a response to being thrown under the bus, or an attempt to avoid being sued into oblivion, I'll leave up to you. But what I've experienced with KP largely lines up with what other people have said to me about her. She is fairly lost and fairly clueless, turning up to our first conversation kind of bake.
KP probably did Chris dirty the worst. Yes and no. I've looked at some of the DA game stuff. I don't like that Chris is somewhat involved in that, not necessarily the same level. Chris should have just never said it. Let's be real. Chris should have never said what he said. I don't think he should have been dragged for as long as he did. But, like, he didn't need to say that. He did it, and it got back to her, and he had to face the ramifications. Now, her continuing it is psychotic, but that's not necessarily her fault. Well, that is her fault.
Yeah,
but
her
it's
fault.
yeah. Let me rephrase that.
She doesn't have to. She doesn't have to be. She doesn't have to forgive him, but she also doesn't have to be vindictive about it either.
Yeah, 100%. Yes, chat, we're almost done. 6 hours, we're almost done.
To me that when I came back to her to ask about Chris, she'd ask me this.
Are you cool with me coming to process to you, like, in general? Like,
Bro, she asked Beckett for a therapy session.
No.
Wild.
I don't know. It just, I don't want to look at anything that's going to trigger me, and then Wyatt won't tell me anything because he's afraid he's going to trigger me.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, again, I want to be clear that I am making a video on you.
my thoughts
I think that's that separation. I'm no one's therapist. For those of you looking for some repercussions to hit KP, and I don't blame any of you for that position, this kind of thing is devastating to a channel. I'm really not sure how you actually come back from something like this. And to be honest, the real damage that's been done to her is she has basically burnt all her bridges with her old remaining friends. And my final thought on this really is that the only person who can judge KP fairly is Saber Spark and how he feels about the shit she pulled. As a core point to this entire thing, if there is a lesson to be learned, it is about evidencing the claims we are making as creators. And I have actively avoided including claims that I couldn't in some way substantiate either with evidence or additional testimonies. I have now heard the other side of the allegations being made by Emily, but I have largely dodged around talking about them and her for a very simple reason. It is not fair to me or to you as an audience for me to be presenting takes that will clearly have been biased by what I now know. As long as Saber is off the record, and I have been clear about this with him, I cannot use what he tells me, and to his credit, he wouldn't want me to. But one thing that was pointed out to me by Lazy Bedhead is that I clearly, from the start, had issues with these allegations, and she felt me not highlighting this previous bias made me slightly disingenuous. But my Twitter hasn't gone anywhere, and I was tweeting out about this on May the 2nd before I'd even begun looking at this.
Very rich from Lazy. Very fucking rich. But I digress.
In earnest. So, for the sake of transparency, let's just go over my thoughts and why I had issues with this to begin with. My primary problem with these allegations, having gone over many like them over the years, is that, to me, Emily tells on herself. My exact comments were, unless there is more, Saber is autistic and led her on, for like a year mind, talking about a relationship, which is shitty, but not cancel-worthy. Plus, people are just glossing over the fact that this is seemingly multiple meetings and combos, which adds a lot of grey to this. And when we come to the actual statement, we can find that Emmy is talking about being demisexual, multiple comments about Saber mentioning a relationship, and also talking about how she needed to get over her crush because she...
And these were things we highlighted when we went over this. This seemed like a bad
in the 9
breakup.
hour.
Yeah, the 9 hour on a 9 hour stream that she crashed out on. Like, we went over this line by line. It just, things didn't make sense, and it didn't sound like it sounded like allegations of him being a fuckboy, not a rapist.
She felt her emotions were being toyed with. To me, and this is just my opinion, this statement reads far more like somebody who was pissed off and has been pissed off for years that the guy she liked decided not to date her. And I say this because my experience has been that people tell on themselves, often unable to omit their actual reasons for taking a particular course of action. This is, of course, me just explaining my biases and my tweets on this particular situation. We all undeniably have these biases, whether you are on the listen and believe all victim side or the evidence or it didn't happen side. Truthfully, most people are going to fall somewhere in the middle of that spectrum.
Yeah.
The issue only really comes when people are trying to ruin each other's lives based on hearsay.
Yep.
And once again, hopefully for the final time now, I don't know the truth behind these allegations. Whether it is Saberspark or Black Griffin, nobody does, except for the people directly involved. I am also not unsympathetic if there are real victims and the well has been poisoned because the people who are handling those claims have been brutally discredited. In fact, you'll notice that I barely talk about the DA Games accusations, because from what I've seen of it, it might have some legs, and because KP's video is so bad, that particular well has yet to actually be poisoned because most people don't even realize that that's what her video was about. So if there is something there, I hope somebody competent looks into it. If you've enjoyed
Even
this
though
content,
it was titled
please hit the
Saberspark
button
and
below the
Saberspark
video.
was
It does help the channel, and I do
the biggest name
appreciate it.
there.
Thanks to all our current subscribers and members, particularly those at molding level: Shelly May, Based Hoz, Sivance, Letters of Sky, Corvus Cabal, Rotting Brain, Dr. Zeus Hippo, Stationary Name, Hates
Hey.
Lizzie, and Star Sprinter. But before I go, I want to leave you
Some-
with one thing, which
some,
is
recognizable
admittedly kind of
names.
just for me, because there is an absurdly
This is an
famous brony clip
insane
which has
clip.
lived rent-free in my
I'm
head
gonna mute
for
it. This
years.
thing's too
However, as most of us are
crazy.
aware, there's a darker side to the fandom which we know pretty well. This is Oliver and Miss Libin. Great. All right, so I'm pretty sure you're aware of Princess Celestia being portrayed as a tyrant, an air neutral, and God forbid, a molester.
Molester!
Jesus, dude.
This
There's
is
a literal,
insane!
there's a literal kid behind you. Like,
This is insane!
what are you saying that for?
Wait for it.
And the reason I have to bring this up is
It's
because the
so
young lady on
wild.
stage sat next to Peter
They
Mute,
did cut his mic. They ripped the mic out of his hand.
funnily enough, is Michelle. And I actually
There's
did ask her
Michelle
about
right
this.
there.
A panelist gets up on stage and asks you about your opinions.
I'm dying. I knew he was gonna ask her. I've been laughing so hard because I've already seen this clip like twice at this point, and I literally cannot breathe.
On Princess Celestia being depicted as
So
a tyrant,
crazy.
an abuser, and a molester. Do you have any memory of this?
Zero. I'm telling you, I have zero memories from conventions,
She
almost
doesn't
at all.
know.
They all blur together.
I even showed it to her, and she couldn't even identify which convention it took place at, which, if anything, kind of wraps this story up quite nicely. These events from a decade or so ago mean so much to so many people, but for those involved, this was just their job. As always, more content to come. Peace.
Man, I mean,
W.
Good shit.
Beckett, W. Beckett, obviously I can't re-like the video. But obviously, I'll just reload it to see if there's any like interesting comments.
With Ryan Drummond. One
Shh, Beckett. Shh. There I am, chat. Look at all. Can Poppy Diesel talk about this too? Yes, Poppy Diesel could talk about it. He doesn't know the research though.
No, he was busy. He was busy doing something else.
The team was split. That
We
was
were
a fun
split.
day.
This was a yeah.
I'm trying to see if anybody from the either side has said anything. No, I think we're pretty much good for right now. I will here's what I will say. Let me get to the title card real quick. Yeah, I know. It's doing the thing. Let me be honest. I can't be like I said, I can't be unbiased. I know too much about the information. I could be impartial because I do know it, and I try to be as impartial as humanly possible when it comes to research. But here's the thing. I agree with Beckett. There's no way for me to know what Saber Spark and what Black Griffin did or did not do. Now, I'm going to talk to the audience a little bit. I'm going to stare at you, chat. But that doesn't mean that they did because of a quantity of evidence. Because none of it is qualitative. That has been the problem with this story. And the victims at the center of this, the perceived victims, Michelle and Claire, have been constantly silenced, looked down upon, and belittled by the opposition. That, to me, has been the greatest injustice of this entire story. Not to be soy, but it is like what it is. Let me just say this. As much as I don't want these allegations to be true because that would imply a victim is actually affected by him, I wish... Mr. Gamer, you could just say it's Emily. We know it's Emily. The Mouse 5. It's we know it's Emily. We knew it was Emily far before the information came out.
Like right after it, we knew. We were just like not telling anybody.
A lot of people were like new and weren't like saying it, I guess.
And to Saber's credit, if Emily is correct, and Saber could put 2 and 2 together, Saber also probably knew and did not out her on purpose to respect her privacy. Julie, you were here, Julie. Hello, Julie. Oh, hi and bye, Julie.
Have a good night.
Julie.
Good to see you. Good to see you. We're definitely going to be covering. I definitely want to cover all the stuff with the Heaton stuff. Fuck that bitch. But that's a different story for a different day.
Yeah, lurkers. Always love our lurkers.
But yeah, do you guys have any other thoughts? I like it's weird because I was like, it's weird. Like I feel like I'm watching myself in a weird fucking fashion because it is like a lot of the stuff.
This was kind of the director's commentary in the sense, even though the video's not on our channel, but
yeah.
No,
This is
W
collab.
video, W Beckett, W Opblock. Just really just looking at it as much, going into it more than fucking like any of the accusers and the accusers who are not the victims, essentially. You know what I mean? Like, I'm really glad you got recordings with Claire and was it Michelle?
Yes.
Yes, or Michelle's the friend, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Michelle
I'm
is
really
Michelle's who lived with Gabe. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm really glad you guys got those. Surprising that you are the only people, or you specifically, the only other person reaching out to people. Like, is one of those.
Yeah, from what I can understand, people
one of those
reached
things.
out, but I think what it was is that commentary really like put it on the map to reach out. And that was like a big part, like a sticking point. This is a little bit of a director's commentary. I'm sure Beckett will have his own commentary on it, so go check out when Beckett eventually streams on this, if he does. This was a real big labor. I wouldn't say labor of love. It was just a labor. But I'm very grateful for the experience doing this. I yapped my way into this for real. Would you recommend Persona 3 to these people?
Would you recommend Persona 3 to these people?
Yes, I would. But invoke your persona now. No, it wasn't a labor of hate. I'll be very honest. I said this before. I've said this publicly on Twitter. I've said this to Beckett and Jenny privately as well. I really enjoyed working with them. I hope to do it again in the future. I think it will happen just for the nature of it. I think ultimately doing research of this kind and how we do our streams is really beneficial for us, because I like showing you guys in real time our thought processes and how it like breaks down, even when like in this stream where we're like super prepared. You guys see that like, hey, in real time I'm identifying like what's going on. So Ash, any final lingering thoughts before we close out?
I had a thought, and okay. Pay your researchers.
Yes, pay your researchers.
If you're gonna have some research for you, pay research, because this is the quality shit you get.
Listen, all I'm gonna say is that if you're a content creator and you wanna hire the fucking op block in bulk, we can work it out. I don't mind. As long as my peoples get fucking fucking covered in some way, shape, and form, or we have access to the information, because we are a streaming platform. By all means, WWs. I said this before. I will say this again. Big shout outs to Ash and Killjoy. Yes, Cloudy as well. Always my rock. Love her to death. But Ash and Killjoy were quite legit. These are streams. All of our streams stay up. Unless YouTube tries to take it down because of what I showed, and then I will delete those instances. Big shout outs to Ash and Killjoy, who literally were my fucking closest collaborators during this process. Killjoy could tell you, he and I read every document. We fucking read the 300 pages. We watched every video multiple times. We sat through it. Ash was with us during that process. Literally,
I was there with Killjoy a lot, being his sounding board. Slowly losing his mind.
Literally, I think super funny was, hey Ash, could you like edit this like horror and monstrosity against God and humankind? Sure. What you saw on screen is clearly heavily censored by Ash. Name you can always get a shout out. Jenny Nicholson who clapped back by Claire, she said nothing and did not risk retreat. I won't hold certain people accountable. The biggest part of this story is there's a lot of personal bad blood in the Brony fandom. That
it's hard. Just to piggyback off that, with personal bad blood, you kind of have to see who's saying what about who and the history of them before really trusting wholesale what it is they're saying. You don't want to you don't want to run with a story if you can't really vet it better.
Bad blood should not be what leads your allegations. Yes, because you got bad blood. No, ultimately, bad blood should not be the source of your allegations, and shouldn't be how you like do things. And I think that's the thing. I also want to thank everybody involved with this. To Saberspark for actually giving me the time of day. Oh, like we had like multiple conversations, emails that are privy only to me. But thanks for, I guess, letting me talk to you. To Claire, Michelle, Casey, for Casey and Henry, thank you guys for speaking to us. I don't know why I'm doing this. Like, I'm the one that I did speak with Casey.
Like you're dying.
Yeah, I spoke with Henry very briefly, but I spoke with Casey a little bit. And to Claire and Michelle, who will let us speak to them. I hope, for the audience sake, that you guys just listen to them, whether or not you feel any kind of way about it. I have my own opinions. You can have your own opinions. But I think Claire and Michelle's testimony should stand on its own.
Yeah.
And that, everybody, is the end of the stream. I'm going to send you guys over to MRAW if he's still streaming.
Yeah, he's covering the Cameron stuff.
When you guys go into MRAW's stream, if you're going to get transferred over to MRAW, I need you to do one thing for me. Please put in, when you guys get rated over, Cameron gang raped. I would just like Cameron gang raped.
I don't think they can chat. I don't think they can chat until 10 minutes, or does
No,
MRAW do that? I don't know.
they're not subbed. Fuck, that's right. But
Well,
if you're
just right
subbed to
there, then-
MRAW, do the thing. By no means do you force to sub anybody, but I think that it's really funny. Go to the Discord. MRAW is MRAW is someone we know from the streaming. He's covering Cameron F305, so if you don't
Most
care about
adorable
Cameron
PNG
F305,
tuber, attached to the most chaotic human being.
Yeah, MRAW is very chaotic. Yeah, if you don't want to cover Cameron F305, you don't have to. I'm going to go in there and just make fun of Cameron for like 20 seconds. But yes, good night, everybody. Thank you guys so much.
Oh, thanks, Dickers, for the raid. too.
Thank you, Dickers, for the raid again.
Yeah,
thank you for all the raiders that stayed, for the
Thank you for the
200 to
subs,
300
gift
plus,
subbies.
like to the 300 people who like almost stayed for this entire thing. Thank you. Please like and subscribe.
Thanks
If
for all
this
the
is your first time
donos.
seeing. Thank you for the donos. If this is your first time seeing the op block, we are the op block. We're a research team, streamers. We try to do everything at least by the book as humanly possible, with taking like some satirical point. I like to say it's soy with an edge. We are the spicy tofu. All right, chat. Love you all. Here's the end title card, and goodbye.